particularly at a time when female leaders in such positions were a great rarity. Through her leadership, Ms. Mashov demonstrated that women were indeed capable of leading. Mr. Sipho Mdakane, former member of the KwaZulu-Natal Legislature, representing the National Freedom Party. Mr. Mdakane was a member of the Legislature of KwaZulu-Natal between 21 May 2014 and 7 May 2019. All members of gender-based violence, femicide, and hate crimes, public servants and traditional leaders of these provinces and the country, all victims of road fatalities in our province during the recent past, especially as we were coming from the Easter long weekend. Honorable members, let us now observe a moment of silence to honor all those who have gone before us, including those that we may not have mentioned specifically here. Yanga imiphefumulo yabo ingaphumla ngonaphakade. Amen. Honorable members, we will go to item number 3 on the order paper. On the announcements by the Speaker, the first one is the ruling on virtual sittings and announcement on party voting during the sitting. Honorable members, as you are aware and virtually connected to the sitting, you are reminded that voting will be conducted in terms of our standing rules. Rule 2884 of the standing rules states that the presiding officer or chairperson must, before or at the start of the discussion on the matter, expressly inform members if a party vote will be taken. In line with the above, I can confirm that they will be voting on the following. 1, reports of the Portfolio Committee on Finance and the Standing Committee on Oversight. A party vote is a collective vote on behalf of all the members of a party present, up to the total membership of that party in the sitting. I will, however, allow an opportunity for any individual member to vote differently from his or her party or to abstain, if any member wishes to do so. We will now proceed, honorable members, with the rest of items on the order paper, which then lead us to item 3.2, panel of presiding officers. After some members of the panel of presiding officers were deployed to the office of the Chief Whip, Honorable Numalo, and Honorable Duma and Honorable Fraser to the Executive Council, and in my capacity as the Speaker, invoke Standing Rule 21 to replace the complement of presiding officers. I am happy to inform members that the following honorable members form part of the complement of presiding officers. Honorable MPP Zungu, the chairperson of Public Works Portfolio Committee. Honorable LXH Hlongwa Madlala, the chairperson of the Human Settlements Portfolio Committee. Honorable TV Kulu, the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Oversight. They are all joining the other members of the panel of presiding officers and will be assisting the chairperson of committees and deputy chairperson of committees for the duration of the time of the House of Committees. I wish them well over their added responsibilities, and I know the same respect that we have been getting since 2019 is guaranteed for them. Item 3.3 on apologies. Honorable Mr. O.B. Kunene has a family commitment. His daughter is graduating in the University of the Free State today, and as a responsible father, he had to be there. We send congratulations to Umam Timande and welcome her to the world of the pedagogics, the workers of the mind. Honorable M.E. Phakathi will join the sitting later. He has an appointment with his doctor. On birthdays, honorable members, may I take this opportunity to wish a belated happy birthday to the following members. Honorable S. Hussein on the 1st of April. Honorable S. Sinkosi on the 15th of April. Honorable Koza, MEC Koza, you earned a dependent there on the 15th of April. Honorable N.R. Majola on the 16th of April. Honorable members, to the three of you, I hope you had pleasant days to each of you. May your wishes be fulfilled now and in the future. Labo ke abasebezongena kuMama Ukhoza ubaba KK umamkele kahle Mama Ukhoza lapha. I also would like to wish happy birthday in advance to the following members. Honorable B. Singh on the 20th of April. Honorable Bishop E.V. Dube on the 23rd of April. Honorable M.B. Kaula Umdana Wengos on the 28th of April. On behalf of everyone and all the members here, I would like to wish all these members a wonderful year ahead. We will now go to item number 4 on the order paper, and we're giving this opportunity to the Premier to make announcements or whoever has been designated by the Premier. I see the Leader of Government Business is in the house. Announcement by the Premier, if there are any. Hello, GP, put your house into order. You can't disturb this house.
Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker, for affording us this opportunity. The Premier will want to be granted an opportunity later on. Thank you so much.
I don't know then when will be the later, because immediately after the debate on the Premier, the House will be converted to the House of Committees. So the other later will be sometime in the future, in the month of May. Now we will go to item number 5, tabling of reports or papers. In terms of item number 5 on the order paper, 5.1, the Standing Committee on Oversight tables the report on the consideration of the legislature budget and annual performance plan for 2023-2024 financial year, vote 2 of the KZN provincial legislature, and also the report of the standing of the consideration of the legislature budget and annual performance plan for 2023-2024 financial year general budget. Portfolio Committee on the Premier tables the Portfolio Committee on the Premier Budget Report 2023-2024. Portfolio Committee on Economic Development and Tourism tables the report of the Economic Development and Tourism on the consideration of the 2023-2024 budget and annual performance plan for the Department of Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs. 5.4, Portfolio Committee on Conservation and Environmental Affairs tables the report on the consideration of the 2023-24 budget and annual performance plan of the Department of Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs. Their report on the engagement with stakeholders based on a petition from Okuko and Ngulwane communities held on the 27th of August 2022 at KZN Shaksport. Report on the oversight visit to Hluhluwe Impolozi Park, as well as their consideration on the Conservation and Environmental Affairs oversight visit and briefing held on the TV room at Hluhluwe Impolozi Park on the 5th of July 2022. Report on the oversight visit to King Ejoyo Disposal Waste Facility site and the Dolphin Coast Waste Management site. Report on the stakeholders session on the department's 2023-24 annual performance plan and budget held at Old Legislature Chamber in Ulundi on the 9th of December 2022. The Portfolio Committee on Finance tabled the General Budget Report and resolutions on the 2023-2024 MTF budget hearings. Report by Portfolio Committee of Finance on the 2023-2024 budget and annual performance plan for Vote 6 Provincial Treasury. The 2021-22 fourth quarterly performance report for Vote 6 Provincial Treasury. Portfolio Committee on Community Safety and Liaison report of the Committee on the 2023-2024 budget and annual performance plan of the Department of Community Safety and Liaison. The annual performance report as of 31 March 2023. The University of Zululand off-campus student safety plans on enhancing security. Report on oversight visit to Richards Bay on the 3rd of May 2022. Report on oversight visit to Vryheid Police Station in the year 2022. Report on oversight visit to Muden Police Station in Muden District on the 16th of September 2022. Portfolio Committee on Community Safety and Liaison Safety Month program that took place on the 12th, 19th, and 29th of November 2022. The stakeholder engagement to Zululand District in Ophongolo Ngochane Community Hall on the 13th of January 2023. The 2021-22 fourth quarter oversight report, 2022-2023 first quarter oversight report. The Portfolio Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs tabled their 2023-24 budget report on the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. Stakeholder engagement at Johnny Makatini Hall, Indwedwe Local Municipality, Ilembe District, held on the 24th of January 2023. The Portfolio Committee on Transport tables their committee report on the 2023-24 budget. The fourth quarter performance report for the 2021-2022 financial year. Report on activities during October 2022 Transport Month. Stakeholder engagement for the 20th of January 2023. First quarter performance report 2022-2023. Second quarter performance report 2022-2023. Annual performance report 2022-2023. The Portfolio Committee on Health tables the 2023-2024 budget of the Department of Health report. The first quarter performance report for 2022-2023, dated 2nd of September 2022. The second quarter performance report for 2022-2023 for the Department of Health, dated the 2nd of March 2023. A report on the third quarter performance of the 2022-2023 for the Department of Health. The fourth quarter performance report for the 2021-2022 for the Department of Health, dated 24 May 2022. The Portfolio Committee on Sports, Arts and Culture tables the report on the 2023-2024 budget vote 10 report. The annual report for the 2022-2023 on the committee's performance, dated 31 March 2023. Annual oversight plan for 2023-2024. Stakeholder engagement session, dated 19th of January 2023. Portfolio Committee on Agriculture and Rural Development tables their report on the agriculture and rural development on the 2023-2024 annual performance plan and the budget vote 3. Portfolio Committee on Human Settlements tables the report on the 2023-2024 budget of the Department of Human Settlement, report on the oversight visit to Umlalazi local municipality, the report of the Portfolio Committee on Human Settlements oversight visit to Ilembe district, and the committee report on the 2022-2023 third quarter performance report of the Department of Human Settlements. The Portfolio Committee on Education tables the report on the 2023-24 budget of the Department of Education, vote 5. First quarter committee report 2022-23. Second quarter committee report 2022-23. Third quarter committee report 2022-23. Finland study tour report and school functionality monitoring program report for February 2023. The Portfolio Committee on Social Development tables the 2023-24 budget of the Department of Social Development. The Department of Social Development also tables the Department of Social Development annual performance plan for the 2023-2024 financial year. The Department of Public Works and Human Settlements tables its annual performance plans for 2023-24 and 2025-26. And also the annual performance plans for the Department of Human Settlements for the 2023-24 and 2025-26. The Department of Transport, Community Safety and Liaison tables the Department of Transport annual performance plan for 2023-24 and the Department of Community Safety and Liaison annual performance plan for 2023-24. The Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs tables the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs annual performance plan for 2023-24. Submission of eThekwini Municipalities 2021-22 financial year oversight report. Uthukela District Municipality 2021-22 oversight report. Uthukela District Municipality 2021-22 annual report. Umlalazi Municipality annual report for the 2021-2022. The audited annual financial statements for 2021-22 and oversight report for 21-22 for the same Umlalazi municipality. Umzumbe local municipality annual report for the 2021-22 and the Big Five Hlabisa municipality annual report for 21-22. The Department of Finance tables the Department of Finance and Provincial Treasury annual performance plan for 2023-24. Consolidated Municipal Budget Performance Report, first quarter review of 2022-23, dated 30 September 2022. Consolidated Municipal Budget Performance Report for second quarter review of 2022-23, dated 31 December 2022. The Department of Health tables Department of Health Annual Performance Plan for 2023-24. Department of the Premier tables the Annual Performance Plan for 2023-24. Sports, Arts and Culture Department tables the Annual Performance Plan for 2023-24. Agriculture and Rural Development Department tables the Annual Performance Plan for 2023-24. Agribusiness Development Agency Annual Performance Plan for 2023-24. Agribusiness Development Agency Strategic Plan for 2020 to 2025. Department of Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs tables their annual report for 2023-24. Trade and Investment Annual Performance Plan for 2023-24. Itala Development Finance Corporation Limited Annual Performance Plan for 2023-24. Tourism KZN Annual Performance Plan for 2023-24. Ezemvelo KZN Wildlife Annual Performance Plan for 2023-24. Richards Bay Industrial Development Zone Company Annual Performance Plan for 2023-24. KZN Gaming and Betting Annual Performance Plan for 2023-24. KZN Growth Fund Trust Annual Performance Plan for 2023-24. KZN Film Commission Annual Performance Plan for 2023-24, KZN Liquor Authority Annual Performance Plan for 2023-24, Moses Kotane Institute Annual Performance Plan for 2023-24, Dube Trade Port Cooperation Annual Performance Plan for 2023-24, La Messi JV Property Investment Annual Performance Plan for 2023-24. Honorable members, chairpersons, and members of the Executive Council, is there any tabling that we may not have read out that has been made? Saying that there is none, we will move to item number 6, formal motions or notices by the Chief Whip. Zude.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and greetings to all members. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and greetings to all members. I must say that there are no formal motions and notices for this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Honorable members, we will now go to item number 7.1, which is number 7, which is the order of the day. 7.1 is the general debate and voting on the reports of the Portfolio Committee on Finance and the Standing Committee on Oversight. It is at this point that I will call upon the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Finance, Honorable S.C. Nkosi, to table the report for 15 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Forgive me, I left all my sets of spectacles at home. I don't know. Yeah, it's because I'm belonging to the vulnerable group. On the 10th of March 2023, the Finance Portfolio Committee and all legislature committees received a comprehensive briefing from the Provincial Treasury on the 2023-2024 MTF budget for KZN. KwaZulu-Natal Treasury also assisted our Finance Portfolio Committee with pre-hearing briefings prior to each hearing. The committee extends its sincere appreciations to the KwaZulu-Natal Treasury and its budget analysts for its support during these hearings. The Finance Portfolio Committee held the 2023-2024 MTF budget hearings from the 13th of with all 13 provincial government departments and all public entities from the 14th March 2023 to the 28th of March 2023. The KwaZulu-Natal Legislature, which is vote number 2, was not part of the budget hearings conducted by the Finance Portfolio Committee because its functions are governed by the standing rules of this legislature. You know the standing rule I was referring to. Prior to each budget hearing, the committee received a comprehensive briefing from the Provincial Treasury budget analysts on each department and entity's budget. The pre-hearing briefings are very important in preparing and empowering the Finance Portfolio Committee to engage constructively with each department and public entities. The matters that were considered during this hearing. During the hearings, the departments and public entities had to respond to all the issues that were raised by the Provincial Treasury during the pre-hearing briefings, as well as to matters raised by the members of the Finance Portfolio Committee on the information contained in the estimates of provincial revenue and expenditure. The areas that the committee focused on include the underspending, rationalization of public entities, infrastructure budget expenditure, conditional grant funding expenditure, the specifically and exclusively appropriated funds, including the DDM and the payment to Izinduna, and as well as the revenue collection. During the hearings, it was noted that many departments in the province have consistently failed to spend their voted budgets in full. Most of the underspending is found on the compensation of employees. This is because of the slow pace by these departments to fill the critical funded vacant posts. The non-filling of critical vacant posts that are funded has a negative impact on governance and delivery of services due to lack of sufficient capacity. The departments are urged to spend their allocated budgets in full by the end of the financial year. The non-finalization of the rationalization process continues to create uncertainty in many entities, where officials that occupy critical posts, such as CEOs and CFOs, are acting. The Finance Portfolio Committee remains highly concerned about this and calls for the rationalization of entities process to be expedited to bring about stability and proper governance in entities and to improve the audit outcomes in these entities. The committee also noted that all departments were allocated substantial infrastructure development budgets for this current financial year. The committee urges departments to utilize their infrastructure development budgets in full. Further, departments are urged to set aside at least 5% of their annual infrastructure development budget for the maintenance of the existing infrastructure. On the conditional grant expenditure, the committee noted that some departments received reduced EPWP grant allocation from the National Treasury. This is concerning because EPWP grants contribute to the creation of employment opportunities in this province. Departments that are recipients of this grant are urged to ensure that they spend their grant funds in full and account for them accordingly so that the future allocations from the National Treasury can be higher. The Finance Portfolio Committee urges its sister portfolio committees in the legislature to closely monitor the spending of these conditional grants. On the DDM model, the Finance Portfolio Committee has been monitoring the expenditure of the district development model budget of 2 million that is allocated to each government department. This is specifically and exclusively appropriated funding, which many departments in the province either do not spend or it haphazardly spends them towards the end of the financial year. The committee urges departments to plan for this funding allocation carefully and ensure that by the 30th of November, at least 50% of them is spent. We don't mind to have 100% expenditure even by halfway of the financial year. On the revenue collection by departments is also one of the areas in the budget that the committee noted a decline on. Revenue collection projections are decided by departments on their own based on the information at their disposal. It is therefore concerning to see declining revenue collection by some departments. The Finance Portfolio Committee urges departments to improve their revenue collection efforts because this will assist greatly to beef up the provincial revenue fund. The committee urges its sister portfolio committees in the legislature to monitor revenue collection by departments closely and to also call for detailed explanation where department has fallen short of meeting its own revenue collection targets on the job creation and the fight against crime. The Finance Portfolio Committee received with appreciation The announcement by the Premier during the State of the Province address in February 2023 that the Provincial Executive had resolved that all government departments in the province will contribute 10 million rand each towards fighting crime and another 10 million each towards creating jobs in the province. And we are going to monitor this by midterm so that we ensure that each and every department has availed that 10 million rand as per the directive by the State of the Province address. On the payment back pay of Izinduna, the Finance Portfolio Committee highly appreciates the receipt of 631.083 million rand funding for the back pay of Izinduna by COGTA. The Finance Portfolio Committee is one of the key stakeholders that had worked tirelessly with other stakeholders since 2014-2015 financial year to ensure that funding for the back pay of Izinduna is secured. The committee expresses its deep appreciation to National Treasury for allocating this amount so that the Izinduna back pay is payable before the end of this financial year. The committee has called for a clear program of implementation of the back pay of Izinduna from COGTA, and these funds are ring-fenced as specifically and exclusively appropriated funds. On the Department of Public Works, the committee urges the Department of Public Works as the implementing agent of choice in KwaZulu-Natal to increase its capacity so that it can meet the demands and increase the pace of infrastructure development as required by client departments. The Department of Public Works is further called upon to avoid delay in issuing of invoices to departments so that the departments pay public works on time. Portfolio Committee chairpersons and members were invited through the cluster managers to attend the hearings relevant to their portfolio committees. Some portfolio committee members attended the hearings and participated in the discussions. The role of the portfolio committees in following up during the financial year on the recurring and transversal findings is extremely important and cannot be overemphasized. Furthermore, portfolio committees are urged to scrutinize responses to resolutions by departments, as well as monitor closely the expenditure and implementation of the turnaround plans in instances where departments are requested to provide this to ensure balanced expenditure of their allocated budget at the year end and to ensure efficient service delivery on the ground. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, the Portfolio Committee on Finance of KwaZulu-Natal and all other portfolio committees are urged to request monthly expenditure projections from departments during their monthly meeting. This will assist in ensuring early interventions where departments are showing signs of slow spending that may result in underspending at the year end. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the Finance Portfolio Committee of KwaZulu-Natal, I would like to thank the members of the Provincial Executive, including our own MEC for Finance, accounting officers, all of them, and officials of various government departments, the accounting authorities of the various public entities, the provincial treasury officials for the support they gave to us. Members of the Finance Portfolio Committee, chairpersons and members of various portfolio committees for attending the budget hearings. Thank you very much, honorable members, for doing so. We are hereby present more than 40 clear resolutions that we took during the hearings for the adoption of this House. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Chairperson. We now call upon the Honorable Chairperson of the Standing Committee on Oversight, Stakov, Honorable Tivipulu, to table the report of the committee for 10 minutes.
Honorable Speaker, our Honorable Premier, honorable members, our officials, guests, good morning. This is the report of the Standing Committee on Oversight of the 2023-2024 budget. This report focuses on the committee's engagement in the legislature on the draft budget and annual performance plan for 2023-2024 financial year. A meeting was held on an initial draft in November 2022 and further meeting held on the 1st of March 2023. On the pertinent issues, the legislature continues to experience pressures on the ability to fund its mandate of oversight, lawmaking, and public involvement. The impact of inadequate budget means that the legislature is still not able to employ more committee researchers to support committees and to undertake institutional research support. The institution is also not able to fully execute members' international empowerment and benchmarking programs and has to limit the allocation per member. The committee was also made aware of the need to resume the voter education program, which is part of the legislature's mandate to deepen democracy as we're heading for next year's election. The province accounts for a large number of youth who have not registered in the voters' roll. This program intends to address these issues. The committee will also follow with interest the engagements at the sector level, which are hoped to bring about an amendment in the allocation. Principles such as the legislative sector should be able to top slice their allocation. On the recommendation, whilst appreciating the extra 100 million that was given by Treasury to this legislature, the Standing Committee on Oversight supported the 2023-2024 budget allocation and also calls upon the legislature to continue again with engagements with Provincial Treasurer with a view to motivating for a better allocation for the institution. Please, that was the committee discussions and the recommendation. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Now we get to the debate by members. We call upon the Honorable Chief Whip of the Legislature on behalf of the ANC for 10 minutes, the Honorable J.S. Ngumalo, to set the debate.
Good. Kamina ngikhohlwa ngibuko. Kanti nami sengiseduze lapha kudla ngamandla. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And let me also greet our Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier Nzwakele, honorable members of the Executive Council, honorable members of the KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Legislature, officials, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, protocol is observed. Good morning, Sanbonani. Honorable Speaker, I am privileged to address this august House in such a pivotal moment in our country and in our province of KwaZulu-Natal, where the masses of our people are once again looking upon us with hope of keeping to our manifesto and revolutionary convictions as a provincial government of the people. The President, in his January 8 address, declared 2023 as the year of decisive action to advance people's interest, where he highlighted our people's inability to meet the most basic household needs, such as food, transport, and energy, due to the rising of cost of living, and the President further called upon government and all sectors of the economy to pull together to create a working economy that will respond to these challenges. The budget of the KwaZulu-Natal provincial government is a direct response to this clarion call by the President, as we allocate the resources of this province in a manner that is just, pro-poor, and steeped in the working class biasness. Speaker, angisho ukuthi siyazi ukuthi lo nyaka unyaka okulungiselela ukhetho. And very soon, from June, July this year, all political parties will be campaigning to ensure that we win elections. But kunamaqiniso umuntu akafisa ukuthi awabeke kuleni. Sisazoqala nje umkhankaso wokhetho. Ukuthi ngeke silibalekele iqiniso ukuthi inhlangano eyalwela yakhulula abantu balelizwe laseNingizimu Afrika, the African National Congress, nombimbi, which is the South African Communist Party and COSATU. Ngikusho-ke lokhu-ke ngoba sizwile ontaba kakhonjwa bakhona sebeqalile bethi bakha ama-alliances. Abalala bavuka ekuseni ngakusasa sebethi bahlanganisa zonke inhlangano eziphikisayo ukuze kukhishwe lo hulumeni ka-African National Congress embusweni. Ngakho-ke sifuna ukuthi sibatshele iqiniso ukuthi ayikho inhlangano eyakhulula abantu balelizwe lase-South Africa ngaphandle kwe-African National Congress, and we are ready for the election that is coming next year in 2024. Iloko nje besifuna ukuthi sikugcizelele. Honorable members, we are fully aware and conversant of the economic setbacks plaguing the economy, including the economic impact both locally and globally, such that as the Ukraine-Russia military conflict, which has been contributing factor for the rise in cost for fuel, fossil fuel, and other essential services. The ANC-led government has in turn decided to respond to these socio-economic challenges by ensuring that the budget allocation is sympathetic and responsive to the toiling masses of our people. The increase on the conditional grant by 1.6 billion rand, 269 million, and 1.4 billion over the 2023-2024 MTF is mostly welcome. Indeed, our budget is biased towards the poor and the working class, and it addresses core issues which the people have been raising to the government led by the ANC. The government of the people has therefore allocated the budget in accordance with the people's priorities. Still in the spirit of victories of the working class, honorable members, we have just commemorated the 50th anniversary of the 1973 Durban strike, which marked a historical turning point in this country's labor movement. And therefore, it is more befitting to celebrate this milestone when the ANC government and the labor movement have reached an agreement on an average increase of 7.5% salary adjustment for the public servants for the financial year of 2023-2024, which is expected to offset the current inflation. Honourable Speaker, kindly allow me to delve into the details of this budget. The African National Congress commends the KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Treasury for being a good custodian of the people's purse. This custodianship has ensured that the government continues to deliver service to the people of KwaZulu-Natal without fear or favor or prejudice. In the same vein as the African National Congress, we would like to commend all our provincial government departments for showing a steady but constant improvement in terms of leadership and good governance and clean administration. This is reflected in the increasing number of government departments and entities that are receiving clean audit outcomes from the Auditor General of South Africa. I think we need to congratulate our departments. The provincial government departments should also be applauded for spending their provincial allocation for 2022-2023 financial year, which resulted in the second adjustment where KZN received additional funding from other provinces that could not spend their allocation, including the Western Cape provincial government. Mhlonishwa, olapha ngaphesheya. As the African National Congress, we are very pleased with the additional funding of 100 million rand per annum in the legislature towards the increasing funding of political parties, as the province remains one of the lowest funded in this regard, where it is rated as the 7th lowest funded province out of 9 provinces. During the previous years, we used to receive around 40 million rand. Our joy is guided by the understanding that these funds will mainly be used to increase the constituency allowance, as this is the area where political parties are experiencing the greatest pressure. And we all know and understand the mammoth task of constituency work, which requires to be discharged by members. At times, we are limited by resources to go on an extra mile in executing our duties. Indeed, the allocation I have mentioned gives us vigor and renewed strength that all of us will undoubtedly be able to service our constituency accordingly. The plan is also to allocate a further 15 million rand to this vote with regard to the voter education program leading up to the 2024 general elections. I am sure that all political parties represented in this legislature will commend our treasury for this allocation, as it will go a long way as it will go a long way in actually ensuring that we entrench participatory democracy in our province. As alluded by Portfolio Committee Chairperson Honorable Tolu regarding to the budget cuts, the cuts were as follows, which is 24.88 million rand on the compensation of employees, followed by the 43.6 million rand on goods and services, and 24.4 million rand on members' remuneration. Speaker, let me re-emphasize that on the committee's 2 special requests that were made, a commitment of 15 million rand was made, which is encouraging, as the leadership has responsibility to ensure that it encourages voters to register and vote, creating an environment where service will go to the people, and it is, in our case, the IEC and Home Affairs to address voter apathy and disillusionment, creating the hype around elections. So we are definitely happy about this allocation, which all parties should really commend. While the 10 million rand for the capacitation of research support has not been allocated, we committed to support our speakership, as it will continue to engage with the Treasury. So therefore, Chairperson, as the African National Congress, we support this budget. Thank you.
We call upon the leader of the official opposition for 10 minutes to debate on behalf of Nkatha Freedom Party. Honorable VF Labisa. Ngibona engekasukumi ngesikhathi.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, and honorable members, The economic downturn faced by countries around the world is vividly clear, with a huge impact in the budget outlook of our 2023-2024 appropriation bill. In addition to the financial drawback caused by the outbreak of coronavirus that drew a hole in our finances as a province, we have added financial burdens caused by the 2022 floods and the disastrous social unrest that devastated our province. These three incidents took us many steps back with regard to our ability to provide services to the people of KwaZulu-Natal. What remains of importance to the governance of our province is integrity of spending and unwavering commitment to clean, corrupt-free, and compliant application and monitoring of systems. The absence of a political will and administrative astuteness to these principles will drive the province to serious financial burdens. The total appropriation being considered for 2023-24 budget of 146,167,730 billion rand, decreasing from an allocation of 146,633,085 billion rand in the previous year, is a cause for concern. As the IFP, we share the concerns raised in respect of government departments failing to reach their own set targets of collections. We share the concerns raised of uncertainty with regard to many entities resulting from the non-finalization of the rationalization of entities. It is of concern that many government departments lament issues of underfunding when the same departments reflect inability to spend funds allocated to them in a given financial year. Just recently, on the 30th of March 2023, the province was considering adjustment to the budget whereby ATIA surrendered 95 million back to the provincial treasury for reprioritization because of a projected failure to spend. Provincial treasury surrendered 47 million. Sports, arts and culture surrendered 36.87 million. Transport surrendered 200 million. This is a reflection of poor planning and poor implementation of the very same scarce resources we have at the disposal of these departments. The IFP shares the common concern raised in the Finance Committee report of the government departments failing to fill vacant posts on time with funds made available to them for the same purpose. Failing to employ staff when funds have been made available is a serious indictment to the progress of the province. It results into poor service delivery because of a shortage of staff. It also adds to high unemployment rate level, which the country is battling to minimize. It reflects an attitude of a government that does not care about the unemployment plight of its citizens. Of course, we cannot just employ for the sake of employing, but the figures that remain vacant in many departments are a cause of concern. Both transport and social development have remained with the critical post of CFO not filled for a long time, and this is not acceptable. Some departments are culprits of a failure to spend the conditional grants and failure to report spending appropriately. This has resulted in conditional grants being reduced in some departments. The EPWP integrated grant for provinces has been reduced at Education Department from 2.193 million rand to 1.985 million rand. EPWP integrated grant for provinces has been reduced at health from 11.736 million rand to 8.614 million rand. EPWP grant for provinces has been reduced at public works from 8.042 to 3.897 million rand. All these self-inflicted reductions are unacceptable and they are a loss to the people of the province. The economic pressures experienced by province at both education and health year after year have got to be resolved. The situation is dire at the Department of Education, which is unable to provide relief to educators in providing substitute educators for those on leave. Schools were devastated by civil unrest and floods, but up to today, in some schools, the damage that occurred has not been attended to. The Department of Health still suffers from the exorbitant figures of civil claims from the unscrupulous lawyers and claimants. As a result of these shenanigans, at both health and education, a huge chunk of budget goes to COE and very little is left to provide services of delivery to the people of this province. This is an unhealthy situation for the survival and the progress of the province. On behalf of the IFP, I want to reiterate in this House what the IFP has stated before. At the constitution-making process in 1994 to 1996, the IFP strongly advocated for provinces to be allocated some taxation powers for them to be able to be self-sufficient. The province must be given some taxation powers so that they can be able to face the challenges that we face as a province. Honorable Speaker, I want to set the record straight. The truth must also be told. The IFP believes in anyone who wants to get prepared for 2024 to start doing so. Coalition government have come to stay with us in South Africa. We do not want to be caught unprepared as we see the instabilities in Gauteng, at COJ, Ekurhuleni, and Tshwane. The IFP has agreed in principle to talk to anyone, but I want to stress this one. We are not going to get into an alliance with any political party before elections. What we are doing, we are going to be open to anyone who wants to talk about the future of our country. We will go into elections as an independent political party with its objectives and its manifesto. You should not confuse people so that you benefit out of confusing people. The truth must be told. People of KwaZulu-Natal and people of South Africa has been failed by a ruling party. The unemployment in our country, crime in our country, inflation in our country is a result of the poor performance by the ruling party. The people of South Africa and the people of KwaZulu-Natal are demonstrating in every by-election what they will do next year to remove a government that has failed them in terms of giving self-sufficient services, and vote back the IFP because they know the IFP was able to give a clean government, an accountable government, and a government that is able to serve the needs of our people. So rest assured, this is your last term sitting on this side.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Bulawayo, well spoken.
The next speaker for 8 minutes is the Honorable F.A. Rogers on behalf of the Democratic Alliance.
Yabulela Somlo.
Simphi ithuba lokuthi ezwakale Honorable Rogers.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'm happy that Honorable Nxumalo has now left the House, has set the tone. Because everything I heard from him, the ANC does this, the ANC government does that. And when we raise it, we're playing politics. So I can play politics today. So history often affords us a lesson. One of those historical events is the maiden voyage of a vessel called the Titanic. The vessel was a state-of-the-art passenger ship that had been designed to be unsinkable. She departed from Southampton the 10th of April, bound for New York, 1912. She was the fastest vessel of her kind. However, 4 days into the historic transatlantic crossing, she struck an iceberg and within a matter of hours, she sank. Not one, but 6 warnings were sent to the ship to warn them of icebergs on their course to New York. These warnings fell on deaf ears as the captain decided he would sail at full speed. Because the ship's designers believed the Titanic could never sink, wouldn't sink until, I think there's a phrase that the ANC uses, Jesus returns, there was not enough lifeboats to accommodate all the passengers. The ultimate result was that 1,500 people perished. This maritime disaster could have been avoided had there been proper planning and had the warnings been heeded of the impending disaster. Like the Titanic, the ANC in the province of KwaZulu-Natal has not heeded any warnings, has not planned sufficiently, and has hit a fiscal iceberg that threatens to sink our province. Over the past few years, fiscal icebergs have been identified and warnings issued. With fiscal consolidation, austerity measures, fiscal discipline having achieved very little or no results. The province is now under extreme pressure to stay afloat, let alone address the challenges of service delivery and inequality, as my good friend, Honorable Nxumalo, alluded to. Critical departments such as health and education are finding it impossible to operate within the confines of their allocated budgets. Currently, the Department of Education sits in a position where 91% of its entire budget is spent on compensation of employees, well above the national average of 84%. Add to this the current situation where 5,100 posts are vacant within the department. If this were added on to the current situation, this department would spend well over its entire budget on compensation of employees. But we've been warning about a bloated bureaucracy for some time now, yet our warnings fall on deaf ears. The situation got so bad this last financial year that the department had to give funded an additional almost 1 billion rand through a treasury overdraft, which I still battle to understand how that actually works. And you know, Madam Speaker, I feel for the MEC of Education because she's inherited this mess. And she felt so frustrated during this last financial year that she had to threaten the executive of the ANC in this province that she would retrench staff in the Department of Education if additional funding was not allocated. Again, we have warned that the current system of historical budgeting is antiquated and causing more challenges than solutions. I'd like to highlight this, that the antiquated and affected budgeting process from our Finance Portfolio Committee report, and I quote, most of the underspending is found under compensation of employees. The non-filling of critical vacant posts that are funded has a negative impact on government and the delivery of service due to the lack of sufficient capacity. I close quote. Madam Speaker, this is not a new phenomenon in the province. It's historical. Every year we raise this issue. The question that needs to be answered then, if these are indeed critical vacant posts, why does it never reflect in the departmental annual performance report? I can hardly remember an occasion where a committee actually comes forward and some of the targets on the APP are not met. Surely, Madam Speaker, the simple solution here is to those departments who fail to meet their targets with filling of critical vacant posts, review the organogram, adjust the entire provincial budget accordingly. This would free up funding for those departments who are spending effectively and allow reallocation to address fiscal pressures in critical departments. Again, we have warned that this budgeting process of historical expenditure and inflationary increments is going to sink the ship. One almost gets the impression that certain departments actually pad their budgets with COE, knowing full well that they will not spend it. An indication of this padding has to be the proposed departmental cuts of 20 million rand, 10 plus 10 if you like, 10 for unemployment and 10 for crime prevention. An initiative that certainly needs to be welcomed. However, the question must once again be asked, why would this proposed initiative be done midway through a budget? Crime and unemployment are nothing new to our province. It didn't just hit our shores this year. Why was this initiative not introduced previously by the ANC-led government? Where departments habitually underspenders could have in fact funded this initiative. This appears to be nothing more than a knee-jerk reaction. Now that departments find themselves in a fiscal survival mode, they're having to cut their budgets even further, such as the Departments of Health, such as the Department of Education come to mind. The other burning question that needs to be answered is, where is the plan for the spending of this 20 million rand per department? Where is the plan for the crime prevention and the job creation? I haven't seen one, and if any member in this house has seen one, I would love to see it. Which departments will be tasked with this? What is the plan? It almost seems as though it's being rushed, putting the cart before the horse, if you like. And you know, Madam Speaker, we would have had a lot more money in this province if we had dealt with the unfunded mandate of the payment of the Izinduna, which we all supported, but we've been funding since 2017. Why did the ANC not go back to National Treasury and say, this is an unfunded mandate, you need to fund it? I'll be back. Only the back pay. Only the back pay.
The next member for 9 minutes on behalf of the Economic Freedom Fighters is the Honorable H.P. Kiliza Idungelimnyama Nenkomoza.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and greetings to the House. Speaker, we are worried that the ANC continues to shield wrongdoings and corrupt elements, as it did by firing the MEC of Sports, Arts and Culture after an explosive scandal of people drinking 4 million in a tavern. We call upon the relevant stakeholders to pursue the matter up until heads are rolling. We are tired of the young and the old corrupt from the ANC that steals from the little that should be changing the material conditions of our people. The Economic Freedom Fighters in KwaZulu-Natal adopt the provincial budgets. However, we are not satisfied because there is no clear program of action on how the reprioritization of money from some departments will improve service delivery and elevate budget pressures. While capacitating employees in critical posts is a vital component in ensuring smooth governance and speeding up service delivery, we note with concern how different departments have underspent in this regard. This does not only impede service delivery, it also opens more room for maladministration, the rot of corruption, which is already on the rise in the province, and the lack of accountability. Good governance requires skilled and capacitated employees who are able to grab issues on the ground head on and account and are also able to apply corrective measures where applicable. We are further concerned by the department's lack of efforts in coming up with revenue collection methods, as it clearly indicates a lack of consequence management. Some departments cannot function fully because they are not generating any revenue, which has been ongoing for a while. The EFF is concerned with prioritizing job creation. Hence, we applaud the initiative by all departments to each contribute 10 million towards job creation in the province. However, we wait for a clear program of action on how this will be made feasible. We note the back pay of 6 million rand from COGTA for Izinduna, which has been in the pipeline for some time now. And we hope that this time next year, we will not be talking about the same issue as the promise would have been fulfilled. While we acknowledge that all the departments have been allocated substantial infrastructure budgets for the 2023-2024 financial year, and while we also welcome the call for each department to set aside 5% for the maintenance of existing infrastructure. We call for various departments, such as the Department of Education, Health, Transport, and many others, to set aside an extra 5% towards this project, as some departments still have not recovered since the April floods. We are not confident that the government has the capacity, the necessary and political will, and technical expertise to ensure that this budget is spent accordingly and in a legitimate manner. The EFF is going to be on the lookout and will pay detailed attention on how departments function and how they use this budget, and we will expose any incompetence and maladministration, especially on the eve of the provincial elections, where our departments are going to be victims of looting by corrupt officials and political principals as a means to rechannel monies to their own political parties. Thank you.
Bongeke ngamaminithi amahlanu siphewo nomhlonishwa. We now call upon the next member for 10 minutes. On behalf of the ANC is the chairperson of the Multi-Party Women's Caucus and the Committee on the Office of the Premier, Honorable Situ Madopa Mnguni Omnyama.
Somlomo uhloniphekile, Mhlonishwa Ndunankulu Nomusa Dube Ncube, Leader of Government Business, Honorable S.A. Duma, amalungu onke ahloniphekile akulendlu. Ngifisa ukuthatha ithuba ngibonge umbutho wesizwe ukunginikezela ithuba ukuba ngibe ingxenye yale nkulumo mpikiswana ephakathi kwalendlu. Kuzobaluleka ukuthi ngibalule ukubaluleka kwesikhathi esikuso njengesifundazwe lapho siqeda khona unyaka ogcwele emva kwezikhukhula ezahlasela isifundazwe sakithi. Honorable members, it is exactly a year after our province was badly hit by the floods and decimated the province's infrastructure and adversely impacted on the livelihoods of the people of our province. Even during the 1-year anniversary of this unfortunate event, we are nonetheless comforted by the message that has been communicated by our provincial government that a year after these floods, a lot of progress has been seen witnessed and felt by those who were directly affected by these disasters. The image of broken down bridges, washed away roads, and swept away houses have been replaced by images of projects in various stages of completion. The propaganda mill of naysayers and prophets of doom, whose only contribution to the society is negative talk and pessimism, has suddenly come to a grinding stop after noting that the provincial government, through its department, is making decisions to reprioritize its budget across the board, has been responding to the challenges facing our people arising out of these disasters. Beyond visiting the affected victims of floods, the Premier, members of the executive and chairpersons of committees, and members of this esteemed house, in collaboration with the local government in eThekwini, Ilembe, and Ugu, to name a few flight-hit municipalities where they have been frequenting sites to unveil new houses and fixed roads. These words are not out of thin air, but were also affirmed by the minister in presidency when commending the progress that has been made in our province in regard to responding to the flood victims. Sifisa ukudlulisa amazwi enduduzo somlomo emndenini wakwaKhumalo eNanda odlulelwe isihlobo sawo engozini yemoto lapho sihambe ngemoto emgwaqeni obubekwe imigoqo evimba ukuba kuhambe izimoto kuwo. Sibhlungu ngalesi sigameko. Sihlaba ikhwelo-ke ukuthi imiphakathi ingasusi imigoqo phecelezi barricades that are placed in damaged roads to secure these facilities against human use. The removal of barricades, as we saw in Nanda, Tuzuma, and other areas, possesses a great danger and a threat to human life. We call upon government to do more to ensure roads, bridges, or buildings contain clear and steady marking signs to indicate the unsuitability of the facility for human use. We further also call upon the law enforcement agencies to act against those who tamper with these barricades and signs on the road, which lead to the cause of the incident that has taken place. Honorable Speaker and members of this House, we must commend on vote 3, commend the MEC, HOD, CFO, and the department for the vote 3 budget allocation, which among others caters for the configuration of its entity in Tingweti. Honorable members, it must be noted that the mammoth task of the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development is the creation of a radically transformed and inclusive agricultural sector responsible for the food security of this province. It is therefore pleasing to welcome the budget allocated to carry out this important responsibility and the plans to execute the mandate of vote 3. However, Chair, the worry and concern remains in place in their failure to fill a whopping 136 critical posts, which has a potential to render the vision and mission of the department unattainable. It must be highlighted to honorable members that 11% of the country's or 6.5 million South Africans are teetering on the food insecurity. A report suggested that most households, despite social assistance from the government, are unable to adequately meet the nutritional needs of children, with KwaZulu-Natal being one of the 2 provinces with the highest proportion of households that experience hunger. We therefore urge the department to work harder in changing this depressing picture in our province. We really congratulate them. We can see that they have improved if you look back in the other years. So we are saying they must keep up the good work and also improve where they haven't done well. On the vote, in terms of vote for Honorable Speaker, we are very pleased with the inroads in engaging with private business to promote KwaZulu-Natal as the place for business and development. We further elated with the joint transfer of 100 million to the KwaZulu-Natal Growth Fund by the department and the Office of the Premier for such a key and strategic initiative to accelerate a broad-based Black economic empowerment, job creation, and economic growth in the KwaZulu-Natal province. The department, however, quite notable is the failure to spend its KwaZulu-Natal Youth Empowerment Funds allocated budget in full since 2021. This should never be a case in a province that has an official unemployment rate of 33% as of the last quarter. Honorable Speaker, allow me to touch on a very critical matter pertaining to the Education Department, which is the National School Nutrition Program. It is worth noting that the Honorable Chief Whip, Honorable James Ngumalo, has articulated the ANC position in regards to this important matter earlier on the debate. However, I also want to fundamentally emphasize that as the African National Congress, we are very much concerned that some learners and schools are still confronted with this challenge. I want to remind this House that the nutrition, the NSNP is a project which was led by Madiba, our ANC president, and the first democratic president of our country, because the government that came before us did nothing to think about the children that were poor. So it's only the African National Congress that came up with this program. Other parties were in power since 1975 in our province to 2004. They did nothing. But this program came up with the African National Congress. This program targets learners in no-fee schools, understanding the socio-economic situation we face and promote healthy lifestyle. Therefore, we will not allow this program of the ANC-led government, which is part of the poverty alleviation program, to be sabotaged. We reaffirm the position of the African National Congress that all learners must eat in schools and call upon the Premier to work together with the MEC for education in dealing with the investigation. Our position is clear. We stand with the learners. We want answers from the department urgently, and the responsible people must be brought into books. This department has the lion's share of the provincial budget. This therefore makes it more important and the department to be at the forefront of scrutiny. I am therefore duty-bound to lament the recent challenges witnessed regarding the school nutrition contract debacle. Honorable Speaker, as the African National Congress, we really support this budget.
The next speaker for 3 minutes on behalf of the National Freedom Party is Honorable CM Shinga Nongengwa.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable members, guests, I greet you all. The National Freedom Party acknowledges the provincial budget allocation of 146.168 billion, of which the department submit to spend 146.041 billion and maintain the remainder of 126.8 million as a contingency reserve. However, taking into consideration the unanticipated events that have occurred in the previous 3 years from COVID-19, the July turmoil, the floods calamity that occurred last year. With that considered, the NFP urges an increase in our reserve funds. The contingency reserve ought not to be this low. The NFP welcomes the call to allocate 76% of the province's budget towards education and health in the 2023-2024 with the aim of assisting the two departments from the budget pressures that ascended from the budget cuts made in the previous budget processes. However, as members of this House, we will use extra caution and oversight to ensure that the funds allocated get utilized appropriately. Because in light of the fact KZN's track record of unauthorized and wasteful spending is inexcusable, with both education and health are a huge part of the problem. Honorable Speaker, the NFP is pleased to see an increase in the KZN conditional grants by 1.6 billion, 269.4 million and 1.4 billion over the 2023-2024 MTF. This will contribute immensely on job creation and the rehabilitation and repairs of schools and our roads damaged by the April floods. Infrastructure received 19.5 billion, 18.1 billion and 18.8 billion over MTF. The flooding calamity served as a stark reminder of the extent of the province's need for rebuilding and maintenance, as maintenance is essential to getting the most value out of an asset during its usable life. The province needs significant improvements from schools, clinics, hospital, roads, while we concentrate on enhancing the provision of fundamental services and sustaining infrastructure. Honorable Speaker, the 2.7 billion of monies owed to Eskom in this province is intolerable. We cannot resolve the energy crisis to end load shedding if we do not pay for our utilization of electricity. These monies must be paid in full. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The next member for 3 minutes is the Honorable S. Thakur Rajbansi for the minority front.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable members, the MF endorses the statements made and the resolution stated by the Honorable Chair of Finance on key intervention areas and transversal issues faced by all departments. Notwithstanding all the positives since our freedom in 1994, KZN now sees our people voicing frustration on light and water outages and tariff hikes. Our purpose, therefore, should be that we must subsidize people going off the grid. We must hold imbizos with stakeholders to plan on resolving the problems. Existing infrastructure is falling apart and those embarked on lack safety standards and also fall apart. Risk management needs budget allocations, Honorable Speaker. Road deaths are taking a huge toll on our economy and human resources. Where's the reports, Honorable MEC, on M&E? This Honorable House requires an executive statement from the Honorable MEC of Transport. There's no proper planning going on in KZN. Hence, the Minority Front calls for the dissolving of the KZN Planning Commission. Rather, the MF proposes that we must move towards policy think tanks, both public and private, to steer us forward. A report on flood damage home payments must be made by the Honorable Premier. EPWP should be phased out and replaced with permanent jobs in various departments for cleaning, gardening, and other technical services. This would make meaningful job creation and outcomes. The MF calls for housing lists to be initiated to assess housing needs and plan accordingly. The MF thanks all the community activists who have taken to guarding their communities due to high crime, also cleaning verges, etc., due to overgrown bushes. Yet we have underspending of conditional grants. This situation is shameful. E-management for accountability and revenue collection is vital. Rationalization of entities must happen now, and vacancies must be filled. The MF calls for the scrapping of the failed adopted Malaysian policies of affirmative action and triple BEE. And because we do have merit and we must harness all capabilities and capacities. Finally, honorable members, I believe that austerity measures in departments mean spending taxpayers' monies prudently. Hence, MECs who openly flout the PFMA and resolutions of the portfolio, finance, and SCOPA committees need immediate sacking. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Thakur. The next member for ATM is Honorable M.E. Phakathi for 3 minutes. I know that he was going to join late. According to the apology, I'm not sure whether he is in. I will call him for the second time. Honorable M.E. Phakathi of the ATM. For the last time, Honorable M.E. Phakathi, it means that the apology is still standing. He is yet to join. I will now call upon the Honorable for 11 minutes on behalf of the ANC, the Honorable Deputy Chairperson of Committees, the Honorable M.A. Zulu. Umalume kahlalo wozihlalo.
Unothula. Madam Speaker, honorable members, the Premier of the Province of KwaZulu-Natal, the leader of the LOGP, greetings. Madam Speaker, we have once again gathered here in this House with confidence which has been shown by masses of our country who still believe that ANC, the ruling party, will still govern this country. As those who have been given the responsibility, ours is to ensure that we will never disappoint our interested people to lead this country. And since the ANC has got to power, there are strides that have been made to ensure that the better life for all that has been entrenched in the Bill of Rights is ensured. This is seen in the back to basics approach, which has been adopted by the ruling party to ensure that communities get better services and develop our economy. Of course, this has not been easy as work continues to rectify the imbalances of the past. But we soldier on as many as such leaders, John Langat Dube and other leaders of the ANC who have ensured that they've sacrificed their freedom for us to enjoy the freedom we have today. Even though we will still struggle with inequality, unemployment, and poverty, we are confident that we will work together. We can overcome all those challenges that we have. The rich history of the ANC and our Bill of Rights have been the backbone of many programs within our government. It is therefore not have been easy, the best opportune moment for this debate to take place than in the month where we celebrate the life and commemorate the death of our brave soldier and freedom fighter who was sacrificed for the freedom of the country. There is Solomon Kalushin Mahlangu, a gallant leader who, among many freedom fighters, whose life was snuffed out by brutality of the white supremacist apartheid regime, where a racist judge, Theron, sentenced him to death for a crime he did not commit. And his appeal was turned down by the judge Ramon Leon, the father of the founder of the Tony Leon, a judge who was notoriously known as the hanging judge in the apartheid era. This is the history that defines the struggle of our existence and resistance. It is said that the children of apartheid architects say they want to lecture us about democracy. This is the nucleus and nature of white supremacy and white arrogance, at most all unrepentantness. Hence, in the month of April, we dedicate the budget and this debate to the life of Solomon Mathang and everyone who gave the life to the cause of freedom. Honorable members, in terms of the budget of the Office of the Premier, we wish to begin by congratulating the Office of the Premier for their dedication and the drive at ensuring that they deliver on time. We need to acknowledge that the role of the Office of the Premier is to coordinate to all departments. It is the responsibility to provide a strategic leadership and direction to provincial departments. This includes the direct policy and monitoring and evaluation. We trust that this budget will enable the OTP to add more resources, especially in the human resource and monitoring and evaluation. It is noted that with concern that, of course, there are a few unfilled critical posts. However, we are comforted that there is a work done to bridge this gap as some of the positions have been filled and whilst other unfilled posts have been advertised. We further wish to congratulate the OTP in their enforcement of consequence management. This is indeed a response to the call by President when he defined 2023 as the year of decisive action. And we are stepping in the right direction to fight corruption as the ANC. Looking into the Department of Health, we are happy that with the progress that has been made despite the challenges, especially in the budget constraints of the department. It is important that note that the departments have carried us through many pandemics and challenges facing HIV and AIDS, TB, and COVID-19. This department also has played a major critical role in our communities, especially those who are coming from rural areas and previously marginalized areas. Hence, it receives a lion's share in the provincial budget. We've also noted with numerous medical legal claims which persist within the department, despite the establishment of centers to address this challenge. Despite these challenges, we applaud the department for the work done that has been done currently, especially with the budget constraints and the reduction of two major grants, which has also put pressures on the department. Once there were no pressing issues in vote age, but we call upon department to respond to transversal issues, especially when it comes to the slow spending to some of the grants. Honourable members, in terms of the mandate of Vote 9, the rise of violent crimes in our communities is, of course, a worrying factor. The intimidation of the killing of community leaders who play an active role in fighting crime has declared war by criminals in our province. The security of our borders against border crime is of paramount, and the budget is required in addressing this crime. Not to mention the killing of Izinduna across the province. It is concerning the department has to address. We urge the Office of the Premier, therefore, to look and ensure that they close the gap of crime within the province. But we are happy that there are programs that the Premier has just explained during the SOPA. In terms of Vote 12, we also appreciate the budget of 11.5 billion, which was the pilot project to rampant carnage against Izinduna and Amakosi in the province. We once again call upon the Department of Culture, SAPS, and Com Safety to meet and ensure that there is a clear strategy in dealing with the matter of killings. In terms of Vote 12, it is notable that the department is yet to finalize its official organogram. This is, of course, impacting negatively in the departments, especially on the side of the filling of the post of CFO. It is, however, worth celebrating that
the department was able to budget properly with the implementation of 1.5% pay progression. It is worth noting that the department has also made a progress with the access to quarries issues with the traditional leadership. This will also accelerate the smooth graveling of our rural roads. Honorable members, despite the challenges in the fiscus, the reality that major countries' economies have slumped into a long-term recession since the Ukraine-Russia give ground to appreciate the right rope our department have to teeter on. We have confidence in the ability of the executive to provide a strategic direction and the officials' capacity in the driving the programs to benefit our people. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the ANC, I support the budget. Thank you.
We now call upon the Honorable Bishop S.E. Mangele on behalf of the ACDP for 3 minutes.
Greeting you, Madam Speaker, and the House at large, in the name of our Jesus Christ, after Good Friday. Speaker, we welcome the allocation of the significant proportion of the budget towards the provision of quality, furnishing, and adequate infrastructure, which is one of our recognized primary drivers for economic growth and development. However, it is crucial for us to acknowledge that there is a reality that the budget is being tabled in a difficult domestic and global economic environment. Among us, the prices of basic commodities have substantially increased. State entities are experiencing turbulent times, and load shedding have become more persistent and prolonged, which is negatively impacting on service delivery and threatening the survival of many businesses in KwaZulu-Natal. Speaker, in short, we need to do everything within our powers to resolve these issues troubling our people, and this includes ensuring that our budget channels are channels towards the provision of basic services and initiatives that will address or mitigate the challenges that are on hand. However, we should ensure that funds allocated are not lost through that enemy, which is called corruption. In the light of significant risk that our economy is facing, in our view, we need to prioritize our budget. More funds should be allocated towards the dealing with the effect of deadly flood relief, security, energy, and create capable services such as improving healthcare system, and finally towards skills development program. Speaker, odabeni lwabantu laba abalimala kuma-funds, ngiyazi ukuthi khona osekwenziwe, kodwa bengakuhle ukuthi uqikelele ukuthi kuyaqedelwa, ngoba uma kubezwa bekhala laba basele bekhuluma, uyuluza usizo ukuthi lungakanani. With it, Speaker, ACDP support the budget.
The next speaker for 4 minutes is the Honorable Francois A. Rogers Utwaha.
Yabulela Somlo Mama. Madam Speaker, I hear a lot from the ANC benches and the honourable members that the opposition are called naysayers here. The reality is we're realists and we raise issues, not as naysayers, but as realists. So I need to correct some of the information that was given here. Honourable CQ Madlope, my very good friend in finance, she's wrong about eThekwini and about eThekwini turning the situation around since the floods. it took intervention from national government for things to start happening in eThekwini. I want to also just remind you that just recently, if Honorable CQ tells us that all the bridges were repaired, what happened to the driver of the motorist at the bridge in Intezuma that died? That bridge was never fixed post the floods in April. I think what we also need to tell the people of the province is that eThekwini had to return 100 million rand to human settlements that they couldn't spend. But it doesn't end there. They then had to return 122 million rand for the urban renewal program, which they didn't spend. So to come here and grandstand and tell us how good eThekwini is misleading the people of KwaZulu-Natal. eThekwini is nothing more than a failed state under the ANC. Then there were also some wafty comments made about the NSNP program. And certainly, yes, it's a needed, much needed program. But surely you should be embarrassed that 5,400 schools for 1 week had no food. In fact, I read in the media that some of the schools had to close early because of the starving pupils. You cannot come here and grandstand and tell us what a wonderful initiative that you've got. And let's also not forget that during the COVID period, while the Western Cape continued feeding its children, this government in the province of KwaZulu-Natal had to be taken to court to feed the children. You didn't do it. The court had to instruct you to do it. So, Madam Speaker, we mustn't come here and play politics and grandstand. Give the people the reality. For 1 week, you never fed the children of this school, of this province, for 1 week. Yamazi khala, ukhala njalo, kothi yamazi nje. Uyamazi. Madam Speaker, let me end off by saying that nothing will change in this province under this ANC-led government. You have continually failed the people of this province. You continually do the same thing over and over again and expect a different outcome. And let me tell you, here's the reality. The voters are tired. Bakatela nje, bakatela makongolos. They're sick and tired of your empty promises, your empty rhetoric. Waza 2024, waza!
The next, I'm still getting used to the change the order paper. Manje, I'm looking at Honorable Sabisa when I'm seeing Honorable Kwala, then I remember that the order paper is changed. The next speaker, Honorable Rogers, you can't change the house to a rally. You can't. The next speaker is Honorable MP Kwala for 5 minutes on behalf of the IFP, the Chief Whip of the Opposition.
Honorable Speaker, Excellency, the Premier of our province, honorable members, the Standing Committee on Oversight is established in terms of Rule 154, 155, and 156 of the Standing Rules of the Legislature. Therefore, the IP notes the report the Honorable Chairperson of Starkov he represented to this House today. Section 118 of the Constitution mandates legislatures to ensure that the public participates in all legislative processes. As the IFP, we are concerned that the legislature is the lowest funded institution compared to other legislatures in the country. We therefore support the call that the legislature must continue to engage with provincial treasury to reach a consensus to ensure that more funding is allocated to the legislature as the legislature continues to experience pressures on ability to fund its mandate of oversight, lawmaking, and public involvement. Staff is an important asset for any organization, with most organizations spending significant amount of resources on staff hiring, management, and development. As the Honorable Chairperson stated, that the impact of the inadequate budget means that the legislature is still not able to employ more committee researchers to support committees and to undertake institutional research support. It is a well-known fact that the significant staff shortages in the KZN legislature risk having a serious impact on the legislature's capacity to fulfill its mandate. When there is a shortage of staff, the responsibilities and workloads of existing staff members increase, which lead to mistakes and other inefficiencies and negatively affect individual performance and ultimately organizational performance. The legislature, like any other organization, is expected to be in the forefront of job creation. If the legislature is not able to employ more staff, it is certainly contribute to unemployment, as there are many people who are unemployed. The job of an MPL is varied and often misunderstood. They participate in debates, process legislation, make appointments, conduct inquiries, and scrutinize government performance and budgets. MPLs also have responsibilities outside legislature, where they conduct investigations, oversight, do party work, consult with the public, and serve people in their constituency areas. The IFP believe that honorable members must be capacitated, but it is of grave concern that the legislature is not able to fully execute members' international empowerment and benchmarking programs due to financial constraint. Your young people in South Africa's political landscape, therefore, represent the largest demographic unit and political constituency, and effective participation of youth in politics is critical to democratic development, both in South Africa and general around the globe. The IFP believes that more still need to be done in addressing youth apathy on democratic elections. It is true that voter turnout tends to be significantly lower among youth than among the older population, but interpreting this as evidence of apathy ignores the structural and organizational obstacles to electoral participation many young people face. It also neglects to account for the distrust many young people feel toward traditional institutions of governance, a feeling of disconnection from a process that is not viewed as an effective tool for meaningful political engagement is not apathy. While the context around voter apathy will vary based on the domestic political economy and the power dynamics at play between the state elites and the electorate, there are general steps that can be taken to identify the root causes of this problem and find solutions to addressing it. There is a need for voter education, not just on who to vote for, but also why to engage in political processes at all. I thank you, Speaker. Yes.
The next member for 11 minutes on behalf of the ANC is the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, the Honorable M. Gavenda.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I must at the outset apologize for not being physically present. Unfortunately, I have an injury which precludes this. Honorable Speaker, we meet to debate the KZN 2023 budget in a month of memorable events. It is 10 years since the death of President Nelson Mandela, 30 years since the death of Oliver Reginald Tambo, the ANC's longest-serving president, who was a great statesman and commander-in-chief of Umkhonto weSizwe. It is now 30 years since Thembisile Chris Hani was murdered by Janus Valush, ironically, after the dawn of freedom in South Africa, and even more ironically, after having survived several assassination attempts by the forces of apartheid. Comrade Chris's death was a real loss to our country, with important questions about the orchestrators of the murder remaining unanswered. However, the values and principles espoused by Comrade Chris Hani live on, and we must all step up to the plate and continue the struggle for which he sacrificed his life, no more and no less. Honorable Speaker, it is in this context that I will take issue with some of the statements made by the opposition about the African National Congress. The fact of the matter is that the African National Congress, which leads this government, has accomplished a lot to better the lives of people in South Africa. We, as the African National Congress, want to also acknowledge that we are not perfect, that we have made many mistakes, but that these mistakes have been recognized by the organization and are in the process of being corrected. And this is why, for the edification of members who are not aware of it, the ANC is on a serious program of renewal, and it is yielding fruit. And this is why, by the way, Honorable Speaker, the ANC still remains the party that garners the most votes in this country, regardless of what the opposition would like to believe. Honorable Speaker, globally, things are not good. According to the World Bank's January 2023 report, global growth is projected to slow to its third weakest pace in nearly 3 decades. And investment growth in emerging market and developing economies is predicted to remain below the average rate of the past 2 decades. Small states are especially vulnerable to shocks that could push the global economy into recession, and this is because they rely on external trade and financing, elevated debt, and are susceptible to natural disasters. So the crisis facing development is intensifying. Restoring progress will be especially difficult where poverty rates are highest. Weak structural growth and the COVID-19 pandemic have exacerbated socio-economic challenges in South Africa. Whilst we have recovered our pre-pandemic GDP, we have not done so with the employment levels. And as at the end of 2022, there were close to 500,000 fewer jobs. The OECD's August 2022 Economic Survey of South Africa indicates that our growth underperformed during the past decade. However, unemployment remains high at around 35%, with youth unemployment exceedingly high, whilst our spending pressures are mounting due to the financing gap in health infrastructure and higher education. So to finance those needs, while putting finances on a more sustainable path, the key is to restore confidence. Spending efficiency must improve, and it has to be accompanied with increased government tax revenues. So the survey says that while there can be a strong recovery, there are several of these risks that remain. In terms of KwaZulu-Natal, we are the second largest economy in the country. We contribute some 16% towards the country's GDP. And it is against this backdrop that the Honorable MEC for Finance has presented the provincial budget. It is a daunting task, but one which all of us will have to deal with. We can't sit back and complain and criticize. We also have to come up with solutions, because this is our collective problem. We all sit here in this legislature representing different constituencies, but all of them expect us to do something. Honorable Speaker, the Finance Portfolio Committee met with provincial departments and entities, and we looked at their previous year's spending patterns as well as their projections for the 23-24 financial year. In terms of Vote 10, the committee identified the following issues that require the attention of the department. The first one is that the department's organogram has to be finalized, because there are critical vacant posts that need to be filled in order for it to fulfill its mandate. On the issue of vacant posts, Honourable Speaker, I am obliged to draw the attention of this House to the fact that there are far too many vacant posts, as has been said, and this has the effect of weakening service delivery. So we want to underscore this issue of the filling of vacant posts. But in this regard, Honourable Speaker, we must also say that we welcome the plans to fill these posts and the timeframes that various departments have presented to the Portfolio Committee. As the ANC, we are saying we are holding you to this. Honourable Speaker, we also have to say that this underspending of budgets, drawing from things like compensation of employees, etc., actually causes a problem in the sense that we cannot cry out that the province is underfunded whilst not spending the funds that we have. We are not saying that there should be fiscal dumping, but we are saying that there has to be proper planning, systems must be in place, and departments must be proactive so that when the funds are received, they are put to good use. We also believe that the generation of revenue and the collection of revenue by departments is not taking place as it should, and we urge them to meet their revenue collection targets so that they can help to boost the provincial revenue fund. We also want to urge that the finalization of the rationalization of entities be done as soon as possible, because these are creating blockages in terms of filling of vacant critical posts such as CEO and CFO, where we have people acting for long periods of time. We also want to raise the point, Honourable Speaker, that the Department of Public Works is in some regard contributing to the under-expenditure of departments by not processing invoices and tenders for infrastructure work in good time, resulting in departments not being able to pay because they are not being billed. We're concerned about conditional grants being underspent because we know that this will result in the reduction of future allocations to the province. So we're calling on accounting officers to ensure that these grants are fully spent, but on the purposes for which they have been appropriated. Honourable Speaker, we also want to point out and welcome the fact that amidst all this doom and gloom that we hear from colleagues, and it is a bleak scenario, but there is light at the end of the tunnel. We welcome the allocation of the 631 million to cover the long-awaited Izinduna back pay, and I'm certain that the Honourable MEC for Kokta is breathing multiple sighs of relief in this regard. But we want a rigorous process to be followed in paying out the money so that those who qualify get it, those who have passed on but qualified are also included. In terms of Department of Social Development, Honourable Speaker, it is the ECD function that troubles us. This was transferred to the Department of Education, but we now see that there has to be a rollover of 38 million of funds allocated to ECD because the Department of Social Development did not furnish the Department of Education with a list of qualifying beneficiaries whereby payments could be made. In terms of the Department of Public Works, it is the custodian of the Provincial Asset Register and the manager of provincial assets. So when we see that the property rates allocation for 23-24 has been reduced by over 500,000, we are concerned. And we would like an explanation for this. What we do not want to see are newspaper headlines saying provincial departments are not paying their rates. Honourable Speaker, we are, like others, concerned about the reduction in the EPWP grant for provinces, because the intention of this from the ANC-led government is that jobs should be created for unemployed youth and the opportunity given to them to develop some skills. So we want an explanation about why there is this drop. We also want to welcome the bold initiatives that the Premier, Honourable Dube Ngube, announced to enhance job creation and combat crime in the province, and the 20 million that each provincial department has to contribute towards this. What we would like to see is departments reporting on where they are going to draw these funds from. We don't want this program of the Premier's to be killed before it even takes off. Honourable Speaker, we also know that each provincial department had set aside 2 million towards implementing the district development model, but we can see that the spending of these funds has not been taken place as it should, and we are saying that departments must project to spend at least 50% of their DDM allocation by the middle of the financial year, so that this money can be put to good use to strengthen service delivery in the local government sphere. Honourable Speaker, our other concern is that we don't believe that we should carry on spending money on new infrastructure when in fact the existing infrastructure we had can continue to be used provided that we maintain it. And that is why we are not happy that many departments are not adhering to setting aside the mandatory 5% of their budget for maintenance. We urge portfolio committees to sit on their cases to ensure that these funds are set aside so that provincial buildings and assets can be maintained.
Thank you.
And thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. We support this.
Honourable members, we now call upon the member of the Executive Council responsible for finance to respond to all of you in 20 minutes, the Honourable MP Nkonyeni.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. All right, let me start off by appreciating all colleagues who actually participated in this budget debate, general budget debate. And let me also thank the Portfolio Committee, which is led by Honourable Nkosi, for supporting the debate and facilitating all processes that had to do with engaging all government departments and state-owned entities. Indeed, we are also concerned about the slow spending that is attributed to filling in of vacant posts. But when we're engaging with the Portfolio Committee, we did indicate the reasons for the low expenditure when it comes to filling in of vacancies. Like, for instance, in our case, we are facing a situation whereby there is a lot of poaching by other state entities like your SARS and many other state entities of our very capable officials from Treasury who have been trained properly by the provincial Treasury in particular. So, but we will keep on engaging our colleagues so that those vacancies could be filled promptly so. With regards to the rationalization project, Honourable Speaker and honourable members, we wish to indicate that the technical team has actually met, and we will be receiving a report because we need to reignite the processes of ensuring that we are rationalizing in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. So the executive committee will be playing that role of overseeing that rationalization process so that it can also be fast-tracked. With regards to the reduction of EPWP grant, we will await the National Treasury's feedback on the business plans and bills so that we may also have a better understanding on which departments and why have they actually received a reduction with regards to their allocation. And we do acknowledge the fact that regarding our provincial own revenue collection, the departments do project on how much are they going to collect, but sometimes it becomes difficult for them to fulfill their projection. So we will also monitor what is obtaining there in various government departments, especially the Department of Transport, when it comes to the licensing unit, because that is where we really rely upon most of the time. We will continuously improve on our oversight role as the finance department in ensuring that all government departments are actually spending all their allocated budgets. We are also mindful of the fact that most businesses were affected by COVID-19 pandemic. They were also affected by July unrest. They were also affected by the flooding that actually happened in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. With regards to the provincial legislature, Mabedla, your request, which was mentioned or presented through Honorable Starkov, the Honorable Olu. Yes, firstly, we need to acknowledge the fact that we have allocated some amount of money actually it's a huge amount of money to the provincial legislature of KwaZulu-Natal, which was an allocation of 100 million rands. Definitely, we will consider your request through the adjustment budgets, that of ensuring that you continue as the provincial legislature to strengthen democracy and also enhance the performance of the provincial legislature with regards to voter education. You need to do that in order to fight against voter apathy. We understand that very well. Hence, we are saying through the coffers of the provincial government, we will ensure that that allocation is made during the adjustment budget processes. Honorable Zwide, thank you very much. Zwide, thank you very much for supporting the budget. Indeed, most of what we obtain from the National Treasury goes to social services departments like your Department of Health, Department of Education, Department of Social Development. There is no balance when it comes to looking at both the social sectors and the economic sectors. We are hoping that in outer years, perhaps we will also improve with regards to budgets allocated to economic sectors, because that is what we need. But thank you very much for supporting the budget. With regards to what Honorable Hlabisa Bulawayo, I am one of those members of this provincial legislature who was quite fortunate to have served during the period when the IFP was actually leading in this province. I can still vividly recall that it was very difficult for your members who used to be the MECs here when we were sitting that side, even to respond to simple questions that were posed by us as the opposition. Simple questions. You know, may their souls rest in peace. Ukhona nje omunye ubaba wayethi, ngithi ubaba ke wayemdala, wayevela athi inanjinga, oh inandingana, oh ilokhuza, oh inandingana, agcine kanjalo. You have posed a question, you know. You have posed a question athi inandinga, you know. So they were seriously refusing to respond to our questions. And I must also indicate that I am a beneficiary of a lift that was used by one member of the IFP, Ubaba Umtshali. A lift that goes to his office. Nami ngihamba ngedwa nje vo. Ungeza uzobona Bulawayo. Mangiye officeini lami lapha eProvincial Treasury. Ingibeka phakathi office lo lift. It happened during your time as the IFP. Wasn't that a wasteful expenditure? by one man, a man who used to ride alone to Ulundi provincial legislature precincts, alone. Ibhanoyi lonke lihamba indoda eyodwa nje, you know. Lonke lisuke eMaritzburg liye eLundi, ihamba nje liqukuza nje indoda eyodwa nje, isipukuquku nje, you know. So you can't tell us today, you can't tell us that you are the authentic leadership, you know, of whatever political party. But I do respect all what you raised with regards to under expenditure and with regards to many other issues that you have raised. You know, there is a difference between surrendering finances and under expenditure. Sometimes the government departments have to surrender in order for us to avoid the overdraft. Surrender, is it okay? Because we are now going for an overdraft, this department is surrendering this amount. This department is also surrendering this amount. We have effectively and efficiently managed to avoid the overdraft that was about to occur. So some may criticize, but we know what we are doing as the Provincial Executive Council. With regards to what was raised by Honorable Ngobane Ngobane, no. Okay, we do acknowledge what you raised, Honorable Member. Of course, you are still going to learn about what is obtaining here. We will also listen to you and adhere to only that which makes a lot of sense. With regards to Honorable Madlopa, siyabonga kakhulu sis by acknowledging the fact that this Provincial Executive Council has actually done wonders when it comes to responding to the plight of our people in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. And of course, it is true that the NSNP, National School Nutrition Program, was introduced by the African National Congress because it is only the ANC that understands the plight of the poor people in this province. There is no other political party except the African National Congress. So thank you very much for raising all that. But we also do acknowledge our shortcomings as the Provincial Executive Council, and the Premier will elaborate on many other issues that you actually raised. But thank you very much for encouraging us. It is not easy because of all what we have mentioned, the flooding in the province, the July unrest, and many other challenges. To Honorable Rogers, of course, we expected you to be as negative as you have been. You are failing even to appreciate all the positives that this provincial government have actually embarked upon. Like the back pay of Izinduna. You need to appreciate that because it's only this ANC-led government that has actually done that. We inherited Izinduna from other political parties, and no one has ever even thought of the fact that they are doing excellent job with regards to providing services at a local, at a village level. But this ANC-led government is the only political party that is actually acknowledged that you must learn to appreciate where we have done better. And sibonge kakhulu kumkhaya ushinga ushiloke emkhaya ukuthi ukhathazekile kakhulu nge-contingency reserve. Yes, nathi sikhathazekile emkhaya. Siyazi sizozama ke ukuthi siphendule kahle sibheke ukuthi where can we save and try to find some money during the adjustment budgets and look at other savings. With regards to Honorable Rajbansi, yes, we cannot falter when it comes to spending on conditional grants. They come with conditions, Honorable Rajbansi, as you are quite aware of that. And we will ensure that we play our oversight role as the provincial treasurer in ensuring that all government departments do spend what has been allocated on them. And we can't lose even a cent because of the unemployment rate that is quite high in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. So we'll pay attention to that and monitor the spending by all government departments. Makeba, mntwana waseyibindini, we wish to also acknowledge the fact that we are dealing with the issue of medical legal claims, as the Honorable MEC Smelane has always indicated that the department is intervening with regards to that. Of course, some lawyers have become unscrupulous when it comes to that. They are milking the department for their own benefit. They want to maximize what is getting into their kitty, acting as if they are assisting our people. That is wrong. It's unacceptable. But we are intervening, as the Honorable MEC will also elaborate on that issue when she presents her budget speech. To Honorable Manele,
laba abantwana bekufunda umsebenzi bawenze wa joint. Hey mina ngiyazi le aze ngitshele.
Ubani ke lo?
Oh, honorable, you hold the time. You hold the time. You hold the time. Honorable whips of parties, you remain responsible for the discipline of your members, regardless. You are not a whip, Honorable Kaul. You remain responsible for the discipline of your members, regardless of whether they are connected virtually or not. I implore you, Honorable Whips, do not let that be taken by any person. Those, even the one that Honorable Kuala speaks whilst we are speaking to you, is still your responsibility. Thank you. You may continue. Sincere apologies, Honorable MEC.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Manele, thank you very much for supporting the budget. Of course, we'll continuously enhance our capacity as provincial treasury with respect to ensuring that we play our oversight on financial management by all government departments. Umpephetho Honorable Gwala, ubukhulumela nawe kakhulu. I suppose you are a member of STACOF as well. You were raising issues with regards to underfunding of the provincial legislature. I think I have already responded to that. We are with you when it comes to ensuring that you empower this institution, because it's a very, very important institution as well. Honorable Governor, yes, we do acknowledge that the global economic outlook does not look good as well. So it is affecting us as the Provincial Executive Council and as the province of KwaZulu-Natal. And what is peculiar with us is the fact that we were also negatively impacted upon by the July unrest and also by the flooding that has happened in the province. No other country and very few provinces have actually been affected, but by what has impacted upon in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. So when we compare the performance of other provinces, we should ensure that we compare apples with apples. Asikwazi ukufanisa izinto ezingafani. As the provincial treasury, we go around the entire province doing road shows. I wish honorable members could also join us because I have seen a number of young people who have exhibited their businesses, their products, after having benefited from Operation Vula in this province of KwaZulu-Natal. It's our own project, Operation Vula, and they have benefited. They are very proud of the province of KwaZulu-Natal government because now they can be called, they can be referred to as entrepreneurs because of the support that they are enjoying from this province of KwaZulu-Natal, from this government in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. So it is not that bleak, it is not that doom and gloom. The Premier, together with the Provincial Executive Council members, are doing their best in ensuring that poor people of the province of KwaZulu-Natal are actually benefiting from the finances, from the budget that is allocated in order to benefit them. Thank you very much, Honorable.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable MEC, and to all honorable members, especially those that were participating in the debate. Thank you to all of you. Honorable members, we have now come to the end of the general budget debate, and the House now needs to vote on the finance and stakeholder reports. We will deal with both in turn, starting with the Finance Committee report. As per the request to the Finance Portfolio Committee, I now put the question to the House, which is as follows. The KwaZulu-Natal Legislature agrees to adopt the report of the Finance Committee. As I indicated prior to the start of the debate, I will now go party by party to obtain the vote and thereafter check if any member wishes to record an individual vote. I will start with Inkatha Freedom Party. Honorable members, I think honorable members have now forgotten the drill. Now I will be there for honorable members be forced or compelled to call for the secretary to bring members back to the House. Because if ndizobona ama-whips, ndibona i-whip ye-minority ne-official opposition zingena during the, because you can't. Yeah, let's officially ring the bell so that those that are inside the House are in the House. Honorable Secretary, may I allow you the 5 minutes of the bell? And also allow whips to ensure that those that are connected virtually. I know that the majority of the members of the Economic Freedom Fighters are on the virtual platform. Only 2 members are in the House. And the rest of the other parties have some of their members that are on the virtual platform. I'm allowing you to ring the bell, Secretary, so that we close the doors. I Kalina namhlanje mandaba. You're not going to go this way when we are ringing the bells. No. We're not going this way when we're ringing the bells. We're not going this way when we're ringing the bells. Thank you. Honorable Senior, Honorable Kwala, and Honorable Ngumalo. Honorable Shinga is telling you that yena kanankinga i-NFP iphelele. Honorable Mangale, Honorable Shinga doesn't share your stress yena uphelele. Do remember, honorable members, once the bell stops, no member that is outside will be allowed inside. Including online, because we're monitoring that place as well. IT does. IT does. We're too advanced. Mr. Zulu knows how to do that. You accept, remember? We accept you. He will not accept. Thank you.
And 14 that shouldn't.
Thank you, honorable members. Now we will appreciate if all members take their seats. We have 73 members, 59 are present physically in the House, and 14 are present virtually in the House. We will now start the voting. As we have read that we will deal with both in turn, starting with the Finance Committee report. As per the request of the Finance Portfolio Committee, I now put the question to the House, which is as follows. The KwaZulu-Natal Legislature agrees to adopt the report of the Finance Committee. As I indicated prior to the start of the debate, I will now go party by party to obtain the vote and thereafter check if any member wishes to record an individual vote. I will start with Inkatha Freedom Party.
Honorable Speaker, we support the vote.
Democratic Alliance.
Thank you, Speaker. The Democratic Alliance, being a very progressive organization, supports the report.
Economic Freedom Fighters.
Ngiyabonga Speaker, njengoba seshiwo vele ukuthi ngisamusha so ngisazofunda okuningi. I-EFF iyasupport. Thank you.
National Freedom Party. I could not get the National Freedom Party vote because she was ladylike and the members were a bit higher.
Honorable Speaker, the National Freedom Party supports the budget.
Minority Front.
Honorable Speaker, the Minority Front supports the budget. The report.
Where is the Minority Front? I can't see the Minority Front. Oh.
Honorable Speaker, the Minority Front supports the report. Thank you.
The African Christian Democratic Party.
Madam Speaker, ACDP also support the budget.
African Transformation Movement.
Madam Speaker, the ATM supports the budget. Thank you.
African National Congress.
Honorable Speaker, the African National Congress supports the report on the budget.
Members, I now have the votes of all parties for the Finance Portfolio Committee report. Is there any member who wishes to express an individual vote that is different from their party vote or to abstain? I will start with members here in the House. Is there any member who wants to vote differently to their parties? I will go to members on the virtual platform. Is there a member from the virtual platform that wishes to vote different to their parties? Secretary, is there any? Honorable who? Oh, okay. So the hand of Honorable Twala is now down. Okay. So seeing that there is none, Secretary, may I kindly have the tally of the votes? Those in favor?
Madam Speaker, votes in favor 72. Votes against no, abstentions no. The Speaker has a cast.
I have 73 members in the House, Honorable.
Speaker does not have a vote.
Oh, okay, 72. Okay. Honorable members, I therefore formally declare the results of the vote as follows. Votes in favor is 72, votes against is nil, and abstention is nil. The ayes have it. I will now move to voting on the Standing Committee on Oversight report. As per the request of the Standing Committee on Oversight, I now put the question to the House, which is as follows. The KwaZulu-Natal Legislature agrees to adopt the report of the Standing Committee on Oversight. As I indicated prior to the start of the debate, I will now go party by party to obtain the vote and thereafter check if any member wishes to record an individual vote. Inkatha Freedom Party.
Honorable Speaker, the IFP supports.
The DA.
Madam Speaker, the Democratic Alliance supports.
The EFF. Betha ngale ndawo ngiyeke uzipho luza kulibazisa betha nganyama straight mdu.
Thank you, Speaker. The EFF supports.
The NFP.
Honorable Speaker, the National Freedom Party rise to support the Starkov report and budget. Thank you.
The MF.
Honorable Speaker, the MF supports the report.
MF. You were not there when we were speaking. We want to see
Honorable,
you.
Can you see me now, Honorable
Yes,
Speaker?
yes.
Honorable Speaker, the Minority Front supports the Starkov report and budget. Thank you.
The ACDP.
ACDP does support.
The ATM.
Honorable Speaker, the ATM supports the report.
The ANC.
Honorable Speaker, the African National Congress supports the reports.
Members, I have the votes of all parties. Is there any member who wishes to express an individual vote that is different from their party vote or to abstain? I will start with members on the virtual platform. Virtual platform, is there any member, secretary, that wants to vote differently? There is none. At those that are physically in the chamber, is there any member? Seeing that there is none, may we have the tally, Secretary?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The votes in favor, 72. Votes against, no. Abstentions, no. And the Speaker has a casting vote. Thank you.
Honorable members, I therefore formally declare the result of the vote on the report of the Standing Committee on Oversight as follows. Those in favor is 72, against 0, abstentions 0. The ayes have it. And that brings us to the end on the item on the order paper concerning the general budget debate. Honorable members, we have now come to the end of the general budget debate. As per the budget sitting program, we'll now be proceeding to the Committee of the Whole House, wherein we will deal with budget debates of vote 1, which is the budget vote of the Office of the Premier, which will take us through to lunch. After lunch, we will deal with vote 4, which is the vote on economic development, tourism, and environmental affairs, which will take us to the end of the day today. As you are aware, honorable members, from tomorrow, Wednesday, the 19th of April, 2023, till Thursday, the 20th of April, 2023, budget votes will be processed through extended committees of the House in 2 separate debates, which will be taking place at the same time. However, on Friday, the 21st of April, 2023, the 2 budget votes that would be the last ones would be processed here at the chamber, and that will be followed by voting by the House on the KwaZulu-Natal Appropriation Bill 2023. The chairing of the debates will be undertaken by various chairpersons as per the roster, as assigned by the chairperson of committees, Honorable HGS Mavimbela. The House, therefore, will adjourn immediately when we finish here until Friday when we start the voting. But when the House adjourns and gets converted to the committee of the House, before the Premier starts, we will have some few minutes to allow the technical changing over, because there is the physical changing over of the presiding officers, but there is also the technical changing over to allow for everything that is technologically in line with our promise of e-parliament at the beginning of the term of the sixth term in 2019. Honorable members, we leave you in the capable hands of Honorable HGS Mavimbela and Honorable M.A. Zulu and the panel of presiding officers. The House is adjourned until the 21st of April, 2023 at 10 minutes to 3 p.m.
This budget debate is conducted through hybrid means and in normal standing rules of the legislature will apply to the debate. Before we proceed to the budget debate, I must reiterate the ruling of the Speaker, which relates to connectivity problems. The Speaker has ruled that following measures will be adopted to try and assist members who may not be able to participate in a debate due to connectivity challenges. If a member has a problem with connectivity and is unable to deliver his or her speech, the presiding officer will call the next speaker on the speaker's list so as not to delay the proceedings. If the member regains connectivity before a response to the debate has commenced, the presiding officer will be flexible and allow the affected member to deliver his or her speech, with the proviso that the member connects to the sitting prior to the commencement of the response to the debate. Secondly, we request that a member who is scheduled to participate in a debate should arrange for a fellow party member to be on standby to read the member's speech into the record should the need arise. The presiding officer will allow a fellow party member to read out the speech on behalf of the member who is unable to deliver his or her own speech. If all the intervention fail and a member is still unable to deliver his or her speech and has not managed to arrange for a fellow party member or a whip to deliver the speech on his or her behalf, that speech will unfortunately not form part of the official record of proceedings. In short, if members have connectivity problems, the presiding officers will follow the above guidance to try and assist them. We trust that is in order. Lastly, members who are not actively part of the debate are reminded to mute their microphones and switch off their cameras at all times. Also, members are requested to take all reasonable measures to reduce any background noises that may interfere with the broadcasting of the proceedings. Honorable members, I also wish to confirm that the budget report 2023-2024 of the Office of the Premier has been tabled in terms of the standing rules. We will now proceed with the matters on the agenda, being debate on vote 1. Now, let me call upon our Honorable Speaker, our Honorable Premier, Honorable N. Dube with 45 minutes to present her budget speech. So again.
Ngihambisiwa njalo ngisaphefumula. Ngisaphefumula nje ningilinde nje kahle. Ngiqale ngiphefumule. Owakwethu wena. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Nontembeko Boyce, Deputy Speaker, Honorable Mthembu, Leader of Government Business, Mtombeni, my colleagues, MECs, and other members of the Provincial Executive, honorable members of the Provincial Legislature, members of the traditional leadership, amakhosi asendlunkulu, kanye noholo usihlalo wendlu yobuholi bomdabu and Khoisan, KwaZulu-Natal. We also wish to acknowledge the business members, diplomatic corps, Director General leading the whole cohort of officials, the people of KwaZulu-Natal, members, distinguished guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. I am honored to stand before this esteemed House to present budget of Vote 1, the Office of the Premier for the 23-24 financial year. Delivering his speech in the Nobel Peace Prize in December 1993, President Nelson Mandela described the global audience the ideal of a free South Africa, for which he and many others had suffered for this country to be free. Madiba said, and I quote, "Thus shall we live because we live because we have created a society which recognizes that all people are born equal, with each entitled in equal measure to life, liberty, prosperity, human rights, and good governance. The children must at last play in the open field, no longer tortured by the pangs of hunger or ravaged by disease or threatened by the scourge of ignorance, molestation, and abuse, and no longer required to engage in deeds whose gravity exceeds the demands of their tender years. It is these ideals, as enunciated by Madiba and the principles emanating from our Constitution, that state that we continue to guide our daily work as we strive to make our democracy a reality for all citizens, as expressed through their lives getting better every day. Madam Speaker, Chairperson, we present this budget vote fully conscious that we must and we are going to be able to work with our communities. And in celebrating the coming years, we are approaching the 29 years of our freedom this financial year on the 27th of April. And in about 13 months' time, our country will go to the polls, thus marking the end of the 6th administration and the beginning of the 7th administration. We thus find ourselves standing at the pivotal point in history, leading our province into the historic 30 years since the attainment of democracy, order by implications. Such is a process that provides the benefits of a rearview mirror into the past and adds agency in the pace of delivery and injects a clearer sense of what needs to be done today to transform the lives of the majority of our people and in the future. This month will also commemorate the passing of our struggle icon, Chris Thembisile Hani, relentless fighter, unwavering and daring revolutionary. We draw inspiration from Comrade Hani's never die spirit as we continue to draw strength and determination to run the race to deliver on the commitments of the Freedom Charter. Comrade Hani paid the ultimate sacrifice, and we are reminded as this generation that our freedom was not free. We also remember Solomon Kalushi Mahlangu, who was executed by hanging by the apartheid government on the 6th of April, and whose defiance propelled resistance to the regime when he said, "My blood will nourish the tree that will bear the fruits of freedom. Tell my people that I love them." Madam Speaker, Chairperson, we are on certain march to rebuild our province from the triple tragedies of the year 2022. We have seen more agency being exerted in the reconstruction process, employment creation, growing of the economy, and delivering quality of service to our citizens. In February, we delivered the State of the Province address and declared that decisive action and hope must be our anchor as we rise to leave behind the challenges of floods, the lagging negative effects of COVID-19, and challenging economic environment. During our address, we undertook to act decisively in implementing our program of action with the aim of transforming the lives of our people of KwaZulu-Natal into a better life. We outlined programs to be rolled out in the province, provincial-wide, and across municipalities in order to address the urgent challenges of our time, principal amongst which a sustained inclusive economic growth, inequality, poverty, and unemployment. The budget vote of this week that will be delivered by my colleagues builds on the hopeful and decisive actions we announced in February. It provides the opportunity for next few days for the provincial departments to present to the nation and to our people of the province the financial resources that will be allocated to the programs to implement over the 2023-24 financial year, and as a further commitment to bettering the lives of our people of KwaZulu-Natal. This budget vote one has a direct line of sight from the State of the Nation address that was delivered by our President, His Excellency, President Ramaphosa, in his State of the Nation address, but also the SOPA that we presented, honorable members, but also the budget speech by MEC Treasury, Honorable Peking Konyeni, and the departments that will be presenting their votes being unveiled here this week. The mandate of the office, honorable members, is that it is a center within the provincial government that has repositioned itself to drive the priority areas as announced in the State of the Nation address by our presidency. We therefore draw our implementation plans based on the budget that will be presented by MECs in ensuring that we address the matters of service delivery, we address the matters of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. The Office of the Premier supports the government in carrying out its constitutional mandate through enhancing good and cooperative governance within the province in order to ensure that effective stakeholder public participation and engagement, communication, enhancing performance management in all our departments, and accountability through monitoring and evaluation, and the coordinating of all the provincial programs. Honorable members, we also in this budget reflect on the programs that ensures that the rights of our communities, women, youth, and people that are disabled are also on the apex in the administration of this province. We have an obligation to steer the province in the right direction, ensuring that we satisfy the myriad of service delivery needs of our fellow citizens. To this effect, the Office of the Premier is paying attention to the strengthening capacity of planning across departments and elevating the priority of monitoring and evaluation. We are also clear that the major shortcomings of the state in the implementation of its own programs is one area that we need to focus on. And in meeting those targets, the value for money is also something that we need to achieve. We commit, therefore, that this administration that promotes accountability, we are accountable to the people of KwaZulu-Natal as well as to this legislature. Thus, we do by building a source of service delivery that is increasingly capable, ever more professional, and in response to the needs of the citizens as guided by the Strategic Plan 2024 and the Annual Performance Plan of 2023, and all the plans drawn from upon the National Development Plan 2030 and the Provincial Growth and Development Plan 2030. And in line with our budget 2023, we focus on the realization of government's priorities as identified in the State of the Province address. Thus, we look at the economic transformation and job creation, education, skills and health, consolidating social wage through reliable quality services, spatial integration, human settlements, and local government. We also look at social cohesion, safer communities, a capable and developmental state, a better Africa and the world. Honorable members, it is this latest Africa microeconomic performance. The Outlook report looks at how our African countries are developing. Also, the African Development Bank group projects also look at the next 2 years in the continent and how we have outperformed the rest of the world in the economic growth that has been a real growth, even in our own domestic gross domestic products, averaging around 4% in 2023 and 2024. This is higher than projected globally average of 2.7 and 3.2. The report also places amongst the 10 fastest growing economies in Africa, countries such as Rwanda, that is growing at the percentage that you can see there, Cote d'Ivoire, Benin, Ethiopia, Tanzania, and other African countries as projected to grow more than 5.5%. The Democratic Republic of Congo is growing at 6.8%, Gambia at 6.4, Mozambique at 6.5, Niger at 9.6, Senegal, Togo. As you can see that in the 2019 declaration, the United Nations said, and I want to quote from what the United Nations said. It said the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development promises to leave no one behind and reaching the furthest behind first ahead of this budget. That is why, honorable members, we are saying this budget, this government that is led by the African Congress is not going to leave anybody behind. Ahead of this budget vote in February 2023, Stat SA released the fourth quarter estimate of the quarterly labor force survey, which reveals that the unemployment rate in South Africa has eased to its lowest nearly 2 years. And this is the statistics that honorable members can look for themselves so that when you come here to debate, you know what we are talking about. This, despite the economic disruptions caused by the acute load shedding that worsened during the last quarter of 2022. The Stat SA data also points to the decline of the unemployment from 32.9 to 32.7 in the fourth quarter of 2022, which is the lowest since 2021. While the overall quarterly labor force survey reveals that in the 3 months to December 22, the total number of persons employed increased by 15.9 million nationally. Much work remains to be done before we can claim that we have be able to tame the shrewd and concerned the bull in terms of the unemployment. Honorable members, KwaZulu-Natal government is working hard to reposition itself as a catalyst to Africa's economic growth and investing in strategies that will use our comparative advantages like the ports, the tourism attractions, access to oceans, and the resourceful of our fellow citizens to drive the economic growth. And I know that my colleague, Honorable Mtombeni, will elaborate more in terms of how we are looking as a province, but also what is it that we are doing to be able to reach this apex. The Office of the Premier is rolling out plans to fashion our African economic growth miracle and to become a province rising to defy all factors militating against our success. In fulfilling those tasks, the Office of the Premier is moving away from a mere compliance and ticking off the box to assessing the real impact of the service delivery on identified indexes to be determined if there is any measurable improvement in the lives of our people. And this is what we've committed ourselves as this cabinet members. Thus, through the investments in the digital monitoring and evaluation system, the department will work in ensuring that we establish the development impact of the government policies, plans, and programs. The system will also track the National Development Plan, the Provincial Growth and Development Strategy, and ensure that all of these are translated to effective service delivery programs at the provincial, district level, and even at the local level. Working with Stat SA, the Office of the Premier is procuring services of the statistician to improve the role of research, data collection, and analysis of these data in our province. We have also ensured that we have a memorandum of understanding with tertiary institutions who are part of the Human Resource Development Council to strengthen capacity of 50 formerly unemployed graduates who are now employed in various areas within the Office of the Premier. When we look at how we've moved, honorable members, on the floods, this month marks a year since the devastating floods that struck our province, causing immeasurable devastation in its wake. We feel the pain of families that have lost their loved one. Sithi kubantu bakithi abalahlekelwa zihlobo zabo sikanye nabo emthandazweni. Kodwa siyaqonda futhi ubuhlungu abahleli nabo ukuthi kuze kube manje bangakwazi ngisho ukuthola ithambo ngoba thina siyakholelwa ekutheni kumele ukuthi ithambo lakho ulifihle lapho owaziyo khona ukuthi ulibeke khona. Njengamanje iminyango ebambisene uhealth as well as umnyango wamaphoyisa bayasebenzisana ukuthi kube nohlelo lokuxhumana nemindeni mayelana nalolu daba. We present this budget vote knowing that no amount of money can heal that pain that our people are feeling. However, we want to report that our government has committed itself over 2.054 billion to rebuild the infrastructure that was hit hard by the floods. The biggest commitments of these points that we see is the one that is being spent by the Department of Transport to rebuild road infrastructure network. And in this regard, we report that overall, over 400 million has been spent already, with the Department of Transport spending over 250 million in the next quarter. We are rigorously also implementing our empowerment programs of the vulnerable groups, and we are unapologetic by doing this, honorable members. Ngoba siyazi ukuthi abantu bakithi bahleli phezu kobuhlungu nobunzima obungakanani ngokungabi nawo amathuba omsebenzi. Of the 2.050 billion rand, 1.3 billion rand will be awarded to entities eziholwa ngabantu abamnyama. 530 million rands will be spent kubantu besifazane. Ebese kuthi another portion, 20 million, is spendwa kuma military veterans, which will be allocated over the 20 million over this MTEF. While the youth is getting a sizable chunk of this amount. And lokhu sikwenza ngoba kuyi-policy kahulumeni ukuthi kufanele abantu besifazane, ulusha, ama-military veterans, abantu bakithi abakhubazekile, nabo babe nejoka elehlayo uma ngabe uhulumeni enza imisebenzi nabo njengama-sectors ahlukahlukene. Uma sibheka ukuthi i-province yethu KwaZulu-Natal isebenza kanjani ukuvuselela umnotho kanye namathuba omsebenzi, ngishilo ukuthi umhlonishwa uzokwazi ukuthi anabe kahle. Kodwa at the center of our work is to ensure that the climate for investment attraction in the province is bearing fruits. Last year, myself and Honorable Mtombeni, we were part of the presidential 5th South African Investment Conference, where President Ramaphosa committed government in the past 5 years to raise 1.2 trillion worth of investment into the economy over the past 5 years. We were very excited and happy that as this government led by the African National Congress, the president and all those doomsayers who are there, honorable members, were proven wrong in that the president was able to attract 1.3 trillion worth of investment in our country. We wish to congratulate our president for driving and mobilizing investors into our country, especially at the height of COVID-19 pandemic, let alone the challenges that we've had as a province of flood. We have been able to ensure that we recover. We have been also beneficiaries of such drive, and we are excited. Numerous investment that were announced by the president have also found its way to KwaZulu-Natal, such as Heineken, African breweries, which are two leading groups that have announced their 21 billion investment in our province, so as the many other companies that the president has announced. Despite all these challenges that we have faced, we are confident that we will recover the lost ground as this province. Last year alone, the province witnessed investments that were launched by the president, including the SAPIs and the HESTOs, where the president came himself as a commitment that he made to those investors. Our investment also include a number of companies that, again, I've said that Honourable Member will be able to elaborate better on them. Looking also at the number of opportunities that we are going to be mastering, we see even in some of these projects, there are women-owned businesses, which we are very excited with, because indeed it proves that this government does not discriminate, but also will go all the way to support women-owned businesses. The provincial government has introduced various initiatives to take war to the criminals, as pronounced in the State of the Province address and further discussed during the budget hearings. Each department did indicate that they have reprioritized their budget to make sure that the 10 million as a beginning, honourable members, that needs to be put towards the crime fighting intervention is indeed budgeted for. The cross-border crime, we have also in ensuring that we fight this crime as a province, we are mounting an intensive offensive to take the war to cross-border criminals. This follows the murders of some of our important community members in the area of Mkhanyakude. And we are really saying we are going to make sure that the lives of these compatriots do not go in vain. The provincial government and the cabinet as a whole has directed the Department of Transport and Community Safety to resume the construction of the concrete wall that will curb the theft of motor vehicles and the movement of illicit goods across our border with Mozambique. The project that is called, others call it Obituaries. In this regard, a crime-fighting Imbizo will be going to the area of Mkhanyakude to further ensure that the programs that we are putting in place, working with our national minister and the whole of the JCPS cluster, is ensuring that everybody that must be brought to book is indeed made to account. The national government has also set aside budget to refurbish a number of police stations, including the Marion Hill Police Station. The KwaZulu-Natal government is also supportive of the work of making sure that our police stations really look like police stations, so as to bring dignity as well as energy to the law enforcement agencies to ensure that they have all the resources they need in order to fight crime. The task team will also comprise on the crime intervention. We have a task teams that we've set up, including at eThekwini Municipality, Provincial Government and Public Works, which is part of the government initiatives that is to take the war back to the criminals, but also working with our communities. We remember the gruesome incident in which 19 people were killed in the Marion Hill since February. And Honourable Mtombeni and the cabinet led all the contingent of our provincial government in Imbizo last week, where we allowed our communities to express themselves in terms of how are they receiving the services, but also what is it that needs to be done together in order to curb crime in our areas. We've also looked and identified the gender-based violence and femicide as one of the most embarrassing scourges in our recent history, following some of the gruesome incidents of multiple murders and gender-based violence that we've seen in our communities. We've also asked our communities to ensure that we mobilize and fight back against the crime and criminals, but also rolling out the gender-based violence and femicide strategy. We are also rolling out white door shelters across our province, every district in the province, that will also serve as a victim-friendly facilities for the gender-based violence victims to receive psychosocial support. My honourable member of social development will also elaborate on some of those measures. This is part of the contribution by the provincial government in the fight against crime and gender-based violence and femicide. We will never surrender our province to criminals who in recent times have become brazen and are really sowing fear in our communities, like in Marian Hill, Mbumbulu, Mkanyagude, and many other areas of our province. A crime-fighting Imbizo that was held also saw the government holding hands with our communities in terms of the interventions that were announced there that will really ensure that all of us fight crime. Chief amongst those interventions have been the revival of community safety forums, working closely with the South African Police Service as well as other law enforcement agencies. We also unveiled 2 park homes that will serve as victim-friendly rooms for the gender-based violent victims to receive the psychosocial support. Through community mobilization, crime hotspots are being targeted and eliminated as the central pillar to defeat the criminal networks. Our approach is that crime fighting starts in the communities and families, not because of anything, but because we know that criminals live among us, that criminals live with us. So this is why it is important for all of us in condoning and supporting criminal activities is something that we all need to fight against. Honorable members, more community Imbizo will be held with a view of assessing the work of government, but also to listen to our people in terms of their real lived experiences in terms of how government is delivering its services. KwaZulu-Natal has also been able to move among the pack in the establishment of the 4RR Commission, following the Presidential Commission on the 4RR, which is Fourth Industrial Revolution. Thus, a team will be assisting the government in implementing the program that the Presidential Commission has set up for the country, but also to make sure that as a province we are guided in order for us to implement the Fourth Industrial Revolution programs. We've also concluded the first training of the data analysts, and through partnership with CETAs, NGOs, service training providers, more young people are being trained in the Fourth Industrial Revolution. We will be able to further detail the work that we are doing and that we're also going to continue doing. In terms of connectivity, a number of people have also engaged with myself in the province to say, in our areas, we want to see connectivity. We are then making sure that working with the Department of Telecommunications and Digital Technologies and the state-owned enterprises in 2023, 2024, 25, the province will roll out 7,253 community Wi-Fi hotspots, and more than 1 million households will have access to broadband connectivity across KwaZulu-Natal. A total of 336 million had been committed for the rollout of the Wi-Fi hotspots by both national and provincial governments. Over 350 jobs will be created, and 40% of work is being allocated to the SMMEs. In addition, we are also working with the Development Bank of Southern Africa in finalizing and establishing a joint project management unit that will work in fast-tracking the preparations for investment in KwaZulu-Natal broadband rollout. Working with the South African Connect programs in 2023-24 financial year, we are going to again to be rolling out in the areas or districts of Herigwala. We are putting there 132 Wi-Fi hotspots, Mkanyagude 465 hotspots, Ilembe 443, Amajuba 358, Zululand 602 in this 24-25 financial year. The rollout will see the following district also being connected: eThekwini, King Cetshwayo, uMgungundlovu, uMzinyathi, uThukela, under the presidential employment stimulus. Herikala will get a 206 and Ugu will get 304 that will be connected. This will be specifically under the presidential project, besides of the projects that we are working with other entities in rolling out those community Wi-Fi hotspots. We have recently, during our Operation Sugumasake, ensured that we roll out one of the hotspots in Ugu, taxi rank in Renkonyeni municipality, and any member who goes there is now able to connect to free Wi-Fi in that district and in that taxi rank. Honorable members, Madam Speaker, Office of the Premier will also use the budget to drive the implementation of the elevated commitments that were made in SOPA. This includes the provincial response to energy crisis, youth development, women empowerment, and accelerating of the implementation of the district development model, and taking government to the people to follow up on the commitments that we have made. I know that as we present this budget pay program allocation, we want to say to the honorable members, those honorable members who still do not believe that this government means business, need not to look any further, but to look at our record so far, which speaks for itself in terms of service delivery. We are also, honorable members, looking at how we are rolling out many of other programs that we have spoken about as this provincial government. I'm now going to go through the budgets so as to elaborate what is it that we are doing in terms of our budget. Okay, technology. Honorable members, the budget allocations that we are looking at, the Office of the Premier will use its budget to drive the implementation of the elevated commitments that will ensure that we deliver on our commitments. This includes the provincial response in terms of the energy crisis, youth development, women empowerment, and accelerating the implementation of the district development model. Madam Speaker, I now wish to present to the honorable members the budget as we are presenting. Under budget 1, vote 1. Under vote 1, we present the budget that has been allocated of 2022-23-24, which is 872.57 million. And this is what is reflected in that budget, honorable members. Under administration, institutional development, policy of governance that we are going to be presenting on. Under administration, the department has budgeted 212,767 million. The program provides support to the Executive Council as a whole, which is the Cabinet, the Director General, and in fulfilling their executive functions, promoting cooperative governance and ensuring sound financial management, as well as support and advisory services within the Office of the Premier. There are also 5 sub-programs supporting this program, mainly the Premier support, Executive Council support, Director General support, finance management, as well as intergovernmental relations. This year, the sub-program Premier support is allocated 31.691 million to support the programs, both technically, administratively, advisory to the Premier in the executive, to be able to discharge our responsibility. Sub-program 2, the Executive Council support, has been allocated 31 10.840 million to render secretariat support, as well as the Executive Council, Cabinet, Izindaba clusters, and key provincial committees, cabinet clusters. Subcommittee also looks at the Director General support, which is the support that the Director General need in order for her to carry the responsibilities of Cabinet, the Financial Management Sub-Program, Intergovernmental Relations Sub-Program. This program has been allocated a budget of 36 million. Amongst the priority programs, we will utilize this for the purpose of Operation Sukumasake, which is also undergoing rebranding. And we are also working with COCTA to integrate the programs in the district development models. The revitalization of the OSS and DDM continues, and the training of local government councillors and traditional leaders on the revitalized OSS perspective and DDM integration. Engagement are also continuing with all the stakeholders, including traditional leadership, regarding the continuation and the implementation of Inkululeko development projects at Indumo, as well as other Inkululeko 2 and 3. In order for us to ensure the integrated planning, we are working to improve the service delivery of IGR, working with COCTA and SALGA, as well as KZN provincial departments and district municipalities. They are also closely collaboration with the Department of International Relations and Cooperation, DIRCO, embassies, consulates abroad to consolidate our twinning agreements to strengthen our bilateral ties, as well as in-person engagements with partners around the world. These are some of the countries that we have teamed with. There is quite a number of them in Africa as well as in other continents. Program 2, which is the institutional development, is allocated 310. The purpose of this program is to improve service delivery through the institutional capacity building, transformation management in the province. The strategic human resource function is also in this program. We have also developed and rolled out the e-leave, e-submission, e-payslip project, and undertook the interventions that are linked to the provincial digital transformation strategy. This includes a one-stop shop, a service portal, not only for the government officials, but as well as for the public to make applications on government posts or any other government services that they want to access. In line with this, we have reviewed our policies, including the recruitment and the selection processes. We've also developed the policy of eliminating and prevention of sexual and harassment in the workplace, as well as the gender-based violence. If we look at a program, the next sub-program, legal services, this project sub-program was allocated 12.99, and the province of KwaZulu-Natal is currently following a decentralized model in the provision of legal services and the unit in coordinating and facilitating the legislative drafting training in partnership with the University of Johannesburg. I would now move to Program 3, Honourable Members, which is Policy and Governance. The purpose of this program is to initiate province-wide development and implementation of strategies and policies to achieve a coordinated approach towards a sustainable development. There are also 3 sub-programs under this, which is provincial policy management, Premier's priority projects, the royal household. These are all the projects under the sub-program. The revenue is also under this program, and this project is looking at the revenue mainly comprises of the commission of PERSOL, deductions such as insurance, premiums, garnishee orders, tender fees, and all those facilities. Honorable members, as we are in the Freedom Month, 29 years ago, the apartheid statutes were burned to ashes, and the keys to more prisons were thrown away as we embrace the historic era of democracy in our country. We must continue to cherish the multiple opportunities that have come with the right to vote, and being under the protective shield of our Constitution, that is the binding task of this provincial government, and it is also meant to change the lives, not through handouts, but by opening access to opportunities for our communities. We have emerged from the destruction of July 2021, as well as the restriction of COVID-19, also looking at the devastating floods that we have ever faced in our history. This vote one, which is the budget office of the Premier, is an important indicator of the mood that must prevail in the province, because the role of this office is a transversal coordination of programs of government and through departments. The time of lamentation is over, and it is time for us to work hard. We are indeed accelerating our programs. In conclusion, honorable members, before the conclusion, we are indeed accelerating the economic recovery and reconstruction plan in our province, and it is this resilience that anchors our revival, and with which will ensure that no one is left behind. While we are battered by any other social as well as natural occurrences in our province. As we are reminded by international author Ben Okri, where he says, the most authentic thing about us is our capacity to create, to overcome, to endure, to transform, to love, and to be greater than our sufferings. May I take this opportunity, honorable members, to thank the leader of government business, Honorable Mtombeni Lwandle, the members of the Executive Council that are giving me all the support for us as the government to act as a unit in delivering the services on behalf of the African National Congress-led government. My organization, the African National Congress, that is giving all of us equal support in discharging our responsibility. The Director General and the staff of the Office of the Premier, community members, we wish to thank all our community members for their ever unending support that they give to us, and all sectors of society for the support and prayers that we always get whenever we are doing our work. But also, even if we are not watching, we know that many of our community members are supportive of our work, and they want to see this government succeeding. I also wish to thank my family for supporting me all the time as I go by my duties. With peace, democracy, and development having been achieved, KwaZulu-Natal can now only grow further, economically and socially, to achieve a better life for all our communities. May God bless you all, and may God bless our country and its people. As our table vote one with a budget of 872.5.057 million before this august honorable house. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker Nzwagele. Now I am calling upon thank you very much, Honorable Premier, Honorable Nzwagele. Now I call upon the chairperson of Premier's Portfolio Committee, Honorable CQ Madlopa, with 10 minutes to give the report of the Portfolio Committee of the Office of the Premier. Ngunomnyama.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Greetings to the Honorable Premier and the Executive, Honorable members, and our guests in the gallery. Honorable Chairperson, it is a privilege for me to table the Portfolio Committee report on the Office of the Premier Budget, which briefly outlines the deliberations of the 2023-24 APP and budget of the Office of the Premier. It is a welcome opportunity for us in the Premier Portfolio Committee to participate in the debate of the Office of the Premier's Budget Policy Statement presented to this House today by Honorable Premier. The areas covered in the report by the Honorable Premier are the ones in which the committee has keen interest. The Portfolio Committee met with the Office of the Premier in several meetings, from the first draft to the final draft of the APP and the budget. These were also presented to the stakeholders during the Portfolio Committee stakeholder session held at Umzwabantu local municipality under the Ugu district on the 17th of January 2023. The meeting considered the second draft 2023-24 annual performance plan and budget was held on the 3rd of March 2023. This was succeeded by the Office of the Premier's appearance before the Finance Portfolio Committee, at which the Portfolio Committee on the Premier was present. The meeting between the committee and the department consider final 2023-24 APP and budget was held on the 23rd of March 2023, wherein Portfolio Committee on Premier received a clear understanding on these two final documents. The committee noted and satisfied itself that indeed the Office of the Premier has considered and aligned its 2023-24 APP to the 2030 National Development Plan 2020-25 Medium-Term Strategic Framework. The Portfolio Committee was informed that the Office of the Premier has placed focus on many critical areas, including the much-needed professionalization of the public service. The committee was informed that this will continue with further MOUs being signed with TVETs and refocusing capacity building sessions with the review of training program. The committee has noted that the Office of the Premier 2023-24 baseline provincial allocation is 775,511 million, which increased slightly in this financial year to 872.57 million due to the cost of living adjustment. Provincial equitable share data updates and own revenue reduction and KZN Youth Empowerment Fund. While the Portfolio Committee acknowledges the shrinking fiscus in the country, the feeling is that this budget is not enough for a department that is expected to coordinate the functioning of the practically 13 departments. What has over the years become a rhetoric question is how can the Office of the Premier be expected to optimally monitor these departments with such a low budget? For the OTP to deliver on the responsibility, high-level experts and specialists are required. The committee has noted that the Office of the Premier continues with the process of strengthening the functionality of the Operation Sugumasake structures and to further reinvigorate its campaigns in ensuring effective functioning of structures and participation of department, especially in municipalities. The committee remains committed to giving full support to the Office of the Premier in ensuring that it fulfills its primary mandate as stipulated in their annual performance plans. To this end, the committee will play its oversight role to witness future equipment that is reported to have been purchased for war rooms. The committee will be playing financial and non-financial oversight role over the final allocation of 872.57 million as follows. Program 1 has been outlined by the Premier and the amount, and 2-3 programs has been outlined. On the voting of the budget, the portfolio committee members present at the meeting all voted for the support of the budget of the Office of the Premier, all of them, with the exception of the EFF that was not part of the meeting. So we really thank the parties that also has contributed with their input as well as also approving this budget. Honorable Chairperson, in playing its financial and non-financial oversight role above allocated budget, the committee wishes to bring to the attention of this House budget sitting that this committee in its tenure continues to desire to assist the Office of the Premier to be leading example to the departments in achieving clean audit outcome. This will be through the committee focusing vigorously on how the department spends its voted funds through the 2023-24 medium-term expenditure framework. The committee has emphasized once again that it will not accept any underexpending and overexpending by the department. Also, as part of its oversight role, the committee will also closely track the progress on the implementation of the finance and SCOPA resolution during the year. This will be through the utilization of the resolution tracking mechanism as per the sector oversight model on the monthly and quarterly basis. The tracking of resolutions will be done with the intention of ensuring that robust oversight is performed by the Committee over the Financial Resources and Service Delivery Performance of the Department, which is conducted by the Office of the Premier through its provision of strategic leadership and a coordinating function of the provincial administration. The committee understands very well that the Office of the Premier is mainly responsible to leading and coordinating all national and provincial priorities applicable to the province. Honorable Chairperson, the committee has noted that the Zulu Royal Household Trust has a fundraising program, which is program number 3. The committee has always raised the concern that legally was being done by the trust to really accelerate revenue generation strategy with the fundraising program. Last financial year, the committee was informed that more effort is being made to intensify the revenue generation strategy to assist the trust so that it will be able to fulfill the main function for which it was established for. It remains a concern to the committee that it's not performing. However, there is still nothing tangible that has been witnessed by the committee around that particular program. The Office of the Premier to strengthen, we call upon the Office of the Premier to strengthen its oversight muscle and ensure that this is really realized, this fundraising. The committee also noted that the Youth Empowerment Fund will be further repurposed to benefit more young people in sector and create more jobs, as opposed to the business that employs only few people. To this end, this funding will be managed internally by the Office of the Premier and not transferred to the KZN Growth Fund. This is a program that is very close to the heart of the Portfolio Committee, as oversight visits to the youth, to the young people's business have proven beyond any reasonable doubt that the more people become aware of this funding, the more interested they become in necessity to continue with their businesses. As mentioned above, Honorable Chair, we wish to thank the Premier, the members, and all those that have supported this Portfolio Committee in doing their work. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nguni. We are now calling upon the first speaker, Honorable M.A. Zulu of the African National Congress, with 9 minutes. That is it.
Okay. Thanks, Madam Chair. Honorable members, I rise to commend the Premier for presenting such a clear policy statement with achievable targets. It is this office that is charged with the responsibility of coordinating all programs of the provincial departments to enhance service delivery to our communities, and is also pursued. In particular, as the African National Congress, we understand the importance of this budget in the history of this province. This is the first budget vote after the coronation of Isilo Samabandla, Mrs. Zulu KwaZulu-Natal. At this stage, I therefore wish to pause and pay tribute to the King of the Zulu Nation, Baye Tesilo. The people of this province will be happy to know that their government, which elected democratically, recognizes the important role played by the King and also in this province. As the ANC will welcome the 79,565,000 that has been allocated to support all programs championed through the sub-program of the Royal Household. Sure.
Please attend to that so that the speaker on the floor is not disturbed or disrupted by those that are interrupting him. Apologies, Honorable Makeba.
No, thanks, Chair. Let me applaud the Office of the Premier. As the ANC, we welcome the stands taken by the Office of the Premier in actively involved in the implementation of the Food and Nutrition Security Plan. This is coordinated through the Office of the Premier as well as it articulated in the policy statement. The ANC government remains committed to ensure that this program is sustained for the benefits of learners across all corners of the province. After all, this program was designed also to cushion vulnerable members of the society, children from the negative impact of food insecurity. We understand that over the past few days, the department experienced hiccups in the relation of the delivery of food in certain schools. We wish to assure learners, members of the COSAS, educators, organized labor, school governing bodies, and stakeholders in the education sector that the school nutrition program is receiving the urgent attention of the deployees of the ANC in the Executive Council. And we are confident of a long-lasting solution. Through this budget, the Premier will be available to lead us to drive a rural and township development for the benefits of our people. The ANC has on several occasions expressed concern about the food insecurity. We remain confident that with this budget vote, the Premier will ensure the rollout of Operation Somasake and District Development Plan. That's why there is a budget allocated for that, which is 2 million.
These initiatives are designed to ensure that there is an integrated approach involving all spheres of government towards the delivery of service throughout corners of this province. Honorable members, despite the budget cuts, a proper budget allocation process has ensured adequate allocation of resources to strengthen the implementation of programs. The policy statement is presented during this Freedom Month, for it is in April that through this ballot we ended the apartheid and ushered in a new era of hope of a better life for all. The manner in which the Premier has presented the policy statement has reaffirmed the commitment of the ANC-led government to accelerate socio-economic transformation in this province. The investment that the Premier has presented will shape also strongly our youth and women, both in urban and rural areas. The main objective of this budget is to fight poverty and create jobs for our people. It will also strengthen the skills development through the launch of 4IR Commission, which will advance technology in our province. As presented by the Premier, the hallmark of the program of action of the ANC government is to ensure that the principal freedom, human rights, and democracy is universal, shared, and to all our people, irrespective of status in society. This was reflected in the State of the Province address, which outlines concrete plans to grow the economy of the province for the benefits of the ordinary members of the society. Critically, the Premier has also demonstrated that the budget vote is not merely about statistical and numerical figures expressed in rands, but it is primarily about government leadership, a strong will and commitment to advance the cause of human rights and dignity for all people. Today, the Premier has demonstrated that the budget vote is about commitment to ensure that the state resources are deployed and to uplift the downtrodden while stimulating the inclusive economic growth, employment, and development within the provision of prudent use of available resources. As the ANC also welcome the 212.7 million allocated for administration. This will enable the office to play a major active and visible role in providing leadership and coordinating key and priority government programs, and such programs will also drive government departments towards achievement of our provincial vision. With this budget, the Office of the Premier will be in position to monitor and evaluate on a regular basis all provincial governments, public entities, and municipalities in relation to the ensuring sufficient service delivery. It is encouraging that the Premier and OTP, the Premier and the ANC have the fingers on the pulse of this province. This demonstrates the commitment of the ANC to ensure and intervene where necessary to prevent the collapse of the service needed for our people. The 111.7 million allocated for the financial sub-program will assist to ascertain sound financial management in the whole of the province. The Premier has demonstrated her understanding the importance of ensuring equitable resource allocations for government, departments, and all municipalities. In addition, resources allocated towards strategic human resource development will be contributing to the realization of government policy priorities by ensuring that the government interventions in the economy are mostly targeted. The Premier has demonstrated the ANC government's commitment to accelerate access to economic opportunities. Moving forward, that will ensure that the interventions are efficient, sustainable, and empower our people. Honorable members, we welcome the allocation of resources to strengthen forensic investigations and integrity management activities. In line with the ANC resolution on fighting fraud and corruption, we want members of the public to be able to notify government and law enforcement agencies if they know or suspicious about any officials doing corruption. This forms part of our efforts aimed at combating unethical conduct in our government and the entire departments in general. Through the integrity management unit activities, OTP will ensure that all categories of staff to understand that this is indeed an honor to be assigned to the position of trust over the resources of the state. As the ANC, we are also encouraged by the Premier's focus on variety mechanisms to promote integrity and to combat corruption. The mechanisms involves the code of conduct to staff, financial disclosure, framework for senior managers and officials in all departments. This is what the Premier has articulated in the policy statement. In addition, we welcome the teamwork that has been done between the Office of the Premier and the Treasurer. It will give the good governance across all government departments. This was evident during the Finance MEC budget vote. We welcome a clear focus on building the capacity of young people to lead youth entrepreneurship revolution. We appreciate our political leadership. We support the progressive budget vote. I thank you, Chair.
We are calling upon the next member to this debate, Honorable MV Gwala of the Inkatha Freedom Party for 5 minutes. Dagamangem. Honorable MB Gwala of Inkatha Freedom Party for 5 minutes. Honorable MP Gwala of Inkatha Freedom Party, I think I have done justice. Let us move to the next speaker on the paper, which is Honorable E. Rabe of Democratic Alliance for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Honourable Speaker, fellow honourable members, ladies and gentlemen. There's no doubt that like all departments in KZN, the Office of the Premier has seen significant cuts and challenges in their budget. But when departments continually underspend, it goes without saying that we would have to make cuts, and unfortunately, to the detriment of the province. The DA saw this coming years ago, has raised this every year, and yet have been ignored and blamed for grandstanding and politicking. So there's a few issues I'd like to highlight. Firstly, forensic investigations. Despite thinking it has the capability of dealing with all forensic investigations in the province, the Office of the Premier and its so-called investigations unit is just not capable of handling the number of cases. There are cases outstanding for many years, and to make matters worse, this unit has 58 vacant posts. There is no consequence management in this government. When someone is found guilty, they're just moved from one department to another, and that's that. Shame on you. Please explain how the Forensic Investigations Unit that currently exists and is currently incapacitated can now even consider being used as a centralized unit to cover all investigations in departments, municipalities, municipal entities, and public entities. Can you honestly tell me that you don't see the problem here? If this isn't a gateway for covering up fraud, corruption, and cadre deployment, then I honestly don't know what is. I find it funny how OTP jumped at taking over forensic investigations, creating this special unit without capacity that only now needs a framework to guide it, as per the Green Book, typical of this government to do everything backwards. Youth Empowerment Fund. It seems that the commitment of 100 million rand towards the KZN Youth Empowerment Fund made in the previous Premier State of the Province address in 2022 has finally come to fruition. This funding will go straight to the Growth Fund, housed under the Department of Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs, but neither department has any monitoring and evaluation systems or processes in place. Throwing money at issues like youth empowerment without being able to bear the fruits of what is expected from the money is borderline insanity. 100 million rand is a substantial amount of money, and as the DA, we will be playing our oversight role when it comes to this cash cow. Let me be clear, we are not against youth empowerment. In fact, we support this initiative. What we are against is the government not being accountable with funding and throwing their hands up in the air year in and year out saying, oops, and that's where it ends. By February of this year, only 3 projects were sent through to the final stage for the grant committee's approval out of over 6,000 applications across the province. Something's wrong here. 6,000 and only 3 went through. Operation Sukuma Sake. Government can spin this one as much as they like, but Operation Sukuma Sake is dead in the water. We are wasting our time and money, and now there's a revitalized strategy because OSS and the Wonderkind District Development Model don't speak to one another. When are we going to face reality and start putting money where it matters? I think this is another example of government trying to soften communities' view of their inability to serve and deliver. It boggles my mind to think that out of the Office of the Premier is now working with COGTA to roll out induction to councillors that started in November 2021. Should this not have been done within the first 2 months of their assuming office? No wonder local government is the mess it is. Many of our councillors don't even know what their roles and responsibilities are to date. Hi, bo, this is shameful. I'll be back.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Rabe. Our next speaker on the order paper, it's Honorable M.W. Twala of the EFF. M.W. Twala of the EFF. Akazange asho ukuthi wena kuyashiwo phela awuveli uze kuyakhuluma awuveli uyizele. Honorable M.W. Twala of the EFF is the next speaker on my speakers list. Honorable Twala of the EFF, it's not in the house. I've called him 3 times.
Speaker.
There is somebody shouting on the visual platform. There is somebody shouting on the visual platform. Is that Honorable Twala?
Speaker, it's Honorable Twala. Due to unreliable network connection, I then cascaded my speech to Honorable Chiliza to stand on my behalf. And since she's in the house, apologies, Speaker, for not alerting you in advance.
Hopefully that will not happen in future. Honorable Chiliza of the EFF to stand in for Honorable M.W. Twala for 6 minutes. Honorable Chiliza of the EFF to stand in for Honorable Twala for 6 minutes. We will not take this in future when the honorable member will have been not advised of the changes.
That's Honorable Chairperson, At the onset, let me state categorically that as the economic freedom fighters, we support this 2023-24 budget of the Office of the Premier. We do so precisely because no matter what fundamental differences we may have with the Premier, but work needs to still happen. The Office of the Premier is charged with the responsibility to coordinate all provincial government departments. However, we are not happy with the seeming collapse and dysfunctional state we see under the current Premier. While we acknowledge that the Premier is the ultimate leader of the provincial governments at large, we need to know what powers her office possesses in terms of reining in the MECs who are underperforming. As the EFF, we understand that this Premier is a toothless lioness, given the circumstances around which she was given this position. We think these circumstances compromise her and that her hands are tied when it comes to reining in on certain individuals in her executive council. Honorable Chairperson, one appreciated the honesty and the openness with which the Premier acknowledged the ever-increasing crime in our province. During the SOPA and during the Portfolio Committee meeting on the 3rd of March 2023, when she was making her remarks, the Premier stated that it was disheartening to see crime raving in the province, which seeks to set back all the economical gains thus far. As the EFF, we want to warn the Premier that the people of this province are now tired of acknowledgements and ideas with lack of implementation. We want to know what the plans are put in place to deal with the crime in this province. The sentiment that the crime is pervasive is not lost or any ordinary citizen in this province, because our freedom of movement is curtailed and almost held to ransom by criminals. Criminals have become so sophisticated in this province, and I'm afraid that we do little response from our government-led Premier. We call on the Premier to organize a summit to discuss ideas to deal with crime. And the EFF, and as the EFF, we will continue to put in the efforts to combat the crime. Honorable Chairperson, allow us to register our grave concern regarding many labor cases which remain unresolved in the province, in the provincial government. While we do not take a dim view to the fact that some cases are out of control of government as the employer, a lot can be done to prevent these cases from rearing their ugly heads. The Premier, as the head of the province, of the provincial governments, needs to be very firm in dealing with such occurrences. We are aware that some people get shielded from facing the consequences of their actions because of their allegiance to certain authorities in government. We have not heard about the outcome of the much publicized blanket scandal which took place at the Department of Social Development. Some government employees drag these cases for longer because they know that they will continue to enjoy their salaries.
Disrupt the speaker on the podium.
Honorable Chairperson, we note with grave concern that the Zulu Royal Household Trust has not succeeded to carry out its Program 3, which is the backbone of the establishment. We call on the Premier to exercise oversight over the trust to ensure that it fulfills this important mandate, which is revenue generation. As the EFF, we will gladly suggest that if the trust cannot perform this main function, then cogent action needs to be taken. One of those actions will be to revive the Department of Royal House, of the Royal Household. We would like to hear from the Premier if there are any plans in place to build a place for the current king. Honorable Chairperson, we cannot conclude this debate without asking the Premier if all the people who were displaced during the floods have been assisted. While we acknowledge that there are departments responsible for this, but we also want to know what is the Premier and her government, what are they planning for the decaying infrastructure in the province. Municipalities are failing to perform and render services to the people. The Premier needs to address all these challenges.
Thank you very much, Honorable Eliza Gobonduna. Our next speaker is Honorable members. Order, please. Order, please, honorable members. Our next speaker on the speakers list, it's Honorable CM Shinga of the NFP for 2 minutes. Shingaricious.
Honorable Chair of Chairs, honorable members, the NFP welcomes the budget on vote 1. The decision to give an extra 100 million to the KZN Youth Empowerment Fund in the 2023-2024 has our support, and given the large 4,000 plus application received for funding, the funds are ready to be distributed properly, which will be favorable to the stages of selection process. As a result, I sincerely request that the Grant Evaluation Committee and the department expedite the screening process with maximal attention so that we may begin focusing on strengthening on our young entrepreneurs, job creation, and poverty reduction. Honorable Premier, the NFP is pleased to notice that the Office of the Premier's partnership efforts through the sub-program Nkululeko Development Projects of Operation Sukumasake and the Department of Human Settlement, the design of 1,000 houses completed and funding of the 40 million rand made available for the first 400 houses. Furthermore, we support the IDP 1 Indumo's mandate to ensure that the projects that were not completed are being finalized. Program 1 administration's budget was cut over the 2023-2024 MTF by 2.915 million with carry through. This will have a negative effect on all sub-programs and against goods and services, especially events in which opportunities are created. Now the events will have to be scaled down, which means fewer job opportunities. We suggest that the office find a long-term solution for housing of their offices, as there's been little progress in locating any other options than the Investco Center, which is expensive to lease. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Shingaricious. The next speaker on the order paper is Honorable T.S. Njali of the African National Congress for 9 minutes. Manchinga.
Honorable Chair, Honorable Speaker and the Deputy Speaker, the Premier and her executive, honorable members, please receive my greetings. I know that Honorable Kiliza of the AFF have a tendency of sleeping while presentation was being made by the Premier. And that is why she came here and still asked, whereas it was presented, the plan in particular on dealing with the criminal element. As I start, Chair, allow me to quote Nkwane Nkrumah, who once said, and I quote, "Those who will judge us merely by heights we have achieved will do well to remember the depths from which we have started," close quote. True to this, we hope even those who judge us today will do so to remember the depths where we started from. To the DA, We hope you'll remember that we started from the depths of apartheid, which that of your forefathers who destroyed many of our people and subjected Black people to suffer. And to the IFP, we hope that you'll remember the depths from which we started from your failures to govern this province. Hence, the people of KwaZulu-Natal rejected you and voted in the African National Congress in understanding that they wanted their lives to be changed. The ANC-led provincial government on the 6th administration has adopted the integrated development agenda and programs for 8 sectors in KZN, which continue to be vulnerable. That is women, youth, persons with disabilities, children, senior citizens, and farming communities, military veterans, and LGBTQI+ community. The administration has developed strategic plans and the implementation of those plans for each of those 8 sectors. Further, to strengthen this, the institutional and administrative support of these 8 sectors through the appointment of the director, the chief director who manages the cluster, and the deputy director who's also responsible for those 8 sectors. This has led to the conceptualization and implementing the monitoring on an ongoing basis for the following strategic areas. The Women Economic Empowerment Program, which are cross-cutting on all provincial departments, seeking to ensure that women of KZN participate in the economic transformation of the province. The enforcement of women directed to the economic procurement opportunities, which have seen women driving transformation within infrastructure and tourism sector within the province. It also led, Honorable Premier, to the rollout of the Operation Zisimamise Mama of 5,000, through which the Office of the Premier will be targeting women in the informal economy in terms of the business support with regards to technology, in line with the legacy of the Premier, which is growing a smart KwaZulu-Natal province. The accelerated rollout of the KZN Empowerment Fund beneficiaries who will be receiving a whipping of 70 million shall be announced by the Premier in the coming days, also benefiting ordinary youth who were not firstly asked which political party to belong to, but assisted because we understand that each country has a responsibility to invest in its youth because that's the future. The immediate commencement of the calling of the proposal for 2023-2024 Youth Economic Empowerment Fund, whose budget is 100 million. And this program, we continues to assist young people. And I understand, Honorable Rabbi, that you might lack the better understanding of this. Young people in that call, they had said there's nothing about us without us. So you'll not understand it if you have not understand the plight of young people and the thinking of young people in terms of why is this beneficial to those young people. The ANC-led, this also include the program with the tire industry that the Premier has negotiated, in particular with Dunlop, to ensure that it establish the sectors where young people will benefit across all our districts in KwaZulu-Natal. The ANC-led provincial government is in a process of launching the KZN public-private sector war room on the integrated development of women, youth, and persons with disability. This program, which will see a social compact in practice between government and the business, it will address the development and the empowerment of the challenges that are faced by these vulnerable groups. Dealing with the issue of employment, the Premier on a State of the Province address raised and sharply indicated the work that has been done to create employment. She went on to say that the province established a job war room, which has facilitated over 500 job opportunities combined through EPWP program across sectors in KZN. The value of a major infrastructure investment in the province are at 120 billion, and jobs created from that are 389,000. It's a fact. the private sector will be the private sector investment, which towards it will be investing about 8.9 billion, and 1,000 jobs will be created from that. From phase 1 to phase 3 of the presidential youth employment initiative, since its commencement, it has created about 73,566 job opportunities for young people in KwaZulu-Natal. And phase 4, which will be commencing in 2023, of this program will yield 58,500 job opportunities for young people in KwaZulu-Natal. Further to that, more than 10,000 job opportunities will be created under the leadership of Honorable MEC Mahlaba through the Province Housing Project, and the further 1,000 youth will be trained as artisans in bricklaying, carpentry, as well as plumbing. This is a clear indication of the commitment of the government of the people, creating job opportunities, no rhetoric or practical about it. With regards to forensic investigation and the management of it, the Premier alluded that between 1 April to 2022 to the 28 February 2023, the unit completed 18 investigations and conducted 42 follow-ups to track the status of implementation of the recommendation arising from forensic investigations report. The unit is also in the process of implementing phase 2 of the forensic case management system that will be used to record, consolidate, and track all forensic investigation conducted within all spheres of provincial government. The unit has also appointed 2 directors, this to enhance the capacity of the department in dealing with its work. The Premier in this is a clear indication that the ANC-led government is serious about fighting corruption, and we are being practical about it. As I conclude, Honorable Chair, Amika Cabral says, and I quote, "Always bear in mind that the people are not fighting for ideas, for the things in anyone's head. They are fighting to win material benefits, to live better and in peace, to see their lives go forward, to guarantee the future of their children." As an African National Congress, we've always said that we represent the people. Hence, our fight to liberate our people. We're not liberating us, but liberating the people. We've always been clear that for us, we're servant of the people. We know their plight because we stay with them. We know their challenges because we face those challenges with them. We've always emphasized that a better life for all is not a better life for individuals. Ever since the ANC has taken into power, we've declared that tomorrow will be better than today. Hence, today we can confirm that those who are suffering under the leadership of the IFP can attest that they have a better life today. Those who are suffering under apartheid can attest that they have a better life today. Indeed, the African National Congress supports this today.
Thank you very much, Honorable Manchinga. Our next speaker, it's Honorable S. Takuri Rashbans of the Minority Front for 2 minutes. Our next speaker is Honorable S. Takuri Rashbansi of the MF for 2 minutes. Honorable S. Takuri Rashbans of the MF. Okay, while they are sorting out the connectivity, let us move to the next speaker. The next speaker, it's Honorable M.E. Phakathi of the ATM for 2 minutes. Honorable Phakathi, the platform is yours.
Sihlalo asibonge kakhulu. Ndunankulu. Kuhle ke ngoba sikhuluma ngento esesivela kuyona nesivumile. Ngoba siyahlala kuleli komiti. Ngeke ke size la sizoma sime sikhulume ngathi azange sikwazi ukuyibona lento esikhuluma ngayo la sisese komitini. Asivumelane ke ukuthi sinishayela izandla ngalo 100 million ukuthi abantu bakithi impilo zabo zishintshe imisebenzi itholakala. Kubalekile ke ukuthi abantu bakithi abayithola imisebenzi. Siyafisa ke siyi-ATM sithi ngathi unyaka nonyaka lesi sikhwama sokuthuthukisa abantu abasha sikhuliswe unyaka nonyaka njengoba ku-100 million ngonyaka ozayo kube 150 ngoba baningi abantu bakithi abangasebenzi. Asivumelane ukuthi siyohlezi siyincoma into enhle eyenziwa umuntu omnyama noma ngabe kuthiwa ukweliphi iqembu kodwa mengabe yenza into enhle umuntu omnyama ngoba we are against the notion that says into nje eyenziwa umuntu omnyama angeke ibe yinto ephumelelayo noma ngasiphi isikhathi. Asivumelane ke sihlalo ukuthi nathi si-ATM siyafisa ukuthi isikhwama lesi ekwathiwa esasendlunkulu senze lokhu esakwenzelwa ngalesi sikhathi siqanjwa. Siyabonga kakhulu. The ATM supports the budget.
Thank you very much, Honorable Phakathi. It's Honorable S. Chakuri Rajbans connected now. Okay, we are not winning. Let us move to the next speaker, Honorable S. Imangele of the ACDP for 2 minutes. Ngaleza.
Chairperson, greeting you, Premier, and the House at large. As the highest office of the province, with a coordinating and strategic leadership function, the Office of the Premier has a crucial role to play in successfully reviving the economy of KwaZulu-Natal. We acknowledge the 59 cost-cutting measures by the Office of the Premier. However, we are of the view that more should have been done to cut costs and increase budget for other areas. Areas of priority such as services, flooding, disaster relief, skills programs, to mention just a few. Furthermore, although the Office of the Premier notes the increase in outputs in terms of micro policy and strategic planning, the Premier's office still needs to do more. More focus should be placed in monitoring, reporting, and evaluation. Significantly, the reporting aspect in all activities should not be something done just to tick the boxes, but it must record the actual progress that is being made. It must foster for real progress that we need for the betterment of our society and the revival of KwaZulu-Natal economy. In closing, Chairperson, this highest office of the province should prioritize the good governance, something crucial for the successful implementation of all the plans for the province. ACDP support the budget.
Thank you very much, Honorable Duyaza. The next speaker is Honorable B.F. Tabisa of Inkatha Freedom Party for 5 minutes. Bulawai. Boja.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Premier, and Honorable members, as we debate the budget of the Office of the Premier today, 3 days ago, another unfortunate incident occurred in eThekwini when the Dakota informal settlement was devastated by fire. It is unfortunate that while our people are struggling to make ends meet, they continue to lose their hard-earned belongings through unfortunate incidents which make them more poor and vulnerable. The IFP thanks all the people who were on site at the earliest to provide support. This includes, but not limited to, the gift of the givers and the member of this House, Honorable Nessa Ban Prakash.
kuyo yonke imindeni elahlekelwe impahla yayo sizwelana kakhulu nayo futhi siyaliqonda usizi ababhekene nalo kulezi zindawo abasahlala kuzo. We all agree that the office of the Premier is the center that must hold. It is this office that must monitor and coordinate the functionality of the government. It is the office of the Premier that must lead when it comes to consequence management. The current crisis on the national feeding scheme in KwaZulu-Natal is an indictment in our children, most of whom depend on this food for their meaningful schooling. We call upon the Premier to intervene immediately on this crisis and where necessary, people responsible account accordingly. As the Premier has tabled the budget of the Office of the Premier of 872,057 million rand, the IFP welcomes and supports this budget. Honorable Premier, the KZN Youth Empowerment Fund must be utilized in its totality, as the youth is the biggest population group on the receiving end in this province. It will be a great indictment to our unemployed youth, Honorable Premier, if the 100 million rand will only be a budget on paper. The IFP believes that giving support to His Majesty and the royal household is an important function to the government of our province. Izigodlo ezesilo esihleli esihlalweni. It is a matter of concern that the security personnel in the royal household has been removed. Ondlunkulu besilo esebuzile abasagadwe muntu. The IFP urges the Premier to reconsider the way things are developing in the royal household. Honorable Chair, we want to thank the Office of the Premier together with the Department of Culture and Treasury, who worked tirelessly to ensure that the matter of the payment of Izinduna is finalized before the end of this term. While this is commendable, it must be stated as a matter of fact that this is not a new issue, as it was first raised by the IFP through the late Inkosi Nyanga Ngubane when he was the MEC for Kokta. Unfortunately, when the ANC was going to the elections in 2014, empty promises were made in such a way that the salaries for Izinduna were declared through a government gazette without consulting Treasury, which resulted into this becoming an unfunded mandate. Those who are doubting Thomases in this house won't believe unless they see things through their eyes. In conclusion, Honorable Chair, I challenge everyone to go and read a verbatim report, the Hansard, to confirm what I'm saying. The IFP supports the tabled budget, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, order, please. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, please be in order. The next member is Honorable E. Rabe of the Democratic Alliance for 3 minutes. Please allow the member on the podium. Honorable members, please.
Thank you, Speaker. The next point I want to raise is the Zulu Royal Household Trust. The DA welcomes the King's concern and willingness to use the monarchy to boost tourism and employment opportunities in KZN. The problem is, however, that to date, and this has been going on for far too long, the trust and monarchy is just not self-sufficient. In fact, one of the outcomes of the Zulu Royal Household Trust is to fundraise, and no plans have been put in place or even spoken about, despite it appearing on the committee's agenda for months now. It seems the ANC-led government is stalling this issue. One must wonder whether it's to gain favor before the 2024 election. Honourable Premier, if your department underspends as it has for the last 5 years, then it should give those funds to the Department of Health and Education, where it truly is needed. On that point, Honourable Premier, I have to ask who the actual MEC of the Department of Education is, because it seems you pop up everywhere and undermine her every chance you get. In closing, Honourable Premier, you are the centre of governance. You should be providing the leadership this province requires to ensure its prosperity. But nothing is changing or forthcoming. Under your leadership, there is still no economic growth or stability. Nearly half of the province's citizens are unemployed, and all we've seen is your attendance at Greet, Meet and Eats. Angege. Which reminds me, I wonder when I'll receive the answers to my written questions on that very point. Honourable Premier, you need to be more hands-on when it comes to accountability and expenditure, or you too will fail. Although, don't worry, we'll be sitting where you are next year and we'll get it right, just as we have shown you what we are capable of in Umgeni municipality. Now, I can't quite say it the way my leader does, but I'll give it a shot. Ziyakala! Thank you.
Please, honourable members, be honourable. Please, honourable members, be honourable. Honourable members, please be honourable. Please, honourable members, be honourable. The next member, it's Honourable RZP Zulu of the African National Congress for 10 minutes. Ndabezitha. Sithule Iskandar.
Angibonge sidalo oyihlalo mkholo. Somlomo ohloniphekileyo umhlonishwa uNdunankulu. Mphathisi obhekele imisebenzi kahulumeni. Mhlonishwa uLwandle. Malungu esigungu sesifundazwe namalungu ahloniphekileyo alendlu. Somlomo. Kuyintokozo kimi ukuba isithunywa sikaKhongolose kulendlu. Kodwa kakhulu kuba ingxenye yesigungu esibhekele ukusebenza komnyango kaNdunankulu. Ekulindeleke kuwo ukuba umhlahlandlela we-ANC wenziwe impumelelo. Siyakubonga kakhulu ukukhuthala nokuzibophezela kaNdunankulu nomnyango wakhe ukufikiseni izinsiza kubantu abaningi bakulesi sifundazwe. Ikakhulukazi labo balahlekelwa amakhaya abo ngenxa yezikhukhula zonyaka ophelile. Siphinde sishayele ikhwelo isivinini asukumele ngayo indaba yokubulawa kwalabo abalwa nobugebengu emphakathini ezindaweni zasenhla nesifundazwe. Siphinde sibonge izinhlelo oqhamuke nazo nzwakele ezihambela zonke izifunda zokulwa nobugebengu. The marathon and the series of crime fighting izimbizwa are an important catalytic instrument and it is galvanizing public and private support in the fight against crime, especially violent crimes that violate the social fiber of our communities. The scourge of killing of women and the rape of children has received adequate attention under the watch of our Premier. However, while that is the case, we still call upon the allocation of resources to fight these crimes to meet and equate the already evident efforts, which brings us to the centrality of our debate. Honorable Premier, you have been tasked with the responsibility to lead the most dynamic economy in the country after the Gauteng province. To make the legal of what is allocated to drive and direct the implementation of government programs across all departments, to ensure that the KZN provincial government is functional, coordinated, and responsive to the needs of one of the most diverse provinces with a vast landscape and the second longest coastline in the country. This makes KZN a hub of development and a haven for both investment and innovation. But we also second the most populous province, which makes the province to be heavily dependent of government interventions. I wish to sensitize you, the DG and the department, to the mammoth task that confronts your department, and while the allocation of budget is so important to the people of this province. As it is common knowledge that the OTP is responsible for coordination of government programs, it is also the responsibility of this department to monitor the implementation and evaluate the impact it is yielding towards the strategic objectives of the NDP. Hence, it is the reason my focus is on the budget allocation of Program 3. This is the area where we cannot afford to drop the ball or slack off Ndunankulu. It is the yardstick we assess the effectivity of our interventions and the efficacy towards the KZN Vision 2030. The allocation of 348 million to this program is an inspiring figure from the 100% increase after reprioritization to several interventions, interventionist initiatives by your department. Key to this program is the policy management allocation of 50 million. However, this aspect, although have important, does not take the lion's share of the budget allocation in Program 3, which is justifiable in comparison with the Premier's priority programs, especially when considering it has also not been spared to budget cuts to the tune of 463,000 in budget cuts. The issue of OSS remains a key function and responsibility of the OTP, and essentially defines and maps that the OTP is about. And it is our considered view that moving the Program 1, which is intergovernmental relations, was wise and informed. Kodwa ke Ndunankulu kunawo umthelela ukuthi uma sithi OSS ayisebenzi ukusho umi kuphi nekhona lesifundazwe saKwaZulu-Natal. Kuyiqiniso ukuthi la ujube khona umhlonishwa uhlomuka khona la kusathiwa khona siphendula isoyi lokufaka i-black top for the first time. Kodwa khona sebethi bakhuluma nge-aging infrastructure. We cannot dare neglect our people ngoba sithi fanele prioritize ababe benefita kunathi. So kubalulekile ukusho ukuthi OSS is still relevant in this province. Siyafisa ukusho ukuthi the Zulu monarchy remains the key feature of our identity as people and as a province. It continues to inspire our identity and continues to be the source of cultural direction. The ANC and its provincial government through the Premier prides itself for being associated with these institutions, and therefore will continue to give support eyaqalwa uMadiba ngoba thina asilibali ngeke salibala umsebenzi omuhle owenziwa nguMadiba. Impela Ndunankulu simi emahlombe abanzi. It is for this reason through Zulu Royal Household Trust we are committed in supporting Indlunkulu kaZulu. Therefore, the allocation of 79 million is a testament to the commitment of the ANC-led provincial government. We have also noted transfers assistance of the ZRHC in managing its programs. We have also noted the transfers to the KZN Growth Fund, which was allocated an amount of 100 million to the 23-2024 financial year. These funds will be utilized for youth empowerment. Transfer to the entity will prove essential in the context of our rate of youth unemployment. It is further a point to interest, considering that the funds of the KZN Youth Fund were not fully spent in the foregone financial year. We expect improvement in Zwagele. The Honorable Premier, the interest shown by investors are an indication that basawuthembile lo hulumeni. Izinkinga zabantu besifundazwe sethu ukhongolose uyazazi futhi isixazululo siyoqhamuka nawo ngokubambisana nezinhlaka ezahlukene. Chair, we have, among other responsibilities, we have a responsibility to provide civic education in this house. Some members call reprioritization as another way of stealing. We'll continue correcting them. Reprioritization is to arrange things in a new order of importance. We cannot agree with the notion etike uma reprioritizer siyeba. Ngabe iPFMA ayikuvumi lokho. Ngiyafisa nje ukuthi Honorable Chiliza ungavumi ukudlala umhlonishwa uthwala. It is a sisterly advice to you. Uthwala akezi ekomidini. Manje uzosikhulumela imizwa yakhe. Asifisike ukwehlisa lendlu sithi si-engage on imizwa. Kodwa ngiyafisa also ukuqondisa udaba oluthi ke udaba lwezinduna lakhulunywa osewakhothama inkosi unyanga yezizwe ngubani. Ngiyafisa ukusho ukuthi inkosi unyanga yezizwe udlule ngo-2010. Kodwa iproclamation yayisiyenziwa ngo-2013. So qhubekani-ke nibathembe in your own risk. Honorable members, as I learned, we'll never tire to monitor and provide oversight in the affairs of the resources of this province. And and with that note, I wish to congratulate the department for its annual performance plan and wish to lend my backing on behalf of the ANC for this budget. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ndabezitha. We are now allowing our Honorable Premier to respond on the debate. Zwagele, you are having 20 minutes to respond on the debate. Nyamaza.
Number 14. Oh, no. Okay. Siyabonga sihlalo. Honorable members, thank you, Chairperson, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputy Speaker, and all the honorable members. Let us thank honorable members for the debate today on vote 1. We wish to appreciate all the inputs that have been made by the honorable members here today. It does enrich our work, and will ensure that labo abasinikeza amacebo amahle siyawathatha, kodwa nalaba abebheza amampunge siyobaxolela nabo njengoRabi. Asiqale-ke la bahlonishwa, honorable members. Honorable Rab, you say that the DA is saying we are failing as this government on the youth fund. Let us tell you that uhlelo lolu lwe-youth fund luhamba kahle kakhulu. Okunye ngale youth fund, imali le ebekwe kulonyaka ayizange yona transferwe kwi-growth fund. Iyasebenza, sikhuluma nawe nje, ingakho ubona inhlelo ezinjengalezi ze-technology ezenziwayo, ezinjengalezi ezenziwa no-Dunlop kanye nezinye eziningi inhlelo i-cabinet esizidiscussile ezizongena ngaphansi kwalolu hlelo, njengalezi engazimemezela kwiSOPA, umhlonishwa uSimelane lapho ezosiza khona abantu abasha ngama-mobile garages, namanye ama-departments azosiza abantu abasha ukuthi bathole imisebenzi ku-government, bafundiswe ukuphanda iy'moto, ebese bakwazi ukuthi bathengelwe i-equipment, bakwazi ukuthi bakhandise iy'moto zahulumeni kuwona wonke ama-districts. Maningi-ke amanye ama-programs akhona esiwa-implementa directly as various government departments. Esifisa nje ukugcizelela kubona bonke abahlonishwa ukuthi akho ngisho yedwa umuntu omusha oseke wathola lo xhaso ngenxa yokuthi uhambisana ne-organization ethile. And all of you who have gone on the oversight visits to some of those sites are witnesses that in all the sites that you've seen, there were no young people that were part of any a committee, any organization. With regard to the matter that Honorable Rab, that you are raising again, sorry about that. Let me go to my notes. Yeah. With regard to the matters that are raised by the honorable members, particularly Honorable Zulu, we wish to appreciate your input. The government indeed is providing support to the royal household as well as to the king. The office is working on the NSP, Honorable Zulu, as you correctly say. We want to put it on record here to all the honorable members that indeed MEC of Education did advise us last week that there were glitches in terms of the NSP, and she quickly took it upon herself with her senior managers to work on this matter. That's why you would not see us siyenza ihaba sihambe sibabaza langaphandle ingoba besazi ukuthi ukhona umsebenzi omuhle owenziwa umphathiswa wezemfundo. Kangangokuba namhlanje ningaba ofakazi nani ukuthi nibheke kona wonke ama-districts ukuthi abantwana sebeyakuthola ukudla. I-district ebeyisele eqedelwa namhlanje ugu, and you can go and verify that yourselves. With regard to programs, Honorable Rab, that the forensic investigation unit is not capable. No, that is very far from the truth, Honorable Rab. Even yourself, you know the truth to this because you attended meetings of this unit of the OTP. We have given a priority to this unit by ensuring that the budget that was received by this unit goes up to 44 million this year. And in that regard, the department also has been able to fill the 2 posts of directors, and they are busy finalizing other recruitments in this regard. Further to that, we can openly inform you that this unit has been working very hard in terms of dealing with the backlog on the forensics. As a result of this work of the department, we can assure you that out of the 42 investigations that this unit has started, they are already in conclusion, and they are indeed also following up on all the other investigation that has been there in their pack. With regard to the cash cow, Honorable Rab, thina siyazi ke cash cow, Honorable Rab, mhlampe ke ngakini khona cash cow. Asiyazi thina la enhlanganweni kaKhongolose na uhulumeni. Kodwa singakusho kuwena ukuthi uma ngabe uhulumeni besebenzisa izimali budedengu, ngaba sinawo ama-departments athola ama-clean audit, ngaba sinawo ama-department namhlanje ancintisana namanye ama-department nationally for being good and being exemplary. And by the way, to note as well, ukuthi ama-departments wethu anjengo health, anjengo infrastructure unit, they've been able to get money that was not spent by other provinces, including, by the way, Cape Town. And that money was appropriated to KwaZulu-Natal, but you won't say that because you always want us to believe that into enziwa yini right kan cha ngaphakathi nakhona kuzibolele nje. Honorable members, the Zulu Royal Household Trust is working very hard in terms of cleaning its house. We are also working in capacitating that unit so that it performs its responsibility. But okunye malunga ahloniphekile kukhona singeke sikwazi ukukhuluma la okuphathelene nendlunkulu ngoba siyayihlonipha kakhulu indlunkulu nesithunzi sayo sifuna sihlale sinjalo. Kodwa ngiyafisa ukusho ukuthi uHonorable Hlabisa ukuthi akulona iqiniso lelo lishoyo. Ngikuphendulile lokhu nasekomitini ngesikhathi usho ukuthi izigodlo zonke ezesilo. Ngakuphendula ngathi umthetho esinawo i-Traditional Leadership and Governance Act, whether ubheke national noma ubheke provincial, but also the practice that was there before, kungangezwe lakhe isilo esabuzayo. Ngesikhathi ubaba wesilo ebuza isilo lesi sabuzayo asijange sisho ukuthi oma wazo laba sebezigodlo zayo. Cha, akwenzeki kanjalo because isilo esikhona njengamanje sesihlalweni naso sizoba nazo imizi yaso, kodwa oma wabo nokhulu babo angeke sithi sekwezami because we must respect ukuthi abobaba baleyo mizi noma bengasekho emehlweni ethu kodwa bakhona ngemphefumulo yabo. And that is why even nangesintu angaze ngibone lento umhlonishwa ayishoyo yenzeka. Ingakho kubudedengu engicabanga ukuthi akufanele sibenze ukuthi into ezinjengale sizikhulume kakhulukazi emphakathini ngoba zizodukisa impilo nenhlala kahle esiyaziyo. Bengifisa ukusho mhlonishwa ukuthi cha, mhlonishwa uHlabisa ngiyakuhlonipha mina kakhulu njengomholi. Kodwa ke akulona iqiniso emhlonishwa ukuthi indaba yenduna yaphakanyiswa IFP cha. Lutho ngifisa ukukutshela lapha mhlonishwa ukuthi mhlambe ngaleso sikhathi uma ukhumbula kahle yourself no Rogers ngesikhathi ngikwakhokta siraise le ndaba yenduna nathi nina nobabili sanitshela ANC ukuthi induna kufanele zikhokhelwe. And you were right as well because kumthetho wenu ngesikhathi nisalapha kuhulumeni wonomgogwana wongasho ukuthi induna ayikhokhelwe namanje uyasho ukuthi induna are voluntary. It's only this ANC-led government that came with incentive for izinduna. So it is important. It is very important that we put the record straight because ngesikhathi kukubi nani sibheka kabi ngesikhathi induna sisafuna imali yawo national government nisibheka kabi nisigxeka manje ngoba national government wa ANC useyikhiphile imali enduna senifuna uclaim victory. No, claim no is a victory mhlonishwa cha. I do want to say Honorable Hlabisa that indeed the matter of eDakota imatter ebuhlungu kakhulu sonke siphatheke kabuhlungu ngesikhathi lo monakalo wenzeka eDakota. Kodwa kulona iqiniso ukuthi abantu abafika kuqala i-gift of the givers. Maybe you can say that because bona mabefikele bashutha iy'thombe. Kodwa the disaster management services, the fire services yaseThekwini, disaster management services, COCTA, they were all there as first, they were there first. And following that, even on the following day, bafike ngisho kusemnyama ngoba ke uyithandela ukubonga obani Prana Cash, whatever it is. Bancome ko Prana Cash kulungile hlala nabo. Thina abantu bakithi sibasizile umngqongqoshe umhlonishwa umloyi uyile naye laphaya. Uhulumeni kamasipala kanye noweprovince ubambisene ekutheni sisize abantu bakithi kulesa simo abakusona. Ayivi ibhlungu ke into yokuthi uma ngabe sifuna ukukhuluma izinto la ku-podium ebese sidlala ngemizwa yabantu bakithi. Ngiyafisa ukuthi abahlonishwa ke siyeke lento yokudlala ngemizwa yabantu bakithi kakhulukazi abantu bakithi abantulayo. Siyafisa ukubonga kakhulu Honorable Phakathi with your contributions, and indeed Honorable Phakathi, you are correct. The notion that umuntu omnyama ayikho into angayenza right, wrong, but also it shows the backward mindset of those that perpetuate that narrative that there is nothing that the black person can do because nangebala umnyama. So I do believe that this kind of a notion is backward. It's barbaric, and it's something that needs to be stopped by those that know they are doing it. Honorable Manqele, siyafisa ukubonga kakhulu. Indeed, monitoring and evaluation has taken a centerpiece in the work that we are doing at OTP. And we're not only, we're not ticking only the box, but we are even going further. Ukuyobona ama-project ukuthi akhona yini, senze isiqiniseko sokuthi nalawo ama-project implementwayo by ama-departments ba-implementa ngendlela okuyiyona yona. Honorable Mtshali Mantshinga, siyabonga kakhulu ngenkulumo yakho oyibekile nawe lapha. And ngiyabonga nanokuthi ucacise ukuthi i-forensic has completed 18 investigation and followed up on 48, and that the unit is finalizing cases that were there, they were dealing with, particularly even the backlog of cases. And I want to say to honorable members that when this unit was moved to the office of the Premier, it came with a huge backlog of cases. And that backlog is the one that we are dealing with right now. And by the way, honorable members, it is not just the Premier of that time who took a decision to move this unit to OTP. But it was a recommendation by the Special Investigation Unit because of the way a Special Investigation Unit work, in that if the President needs to start an investigation, the proclamation must be co-signed by the Premier of that province. And when the report comes, it doesn't come to the Premier, but it goes to the President, and the Premier then must seek from the President. That's why it was not easy when it is in the Treasury, because the MEC needed then to go through the Premier in any event to access some of these reports. So this was the rationale behind the recommendation of the SIU. So akulona iqiniso lokuthi kwenzeka lokhu ngoba kukhona ukukhohlakala okwenziwayo. Honorable Rab, ngiyafisa nje ukusho ukuthi it's a pity that Honorable Rab does not appreciate the plight of our young people. Vele ke Honorable Rab ngeke simsole kakhulu ngoba vele yena uhlala endaweni right, kodwa abantu bakithi ababhekene nobunzima nolusha lwakithi olubhekene nokungabi khona kwamathuba omsebenzi baphila kanzima kakhulu. Ingakho uma ngabe kukhona labo youth fund, Department of Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs, working with ourselves, this youth fund has got a dedicated panel that do it due diligence, which is a separate entity. It's got a committee that deals with looking at on the application, and it is not true that only 3 applications were approved. You are the witness to this, because the projects that you went to see were not just 3 projects, but the report as well that was given to you at the committee level did not say only 3 projects were done. So I think it is correct that we put this matter into perspective. The OSS, of course, you will say the OSS is dead because you don't even know even what is a war room. You don't even sit in war rooms. You don't even know what are the committees, ward committees, and other committees omphakathi ukuthi enzani. Kuwena ke kungaba lokho akunandaba yalutho kodwa kubantu bakithi abaziyo ukuthi uma ufuna ukuyobheka ukuthi igrant yakho iphuma nini, uma ufuna ukuyosho ukuthi kunabogogo nomkhulu abadinga ukhanyiselwa amaphilisi emakhaya, uma ufuna abantwana abathola izibonelelo zakahulumeni, uma ngabe isibonelelo simile noma umholo kagogo umile, kuyiwe ku-war room lapho i-war room bese iyakwazi ukuthi labo bantu bathole ama-food parcel ngesikhathi besalindele ama-grants wabo. Imisebenzi le enziwa yi-war room. And ukusebenza no-COGTA, it's not starting today or it's not starting now. The war room has been integrated with our ward committees working with the DDM structures. So it is not correct that we just woke up all of a sudden and we realized that there needs to be an alignment between the OSS and the DDM. So that is completely untrue. Another example you spoke about, what we are softening the communities. Our communities are not blind, Honorable Rapp. Maybe they can be blind to you when you lie to them about many things that happen, but to us, our communities, bayasitshela izinto ezirong, siyakhulumisana nabo, izigcawu nezimbizo lezi ezinazo zenzelwe ukuthi abantu bakwazi ukubeka uvo labo thina njengohulumeni silalele ebese senza lokho abantu abathi sikwenze. Uma ngakunika isibonelo nje kule mbizo ye-crime ekade ikhona kuleli sonto ekade sikhuluma ngayo khona la kulesi speech, umphakathi omningi okhulume ngey'nkinga zawo khona ngalelo langa kade bekhuluma ngazo bakwazi ukuthi ba-assistwe yilo hulumeni kakhongolo sesikhuluma ngawo. So ukusebenza kwembizo nokuxhumana nomphakathi kuyinto esingeke siyeke futhi angeke sibasofnishe abantu bakithi ngoba abantu bakithi abekho blind. They are very live to the realities, but also they are live to the work eyenziwa yilo hulumeni nezinto ezinhle ezenziwa yilo hulumeni kakhongolose. Akulona ke iqiniso, Honorable Rapp, ukuthi ama-councillors are trained now. Again, it might be showing something very sad of you. Uma uti ama-councillors sitswa trainer manje. No, what we were talking about here, we're talking about the alignment of the DDM to OSS. Those are the training that we were referring to. If you would read that speech, it will help you a lot as a resource, rather than to come here and speak into engahlangani. Ayikho noma ngibokisa leyo green book obuka. Vele le green book yakhiwe yithi, we know it back and forward. Doesn't help me. Angizuphuma. Honorable Arab, ayikho into gateway to corruption. Because if you are gateway to corruption yourself, then you must speak for yourself, not for this government, because it means you are insulting institutions such as the Auditor General of South Africa, such as all the commissions that are making sure that government spend its resources in a proper manner. It means you are insulting, because if you say nobody is watching a corruption and there are no investigations, that is utterly not true. We reported in a committee, in your committee where you sit at, we gave you clear information about how many officials were suspended, how many of them have been gone through their cases, how many cases were still on, how many of them have been brought back and put in other departments so that at least nobody stays home once they're getting paid. So the notion that you are coming here to say there are no consequences, that is not true. It is very unfair kumphakathi wakithi ukuthi abahlanishwa uma bela bezokhuluma ekulombhobho bese bekhuluma babe excited bakhulume nezinto ezingekho. Honorable members, we do want to say that there is a lot of work that all of us as this government, together with you, honorable members, need to do. We can only fail together. But also we can only succeed if we hold hands. Because whether you like it or not, Honorable Rapp, in fact, this is where you belong. We wish to thank all the honorable members that have contributed. Honorable Kiliza, but I wanted to say to you, there's nothing like labor cases that the Premier must look at, honorable member. If you could visit more AMA committees, you'd understand those things and you'll learn better. Because I can see that there's still a lot of orientation, Honorable Speaker, that is needed from Honorable Chiliza there of the EFF. Because he started talking about 6 million as well of donor. He now speaking about things as ngekho. Who shame Kosiyam. Siyakuxolela kodwa Mhlonishwa. Ukufika ngelinye ilanga. Like last time. I'm tired of it.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Thank you very much, honorable members. We have come to the end of the debate on vote 1. Honorable members, can you be honorable, please? Thank you very much, honorable members. We have come to the end of the debate on vote 1. We are going to break for lunch for 30 minutes and come back to continue with our work of the day. Thank you very much. So all of us will be resuming by 3 o'clock.
of our existence is that the challenges that bring the fair share hardship and difficulties also empower us with lessons that serve of us our guiding light for the future. Since the evolution of human beings, our ability to change a negative into positive has remained a tribute to the resilience of human spirit. The current global economic contradiction and its attendant repercussion is a perfect example of a situation that calls to the fore our creative and resilience negotiation towards our spot to border. Madam Speaker, on the 24th of February, the Premier of our province, Honorable Nomsa Dube-Ncube, presented her SOPA, which was themed Taking Decisive Action in Time of Renewal Hope as we build a better, prosperous and resilient KwaZulu-Natal. The Premier several outlines bold and decisive actions that will drive the province back to a long-term stable path. Chairperson, today I will present a people's budget, a budget that responds to the various issues of our province and have repeatedly raised frequently consultative engagement meetings across the province. Key among other issues raised include the acceleration of job opportunity creation to address the plight of our youth, the provision of support to small enterprises that anchor the provincial economy, development of infrastructure that improves the global competitiveness of local producers, tackling barriers through the growth that unlock further investment, widen export market for local manufacturing goods, promote air connectivity to KZN trade creation, development of efficient regional airports that supports domestic tourism, promotion of innovation of increased international competitiveness of local enterprise. In conclusion, we'll also deal with the issue of rationalization of public entities to optimize limited fiscal resources. We will also deal with rollout of automated licensing and permitting system to encourage business compliance, support informal township and rural-based enterprises, which is critical and is going to address some of the imbalances that has been taking place for quite some time in the beloved country called South Africa and the province of KwaZulu-Natal. Madam Speaker, the global economic outlook continues to be weighed down by elevated inflationary pressures, tightening global financial conditions associated with high interest rate hikes by most central banks and the negative spillover effects from the geopolitical tensions. We must also just highlight that in January 2023, the World Economic Outlook, the IMF, projects global growth to slow down from 3.4% in 2022 to 2.9% in 2023, then rise to 3.1% in the 2024. The rise in central bank rates to fight inflation and Russia's war in Ukraine weigh on economic activities. The growth for advanced economic is projected to decline sharply from 2.7 in 2022 to 1.2 in 2023, before rising to 1.4 in the year 2024. About 90% of advanced economies are projected to see a decline in the growth in 2023. And developing economies' growth is projected to rise modestly from 3.9 in 2022 to 4% in 2023, and the year 2024 on 4.2%. About half of emerging markets and developing economies have projected lower growth in 2023 than in 2022. For the sub-Saharan region, growth is projected to remain moderate at 3.8% in 2023 amid prolonged fallout from the COVID-19 pandemic. Although with a modest upward revision since October before picking up to 4.1 in 2024, on 7 March 2023, State SA reported that South Africa's real GDP increased by only 2% in 2022, following an increase of 4.9% in 2021. I'm sure these numbers are critical just for us to comprehend the reality of the growth projected and the pattern. Growth is projected to decline to 1.2 in 2023, reflecting weaker external demand, debilitating power shortages and structural constraints. External shocks such as global geopolitical factors and low global demand continue to underpin the low growth trajectory in the country. The Reserve Bank has lifted rates by a cumulative 425 basis points since November 2021, after it slashed the repo rate to 3.5. in the wake of economic onslaught. As a result, the repo rate is now on 125 basis points higher than it was before the pandemic. Higher interest rates will throw cold water on the country's low economic growth. Honorable Chairperson, the constant economic growth landscape continues to hamper the job creation potential of the country, whilst accelerating the levels of inequality and poverty. The unemployment rate in South Africa currently stands at 30.6%, as articulated in the fourth quarter report by State SA. In the province of KwaZulu-Natal, economy grew by 2.7 in 2022 and is expected to grow by 1.7 in 2023. The provincial unemployment rates emerged slightly higher than the national rate, which is 32.7, with the province expanded unemployment remaining of the highest at 46%. As more and more people get discouraged in their search for employment opportunities, we are designing some new key deliverables. Honorable Chairperson, Maritime University, Madam Speaker, as the province continues to leverage on its natural capital, it became clear that we need to supplement our skills to take advantage of our marine resources. We've got a coast with line of close to 600 kilometers. The maritime industry presents enormous opportunities for KwaZulu-Natal. Following the positive outcome of the feasible study, established a maritime university in Uko district. I'm sure you might have seen, Honorable Chairperson, that we all have all our CEOs present in the gallery, just to be creating and highlighting what is to be done in the province of KwaZulu-Natal as a form of solution. The department will develop a business plan in consultation with other organs of state, such as the Department of Higher Education, Science and Innovation, outlining the process of establishing the university. The concept of developing maritime university in the province of KwaZulu-Natal is supported by a review of a number of national international models, such as Antwerp, Rotterdam, and Singapore, for achieving a reputation for excellence in maritime education, training, and research. I'm sure we all agree that now is the time. Let us utilize the strength of our beautiful ocean. In such cases, a major port city becomes home to a number of respected education, training, research institutions, which for the most part are complementary to one another and which receive support from education, government, and private sector, which makes steady progress over time, the number of quality of offerings. KZN Public Wealth Fund as well, ladies and gentlemen, the triple challenges that befell the province, starting with COVID-19, social unrest, and floods, gave us a glaring indication that the province needs to put in place contingency funds to fall back of when such unexpected shocks arise, although we are praying that it is not going to take place in the near future. Honorable Chair, an even more compelling impact is that the province, like the rest of the country, is often confronted with fiscal shortfalls, affecting the scale and the speed of rolling out development projects to recover from unexpected shocks. We must also highlight and heighten the tempo that the issue of cannabis is here to stay, and our people must tap from that process and must also tap at the same time. I'm here to report that Moses Kotane Institute has developed a master plan which outlines key responsibility for organs of state as part of developing the cannabis industry. The department recognizes the potential of the cannabis and hemp sector in driving provincial economic growth and development plan in a radical, transformed, and inclusive manner. As part of this, Honorable Chairperson, it's the commitment growing this sector. The department has set aside an amount of 5 million for the 23-24, just to be specific and just to target Africans who have suffered for quite some time, who've been living, utilizing these things. Now it is legal, they must benefit from the process. This will be realized through cannabis and hemp commercialization program, which the department has adopted, aimed at stimulating investment by the KZN public sector and further attracting more investment towards growth beneficiation of the cannabis enterprise. It is 8 years considering view that this sector will be a catalyst in providing economic stability, job creation, poverty eradication, and improved health for the KZN citizen. Honorable Chairperson, KZN Public Wealth Fund minimize the colossal effect of possible future economic shocks. Let us also highlight the issue of green economy. The Donnybrook biomass plant is another project partly supported by ATIA with an amount of 2 billion. The project is already operational. This project will be opening during the current financial year. The project sponsors will be opening similar plants in the whole province, and this will create more jobs and reduce poverty levels in our communities. An amount of 7 million was invested to acquire the property, whilst an amount of 30 million has been invested in plant and machinery of this project. The department contributed 2 million, Honorable Chairperson Speaker, for the refurbishment of the property. During the construction phase, 20 jobs were created and 12 full-time jobs were created at the same time. At full capacity, the plan will create 45 new fresh employment opportunities. Additional 60 jobs will be created by SMMEs that will benefit from the ecosystem at a full capacity to meet a demand of 30 times per day. On the issue of job opportunity, unemployment remains a colossal challenge that has occupied the attention of this government and shall remain so until our people have access to sustainable livelihood. As a result, Honorable Speaker, creating opportunities for growth, employment generation remains the forefront of the KZN government policy. This has been priority since the term of office of this government started in 2019. It shall remain so until our people have been freed from the shackles of poverty. On the issue of air connectivity, Madam Speaker, air connectivity is a critical driver of growth through trade facilitation and tourist movement, and the province of KwaZulu-Natal survives mostly on tourism, which attracts on the more investors. The department leads a multi-stakeholder provincial forum dedicated to coordinating and promoting international and domestic air service at King Shaka International Airport. King Shaka International Airport now provides facilitating the following connections. I'm sure you might have heard that on a regular basis, 7 direct flights a week to Dubai on Fly Emirates. We've got 5 direct flights a week to Doha on Qatar Airlines. We've got 2 flights a week to Istanbul on Turkish Airlines via Johannesburg. We've got a direct flight to Harare, which has been recently linked on Fly Airlink, and recently a bi-weekly to Lusaka, Zambia, which is the Pro Flight. Skills development, Madam Speaker, the need for a skilled workforce to drive the human resource needs to our province can never be overemphasized. As ETA in partnership with the University of KwaZulu-Natal is forging ahead with developing learning programs under the Erythropolis Institute of Africa, to support development of the Durban Erythropolis, which is Durban Trade Port SEZ. Thus far, UKZN approved and implemented a range of short courses related to route developmental smart cities. I'm sure we're supposed to be giving a round of applause to UKZN for affording the opportunities to our kids in the province. For 2019 to 2022, a total of 165 professionals successfully completed these courses. The university has introduced 5 Erythropolis modules at postgraduate diploma level, and at least 62 students have been enrolled in these programs. In 23-24, UKZN will finalize the development and accreditation of flagship Erythropolis program in the form of Masters in Management of Airport, Cities, and Erythropol. To support the development of aeronautical engineering skills, an amount of 1.5 million is allocated towards bursaries for KwaZulu-Natal students enrolled in aeronautical engineering programs at the University of Pretoria and Wits. Furthermore, the department supported 67 masters and 43 doctoral research candidates through bursaries administered by Moses Kotane Institute. We continue, Madam Speaker. Innovation is key to unlocking long-term growth for our manufacturers and improving the internal competitiveness of our producers. To bridge the gap between innovation and commercialization, the department worked with MKI under a program called Commercializing Innovations and Research, CIR. The program funded 6 innovations driven by youth in the province in areas of food safety, environment and waste management, robotics, education, health, medical diagnostic, alternative energy, entertainment, and e-commerce, among others, in 2023. 2 million has been set aside towards developing more innovations that address the province's social challenges. The digital centers remain catalytic for economic development in rural areas where youth entrepreneurs and innovators often lack access to digital infrastructure and internet connectivity. I'm sure fangabajabula abantu abaqhamuke endaweni ezisemakhaya koMzumbe koNongoma koHlabisa ukuthi nabo sebezosizakala bakwazi ukungena kubuxhakaxhaka betechnology. School learners also use these centers for assignment, research, and applications, while entrepreneurs use the centers for business-related activities. Following the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, the province has set up digital centers in the following areas: the Kokstad, Bergville, Langalbalele, Mandeni, Umdoni, Dube City, Jozini, and Umfolozi. For the year 23, a total 4.2 million has been assigned to finalize the construction of 4 digital centers located in these following areas: Richmond, Ndwedwe, Herikwala, and Bofana. These centers will each provide employment opportunities for 2 local graduates who are currently unemployed out of these 16,000 graduates that we have in the province and possesses IT-related qualification. As we endeavor to attract investment into the province, need to step up the development of bulk infrastructure at DTP and Richards Bay ITZ, both of which play a critical role in attracting and increasing spending infrastructure. Over the last financial year, Dube Trade Port opened Trade 2 zone, making available developed land for easy to investors and manufacturers. 2 private investors, Synergy Blenders and LM Diapers, began construction for operational plants by July 22 last year, and were there with the Premier. Construction of 2 warehouses at the circumference or at the dimension of 5,000 square meter and 12,000 square meter respectively is due to commence in the first half of 23-24. These warehouses are intended to provide completed industrial building space in Trade Zone 2 for lease to private sector manufacturers who are looking to lease completed facilities rather than build their own. On the other hand, the Richards Bay ITZ intends to acquire Phase 1D to house 2 high-value projects in the form of Eskom gas power plant with an estimated investment value of 72 billion and isizinda smelter for melter beneficiation. Infrastructure development, the department fully recognizes the role of infrastructure in driving economic development. Consequently, a lot of infrastructure projects have received substantial budget allocation for the year 2023. In Dumo Retail, the Premier has already spoken about it, which is going to be at the value of 150 million. Will receive 18 million in this financial year in funding. Speaker, despite facing several structural obstacles that cause delays, I'm pleased to inform you that construction is projected to begin this year in August 2023. Durban waterfront, as part of growing tourism in the province, the department is entering into a 4-way memorandum of agreement with eThekwini Municipality, Transnet, and IDFC to formulate, design, and implement the Durban waterfront precinct. The Durban waterfront precinct will be modern precinct comprising mixed-use hotels and other iconic building structures. KZN Regional Airports, the rationale of provincial government to provide support and develop several regional airports is both for disaster management exercise as well as for potential economic beneficiation for regional tourism, cargo potential at the same time. These airports cannot be viewed in isolation, and their economic impact extends beyond the airport's boundary. In other words, regional airports act as an enabler for business and tourism to be conducted. However, when significant infrastructure projects are identified at airports, a number of sustainability and non-aviation related projects are also considered, making the running of these airports more visible and viable at the same time, and sustainability is required. For fiscal year 2023-24, the department has designated 7 million towards the enhancements of operationalization and efficiency improvement of KZN Regional Airport, specifically for Pietermaritzburg, Oripi, for Margate, Ulundi, and Mkuze airports. These infrastructure upgrades will create 40 job opportunities. Properties capital investment. Itala Development Finance Corporation has started the rebuilding of 4 factories in Madadeni Industrial Estate, Nongoma Shopping Center, and Eshowe Shopping Center, which were severely impacted during 2021 riots. The rebuilding of the remaining affected properties will commence in the current financial year. Interventions on cyber security, I'm sure you know, have been grey listed by international platform as a result of us being poor when it comes to cybersecurity. Over the past few years, our country has faced persistent and increasingly sophisticated malicious cyber attacks that have threatened the critical infrastructure and arteries of our society and economy, and ultimately our people's security and privacy. It is in that light that we must initiate and enforce efforts to identify, deter, protect against, detect, and respond to these actions and actors. The department must carefully examine what occurred during any major cyber incident nationwide and apply lessons learned. This cybersecurity fortification regime will require more than government action. Protecting our critical infrastructure from malicious cyber actors requires all of us to partner with its expertise to private sector. The department must adapt to the continuously changing threat environment and ensure its ICT infrastructure and systems operate securely. To the end, we need to make bold changes and significant investment in order to defend these vital institutions that underpins the way of life for the people of our province. The department must bring to bear the full scope of its authorities and resources to protect and secure its computer systems, whether they are cloud-based, on-premises, or hybrid. Banks, government entities, hospitals, sensitive database, water utilities, and port authorities must all be prioritized in the effort to fortify the province infrastructure and security. Honorable Chairperson, investment, both domestic and foreign, is key to addressing the colossal challenge of employment that currently confronts us as a province. To the end, the province government has stepped up efforts to attract both foreign direct investment and direct domestic investment into our priority sectors of the economy. In 2022, the total rand value of investment in the province of KwaZulu-Natal amounted to over 4.9 billion, creating over 4,258 jobs. These investments were facilitated and committed by TIC and all other Richards Bay, ITZ, Dubai Trade Port, and other entities of our government. We are pleased to announce that through vigorous investment campaigns, the following major investment have been signed off in the province during the 2022 budget year. CMT Global is a textile and apparel manufacturing company located in Zakeni, Ladysmith. They are the largest vertical integrated textile manufacturing plant in the sub-Saharan region. The investment is worth 390 million and will create 1,650 jobs, which are new in the market. Sinos Africa's Gas, a project that entails manufacturing of food-grade carbon dioxide for the beverage sector, located in Newcastle. The project is valued at 56 million, and it will create 50 jobs. Zulami Estate, which is located in luxury coastal estate around Guatuguza area at Elembe, the project is valued at 320 million and will create 150 jobs which are new. An investment project worth 38 million has been initiated by Nyazentle Holdings Pty, a black-owned farming business headquartered in Newcastle. The project aims at empowering black farmers in and around Newcastle by enabling the access to markets through cattle rearing and providing feed for the feedlots owned by Nyazentle Holdings. The implementation of this project will generate 40 employment opportunities. Around the Escort area, we've created an intermodal terminal, entails the development of logistic park and an intermodal terminal at the old Masonite Evold site in Escort. The project is valued at 1.2 billion with an estimated value of 1,000 jobs to be created. We have Dusi Forest Engineers is a plywood and veneer manufacturing project based at Ngome under Abaqulusi local municipality in Zululand district. The investment value for this project is estimated at 104 million, and at full operation, the project will create new 250 jobs. The Serenity Hills Eco Estate residential security estate, which is located at the market. The estate is built on the premise of conscious and sustainable living with solar-ready houses, rain and storm water harvesting, as well as modern living. The development is valued, or includes 15 to 20 beds. It is also valued at 800 million and will create new 1,000 jobs. His Worship, the Mayor, the mayors who are present will be glad to see that what we are dealing mostly on the significant role that export play in advancing economic development in our province. As such, we have been actively engaged in promoting the export of KZN products to various destinations in Africa and around the globe. Emerging Exporters Program. During the previous fiscal year, the Emerging Exporters Program capacitated a total of 41 emerging exporters to improve their readiness for exporting. This effort resulted in an additional 37 million in increasing turnover through the export and the creation of 248 employment opportunities. Exporter Competitiveness Program. The department has been implementing an exporter competitive program that looks at improving the productivity and competitiveness of enterprise through improved value chain efficiencies and improved industrial competitiveness. Since its inception, the program supported 58 participating companies in the province with a combined turnover of 1.2 billion. Expansion into other markets. In order for KZN to grow, we need a footprint in various countries. We need to facilitate the participation of local companies in trade missions into Africa. A total of 148 companies from KZN participated in the exhibition events held in Ghana, Angola, Tanzania, Mozambique, and Algeria. Notwithstanding our reach into the continent, it is equally important that we nurture our relationship with our traditional markets. We have continued to facilitate the exposure of our companies through the trade events in traditional markets, namely the UK, the USA, Germany, Italy, China. The 10th KZN Export Week has executed successful in December 2022. This annual event has highlighted the significance of export in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. I'm sure we are glad that we are just pronouncing and announcing these critical modems, which are thus going to assist the government at this point in time in terms of agriculture, transportation, infrastructure development, construction of clinics, hospitals, and schools, as well as the supply of food consumed in institutions such as schools, hospitals, and prisons. The approach is crucial in promoting equitable ownership and control of economy, creating employment opportunities, and redistributing wealth. In the year 2022, the department provided support to various enterprises operating in key. The Operation Vula, the chairperson, the commodities including detergents, the cleaning chemicals, clothing, textile, bakeries, pulp and paper. About 398 small enterprises received business support through training, mentorship, marketing, and exhibitions. And business advisor, about 40 small enterprises were assisted to showcase their products at various exhibitions. I'm sure both honorable member Umhlonishwa Ugumede and Umhlonishwa Ucale will be happy of what transpired in their constituents at Ramasho, that currently that bakery incubator is working now. A location has been identified at Matatian Industrial Estate in the Amajuba district for the construction of Amajuba Shed Production Facility that will focus on the manufacturing of detergents and cleaning chemicals. The construction of this facility is scheduled to begin in the first quarter of 23-24, whilst the construction completion rate at the Uku Vula Detergents Center stands at 98%. The KwaMashu Vula Detergents is now operational, and 75 small enterprises have been enrolled for a 3-year mentorship program. A lot is still coming, honorable members. 28th of February 23, the Enterprise Development Fund has approved a total of 572 loan applications with a combined value of 305 million. As we go along, honorable chairperson, program is aimed at providing business support and funding solutions to enterprise with a specific focus on youth, women, and business located in rural township areas, with a total value of 27 million. As we proceed, we must also highlight, Honorable Speaker, that acknowledge the significant progress that has been made in transforming the socio-economic landscape and improving the lives of the people of this province under successive ANC-led administration over the past 29 years. However, we believe that more radical measures are required to effectively address the persistent challenges of unemployment, poverty, and inequality. The Premier's SOPA address outlined, amongst other things, the issue of ensuring that we go and zoom on the issue of youth fund. We go and zoom on the programs targeting, in particular, township and rural economy. And we are following that due diligence, and we're going to make sure that 40 million and 50 million will be combined and utilized for the strength of assisting. Black Industrial Program, the department is strategically partnering with other national departments, such as the DTIC, to support to Black industrialists under the Black Industrial Program. Through KZN Growth 5, the province is currently assessing 9 Black industrialist projects valued at over 544 million, which has created more than 6,000 jobs. The Vula Fund, we have outlined it, the scope and the length, and there are a lot of SMMEs projects that will be also, when we open the window, will be done in this financial year. I must proceed, Honorable Chairperson, in pursuit of constant support for the growth and development of the cultural and creative industry, CCI. The department implemented the Emerging Designers Incubations Program in collaboration with South African Creative Industries Incubator, which is critical in our rural communities in particular. The program selected 25 emerging designers from various districts, including KwaZulu-Natal, uThukela, Umzinyathi, Umgungundlovu, and eThekwini. I'm happy to announce that one of our participants in the program has already signed a contract to have her clothing line displayed, sold at Edgar's in this year. Siyaqhuba asimile asinamona asinanzondo sidumisa intuthuko nje yaphambili. No-African National Congress sihamba naye. We have heard on numerous occasions how rules and regulation, administrative, just to deal with red tapes, procedures and systems, and even social values that are no longer effective in achieving their intention. On radical and local economic development, Speaker, it's critical that small cane growers in this year, we've got formulation of 3-year partnership with SAFTA, which is benefiting through fertilizer, and a lot of our people are going to benefit in that project. We must highlight on tourism. It gives me pleasure to announce that KZN official South Africa's leading domestic tourism destination, with statistics recently released by South African Tourism showing that province recorded as domestic trips for the year 2026 at 7.6 million trips, surpassing the pre-COVID-19 of 6.2 million in 2019. The last time the province reached the 7 million mark was in 2013. This amounts to domestic tourism spend of 19.5 billion. Hotel occupancy has also increased from 68 to 81%, and we are glad to announce that during our Passover or the Easter days. I'll want to just highlight, for example, Zemvelo Montas program created 250 jobs in 2022. Zemvelo KZN Wildlife is implementing various projects to enhance the returns the province received from its environmental assets, such as KZN Maloti Drakensberg, Transfrontier Park Fence Project, Umlala's Road Project, Tendele Roofing Project, Tembe Ndumo Project, Itala Road Project, and Mitma Road. These projects are different stages and implementation have so far created more than 400 new jobs in the market. In 23 years, KZN Wildlife has committed to supporting 180 rural communities that are adjacent to protected areas in the biodiversity economy. This initiative falls under the Rural Economic Revitalization Program, which aims to assist local entrepreneurs in accessing training, incubators, funding, and market opportunities. Following the acquisition of First SACA remote operating certificate license that enables the entity to legally operate drones in controlled and uncontrolled airspaces, Zemvelo will intend to use drones in anti-poaching, search and rescue, amongst other things, as just to ensure that we gallivant and make sure that we protect our species, we protect our biodiversity. I will also just highlight, Honorable Speaker, that you might have seen that in the document, a lot of things are already contained and consigned there, but because of time, we had to elevate some of those things. If you go to Richards Bay ITZ, you've got projects that are going to be implemented in this year to the value of 6 billion, which means that KwaZulu-Natal is growing and we are making sure that we are formulating a strategy of ensuring that whatever transpired in the state of the province outlined by the Premier, we are creating more and more jobs. We do have a project which deals with invasive alien species program. In the previous financial year, it dealt with 176 hectares of land were cleared of invasive alien species, creating 9,499 jobs. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chairperson, 2023, the department commits to clearing 100,000 hectares of alien species, creating more than 7,725 jobs. The department also intends to upscale the number of jobs by 10,000. Madam Speaker, the fight to conserve our biodiversity is critical, and it must be protected by all of us who are participating in this journey. I'm sure on the issue of informal traders, when we launched Operation Vula Fund and when we dealt with the issue of the relief money from the disaster, we were clinical that we are not going to acquire the documents strictly on informal traders. It is the duty of the department juxtapose the process, just assist those people. I'm sure we've also highlighted the issue of social entrepreneurship program. The department has acknowledged a significant contribution of the social economy towards addressing developmental challenges in the province. As a result, they have contracted the University of KwaZulu-Natal, Mangosuthu Buthelezi University of Technology and University of Zululand to provide technical assistance, 235 opportunities. In conclusion, Honorable Chairperson, I would like to thank the ANC and the entire ANC leadership for entrusting me with this humbling responsibility. I wish to extend my appreciation to the Honorable Premier, Ms. Nomusa Dube Nzwakele, for her continued support. I would also like to thank my esteemed colleagues in the Provincial Executive Committee and social partners in the province for their continued resolve to see the entire KZN being extracted from the shackles of poverty and economic transformation. I would like to extend my appreciation to my predecessors, all of them, Honorable Chairperson, starting from Dr. Zwelin Lawrence Mkhize, was once at the steering of this department. Mr. Mike Mabuyakulu was once involved in this department. Mr. Sihle Zikalala, the current Minister of Public Works, was once involved in this department. The Premier herself, Ms. Nomusa Dube, who has been involved in this department. And lastly, Mr. Ravi Pillay, who paved the way and laid a solid foundation. So the ANC is consistently like that. We are tapping from the galvanized strategy and their wisdom. We are proceeding. We want to thank the role that has been played by HOD Baba Nkontwana for leading the department with the entire management team. We are always ready and willing to go an extra mile. My gratitude also goes to the chairperson of and the CEO of the public entities who are playing a pivotal role in ensuring that we continue with our development mandate. I also salute all the members of the ETIA family, from the ministry to the department. Abangaze balale bezama ukuthi sizwe sisebenze kahle. And lastly but not least in love, I would like to thank my wife, Mrs. Duma, and the entire Duma family for their unwavering support. Yes, I'm happily married. Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. In the budget of the budget of entities in this year, 2023-24, Dube Trade Port have been given 504, Zemvelo 893, Itala 112, KwaZulu-Natal Film Commission 93, KwaZulu Gaming and Betting 52, KZN Liquor Authority 89, KwaZulu-Natal Tourism 150 million, KwaZulu-Natal Shark Sport 69 million, KZN Growth Fund 47 million, Trade and Investment received 130 million, Moses Kotane Institute 57 million. In total, the entities got 2.3 billion in this financial year. Then in the department, I would want to present that administration, we've got 236, Integrated Economic Development Service 372, Trade and Industry Development 967, Business Regulation and Government allocated 205, Economic Planning 46, Tourism Development 281, Environmental Management 1.197, and the total allocation is 3,406,530,000 600,000. I now move the budget. I move. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker and Chairperson of the House.
Thank you. Thank you, MEC, for here. Let's get seated. Let's move on. Now we'll move to the report by the Chairperson of Economic Development and Tourism on vote for budget, Honorable Ndombela, for 10 minutes.
Honorable Chairperson, members of the Executive Council present, honorable members, HOD and your team and the CEO of entities, Asbonga Ukuthola Leli Thuba. We table this report in accordance with the provisions of the rule of the KwaZulu-Natal Legislature. It's an honor for me to deliver the committee reports on the discussions and deliberations relating to the 23-24 budget and annual performance plan for the Department of Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs. In particular, programs 1 to 6 as we exercise oversight on these programs. This report is an account of the budget processes embarked upon by the Portfolio Committee for consideration toward passing of the budget for vote for the 23-24 financial year. Honorable Chairperson, the budget cycle model utilized by the Portfolio Committee to conduct oversight is founded upon definite timelines for reporting by departments. It is therefore imperative for the department to submit reports to the Portfolio Committee timeously. Indeed, I wish to confirm that the department submitted both the 2020-24 draft and final budgets and APP timeously, which enabled the committee to engage on these documents thoroughly. Over and above the mandates to legislate and conduct oversight, the Portfolio Committee should facilitate public participation. In line with this mandate, the committee facilitated a stakeholders' engagement on the 17th of January 2023 at Nochane Community Hall in Pongola. This is where the department presented the 2023-24 draft budget and APP to both the Portfolio Committee and the stakeholders. The Portfolio Committee received briefings from its own support staff and presentation from the department on the 2023-24 final draft budget and APP on the 3rd of March 2023. Furthermore, the department and all its entities also appeared before the Finance Portfolio Committee on the 14th of March for further deliberation and engagement on the final inputs. During the above stakeholders engagement, the community and stakeholders participated immensely and provided valuable inputs for the department to consider when crafting its future plans. The following were some of the inputs by the stakeholders. That the department is asked to really look at the red tape utilized as barriers to entrance to businesses monopolized by certain individuals and companies. Banks' requirements to obtain loans and business accounts were also highlighted as red tape utilized as hindrances to SMME's sustainability. That the department is applauded for interventions such as Operation Vula Fund. However, inaccessibility to timely finance and support was flagged as a hindrance to SMMEs. Challenges with electricity cuts and water shortage were started as having negative impact in the hospitality industry. That the department is requested to support SMMEs and cooperatives by providing assistance with marketing of products produced, by encouraging people, businesses, and the government to buy from them, and assisting them to have direct access to the market. There were suggestions that the district offices be equipped with more resources as they were closer to communities and more accessible, and the department should channel more funds to LEDs as they too were closer to the public. This increase in funding should be accompanied by empowerment of local councillors with knowledge of programs or projects offered by the department, as such empowerment will improve in the functioning of SMMEs. The department is requested to increase provision of access to commercial property for SMMEs in township and rural areas, and to intensify rural and township economy development, concentrating on other developed townships as major intervention for local economic growth and job creation. The department tabled its total budget as outlined by the MEC of 3.407 billion for 2023 financial year. The committee noted that the budget program is 2.209 billion. The committee further noted that there was a negative growth of 7 percentage points when current budget was compared to 2022-23 final appropriation, and core programs such as 2, 3, and 6 also recorded negative growth. The committee noted with concern that budget cuts were affected against goods and service budgets of a program charged with integrated economic development. Honorable Chair, approximately 70% of the department's budget is spent at entity level. Alignment of plans between the department and its entities of paramount importance. An effective monitoring mechanism cannot be emphasized. A budget is not only about figures and financial techniques, but it's a plan about service delivery. At the core of these figures lies service delivery outcomes that should have a positive impact on the lives of ordinary South Africans. Hence, the committee welcomes the reprioritization the department has undertaken to ensure that the negative growth does not affect the department's key initiatives and projects tasked with service delivery. The committee acknowledges the priority program project the department seeks to pursue in 2023 such attainment of its SOC license. It must be mentioned that as a portfolio company, we are concerned that this issue has taken more than 10 years without any progress or conclusivity. Implementation of Operation Vula Fund window, establishment of Well Fund, establishment of Maritime University Academy at Oku District, and facilitating agro processing and market access of cannabis, to name just a few. However, the committee will focus on its oversight on the following priorities identified in the AOP for 2023, as derived from the APP and aligned to the national and provincial priorities. These include, amongst others, reconstruction and recovery of the provincial economy, job retention, job creation, investment into infrastructure, SME supports, industrialization, localization, focus on priority groups, women, youth, disabled people, building a capable state, since the department has obtained approval of organogram filling critical positions, effective functioning of district offices, business automation systems, promoting good governance, strengthening the internal control, internal audit and risk management, implementation of fraud prevention plan and consequence management, rationalization of public entities, streamlining governance services, elimination of duplication, shared services, cost savings, promotion of integrated planning development through Economic Council TDM model, etc. Madam Speaker, according to State SA GDP release posted on the 7th of March 2023, although the GDP has reached an all-time high in 2022, the economy has only grown by 0.3 from the pre-pandemic reading of 4.58 trillion. This is an indication of how much the pandemic has hindered economic growth. It's only at the end of Q4 in 2022 that we have reached pre-pandemic GDP levels. For our province, in addition to the distraction turned on us by COVID-19, we have had to face the July 2021 unrest, which once again placed a disturbance on economic activities in the province. As the province were fighting to recover the recovery, the province had to face another adversity in the form of widespread April 22 floods, which wreaked havoc on both our infrastructure and put a damper on our economy. We acknowledge the important headway the department has made in the past financial year to shield business from these adversities. However, these challenges mean that the department has to be more determined than ever to implement its programs and projects with weaker and agents to boost economic recovery and growth, which will result in more job opportunities. Having considered the budget and the APP presented by the department, the committee noted with concern the following issues: the delays in the finalization of the rationalization of entities, fast-tracking of filling of budgeted vacant posts since the department organogram has been approved. The department is implored to look deeper into the issues of energy supply and the impact that it has on businesses, especially SMMEs, and consider intervention to assist struggling SMMEs. Post-financing support from the department and funding entities to remain major area of concern. The funding should be provided after due diligence, and thereafter, post-financing support and solutions should be offered to deter defaulting on repayments of loans, provided and improving sustainability and job creation, retention funded SMMEs. Committee also raised concern on slow progress on the framework of on cannabis to enable smaller farmers, growers, to have meaningful participation in this industry. As a committee, we adopted the report in concurrence across all political parties. We welcome these budgets. We commit on our support in ensuring that the department plays its role effectively as expected. Having considered the department 2023-24 budget and APP, the committee agreed on the report. Siyabonga Sihlalo.
Thank you so much, Honorable Ndombela. The next speaker on the report of Environmental Affairs on the same vote, budget for Honorable Mfundisi S.W. Msheng. Mfundisi one.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, members of the executive, led by the Premier, the Leader of Government Business. Honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is an honor to present the budget report on behalf of the Portfolio Committee on Conservation and Environmental Affairs. The report I table today provides a brief summary of the Portfolio Committee's deliberations on the 23-24 budget and annual performance plan for both Program 7, Environmental Affairs, and its entity as Envelope KZN Wildlife. Inputs provided by stakeholders when the committee facilitated stakeholders' participation during the budgetary process, concerns raised by the committee during deliberations, and resolutions taken by the committee after through consideration of these reports. The committee wishes to commend both the department and the entity for timely submission of both the draft and final budget and APP for 23-24. These timely submissions enable the committee to thoroughly engage on the submissions and hold meaningful, productive deliberations. Having a role in the budget process, considering the budget and evaluating appropriateness of financial resource allocation is one of the many elements of legislative oversight. Intent on having a role in the budget process and contributing to budget oversight, the committee met with both the department and entity on several occasions to consider from the first to the final draft of the 23-24 budget and APP. The first deliberations were held in the presence of stakeholders at Old Legislature Chamber at Zululand District, Olundi, on the 9th of December, year 2022, and the final draft was tabled and thoroughly considered on the 17th of March, year 2023. The Portfolio Committee also attended budget hearings held at by the Finance Portfolio Committee on the 14th of March, year 2023. House Chairperson, this was done to enhance legislative scrutiny and oversight on budget and the executive. During the above-mentioned stakeholders' interaction at Old Legislature Council Chamber in Zululand, community members applauded the department for good services delivered in that area, such as provision of necessary circular economy skills to cooperatives. The committee commends the department for this good work and pleads with the department to continue with similar interventions across the province. There were requests for one, the department ETIA to assist local municipality to implement relevant bylaws to stop people from illegal dumping. Two, the department to work with local municipalities to ensure that local tourism is uplifted so that they generate income. Three, review and updating of community levy policy to cover all wild animals. Four, the department and entity to ensure that private game reserves also adhere to all regulations as they are concerns of non-regulation of these private reserves. Landfill compliance will remain on the committee's agenda until there are notable improvements. Then lastly, local economic opportunities be maximized, especially the construction of buyback centers in all local municipalities as recycling remains a new goal. The department tabled a budget of 1.197 billion for Program 7, Environmental Affairs for 2023-24, which showed positive growth when compared to 22-23 final budget. The committee noted with acknowledgement positive growth on the following sub-programs which are vital to the Environmental Affairs Program, which are 1, environmental policy planning and coordination, 2, environmental quality management, 3, biodiversity management, and lastly, environmental empowerment services. The committee also noted, with acknowledgement, the budget of 72 million rand allocated to the initiative of creating additional 5,000 jobs in circular economy for youth through Zibambele Provincial Youth Project. However, committee implored and challenged the department to double both the input and output figures on this project in order to have meaningful impact in the province. As Zambelo tabled the main budget of 1.71 billion for 23-24, the committee noted that the total allocation from the stakeholder area increases, especially this baseline subsidy of 841.358 million rand. The committee also noted and welcomed the 7% increase on budget for sale of goods and services. The committee is well aware of the adverse impact COVID-19 has had on the tourism revenue and notes with concern that the current budget for sale of goods and services is 83% of the pre-COVID, that was 2019-2020 revenue budget. House Chairperson, the entity has budgeted 30 million rand for maintenance in 2023-24, and payment for capital is 11.117 million rand. It is important for the entity to spend this budget with efficacy and obtain value for money because for its own sustainability, it has to increase its revenue generation capacity. The committee has identified the following priority areas as per annual oversight plan, AOP, to monitor during the 2023-24 financial year. 1, job creation through expanded public works program, including invasive alien species program and coast-to-coast cleanup program. Waste management, which is a state compliance of landfill sites, waste recycling projects, air quality management, Zambelo KZN wildlife governance and management, environmental impact assessment, that would be through municipal support, then Zambelo KZN wildlife infrastructure development and funding mechanisms, then lastly, climate change response. The committee acknowledged the budgetary constraints which presents mutually conflicting conditions on Zambelo. It however noted with concern that 1, on the revenue side, approximately 83% of the allocation is from ETIA through subsidy and IASP, and only 15.6% is revenue generated through goods and services. Whereas on the expenditure side, only 4% of the total budget is allocated to maintenance. This is truly a cause for concern for the committee, Honorable Chair. Unbudgeted wage agreement from 22 to 23 is placing a huge burden of around 100 million rand on the entity. The committee also noted with concern the financial impact or budgetary implications the merger with Natal Sharks Board will have on an already constrained 22-23 budget and the budgetary implications such as revenue and related cost of Zambelo exiting isimangaliso. The progress of the commercialization and finalization of the rationalization of the two entities remains a serious concern for the Portfolio Committee Chair. The reported human-wildlife conflict, Honorable MEC, around the Hluhluwe Imfolozi Park, Honorable MEC, Game Reserve remains a concern. The committee held engagement with HIP neighboring communities and commits to assist further in this financial year. It also welcomes mitigation efforts from the department and the entity. Having considered and deliberated on the main budget and the APP for environmental affairs, the committee members from various parties voted as follows. ANC supported the budget, IFP supported, DA abstained, EFF was not present, Minority Front supported. In conclusion, I would like to thank all members of the committee for their commitment and dedication in advancing environmental sustainability and resilience for socio-economic development through protecting and promoting sustainable use of resources. On behalf of the committee chairperson, I would like to thank the MEC, the HOD, the management and the department of the board and management of Zambelo for their continued cooperation with the committee. I would also like to thank the Treasury and committee support staff for their continued support. The committee recommends that the House vote in support of this budget. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Now we'll start our debate by ANC Chief Whip, Honorable J.S. Numalo, for 11 minutes. Let's wait.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson Makeba, honorable members of the Executive Council, Honorable Premier, honorable members of the Legislature, ladies and gentlemen, once again, good afternoon. Sihlalo hloniphekile sidlulisa ukubonga ukuthenjwa umbutho wesizwe ukuthi sibe yingxenye yale nkulumo mpikiswane ka vote for namhlanje, where we meet in an important month as declared by our movement as the month of heroes and heroines of our struggle, the Freedom Month. Of course, it is through the sacrifice of those heroes and revolutionaries such as Solomon Kamahlangu, who was brutally hanged by the apartheid government 44 years ago at the age of 23 years old. The revolutionary ideas of Solomon Mahlangu lives on even today. His selflessness and sacrifices allowed all of us to enjoy the freedom we have today, which his generation never enjoyed. While we speak about this giant, allow me to share his last words. I quote, "My blood will nourish the tree that bear the fruits of freedom. Tell my people that I love them. They must continue the fight," close quote. Indeed, Chairperson, we will continue the fight today to fight against poverty, unemployment, and inequality. Honorable members of this august House, it has been just over a year since the catastrophic floods devastated our province of KwaZulu-Natal, and we're working to recover from the July riots of 2021. Just 10 months prior, with damages and cost of our provincial economy estimated to be 20 billion rands, these floods, which commenced on the 11th of April and continued until the 13th of April, damaged our infrastructure and the economy to an estimated value of 25 billion. We know, honorable members, that some of our communities during these floods lost their loved ones, whom some of them not even today have found them. And we want once again to extend our heartfelt condolences to all of those families. With all the challenges this government has endured, the ANC-led government has shown great resilience and tenacity in harnessing our efforts to resolutely and consistently overcome the systemic challenges of inequality, poverty, and unemployment exacerbated by these challenges. Today, I stand proudly that this department in particular has put tremendous effort in coordinating these relief measures, including the Solidarity Fund. As the African National Congress, we have to say, Honorable MEC, that it was never an easy task, but through your visionary leadership and foresight, today looks better than yesterday. Honorable MEC Mthombe Nomkhulu, and we salute you and your collective leadership for ensuring that the economic recovery plan was made a reality, as we are witnessing the fruit thereof today. The African National Congress wishes to appreciate the response from our government, private sector, and non-governmental organizations who have always rallied the support to the province with humanitarian assistance and rebuilding of infrastructure. Some of the support packages that were introduced, the Minister of Culture declared the floods in KwaZulu-Natal as a state of disaster, This has enabled government to fast-track measures to assist the affected families and to rebuild infrastructure and restore services. The activation of Section 30A of National Environmental Management Act, which deals with the authorization for emergency situation to fast-track the rebuilding program, and also the Department of Small Business Development, which has unveiled 60 million rand business recovery support, which is made out of 50 million rands for small businesses and 10 million rand for informal sector. This package entails access of between 2 million and 10 million by formal businesses and 10,000 for informal businesses. DTIC, through the Industrial Development Corporation, has availed a 500 million rand recovery package for infrastructure rebuilding, bridging finance for businesses, capitalization, and working capital. The package targets businesses that are not insured, and underinsured. The fund is from a minimum of 1 million rand, and it is capped at 60 million rand per applicant. Trade and Investment KwaZulu-Natal are in an advanced discussion with the IDC to lobby for additional financial support for businesses that have gone into distress. And also IDFC has identified a number of properties within their industrial parks, which are available for companies that would like to temporarily or permanently relocate their businesses operations while the rebuilding program is underway, which has indeed KwaZulu-Natal, the economic weakness growth in the third quarter of 2022, bouncing back from 0.4% second quarter contraction. Our unemployment at KwaZulu-Natal stand at 30.6%, was also below the national average of 32.9% in the third quarter of 2022. Honorable Chairperson and honored members, MEC again Mtombeni has clearly indicated that one of the main contributing sectors to our economic development in our province is tourism. Working together with our public and private sector partners to instill confidence in all travelers following the above-mentioned challenges has resulted in a positive incline in the domestic travel. Statistics recently released by South African Tourism shows that KZN recorded the most domestic trips for the year 2022 at 7.6 million trips, surpassing the pre-COVID-19 numbers of 6.2 million in 2019. The last time the province reached the 7 million mark was in 2013. This amounts to a domestic tourism spend of 19.5 billion, which is really encouraging. Through the African National Congress-led government working together with TKZN, investors and local communities, there are 9 major projects across the province which are on the pipeline. The total value of this investment, once realized, is around 3 billion and will propel tourism in the province to even greater heights and create much needed job opportunities. Honorable Chairperson, we want to continue to support our government to give hope to the hopeless, and in the process rebuild our economies, our communities on the basis of trust and renewed commitment to a better future and better KwaZulu-Natal. In this regard, we also want to salute the Executive Council for decisiveness by resolving that each department must reprioritize within their budget an amount of 10 million rands to contribute towards job creation through an intensified expanded public works program to benefit youth, women, and people with disabilities. We really commend the government of KwaZulu-Natal for this intervention. It is clearly indicating that when the people raise issues on which direction the government should take, our government listens, and we want to commend our government for that. It is also worth expressing that we continue seeing our government budgetary process favoring the youth of our province. In many ways, that is commended and should continue to, as young people, the future of this country and remains the majority in terms of our population. Honorable Chairperson, we want to appreciate the 100 million rand that has been set aside as a startup for Operation Vula Fund, second window where youth-owned SMMEs will be prioritized, and we therefore call upon young people to make use of this opportunity which the African National Congress-led government has created. We also want to highlight this good story of Italy Development Finance Corporation that has distributed 145 million funding to 293 SMMEs and cooperatives, which will be creating 1,297 employment opportunities and inaugural window of the Operation Vula Fund, which saw 116,000 applicants worth of 339 million. Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, as the African National Congress, we support this budget. I thank you.
Thank you, honorable member. The next speaker from the IFP is Honorable P. Govender for 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Am I audible?
Oh, okay. You are audible.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Greetings to the Honorable Premier, the Honorable Leader of the Official Opposition, and all honorable members in the House. It gives me great pleasure today to represent the Inkatha Freedom Party in this important debate. Honorable Chairperson, I wish the Honorable Ntombeni would attend some of the IFP functions to see just how technologically advanced the IFP is, because he doesn't seem to know that the IFP uses advanced technology. So it'll be nice for him to attend some of our events. Honorable Chairperson, economic development and tourism is one of the departments that has the potential to improve the lives of the citizens of our province. The IFP appreciates all efforts that government is doing to revive the mandate of repositioning KZN as Africa's tourism and investment destination. We also acknowledge and applaud various collaborative initiatives designed to facilitate the process of establishing tourism clusters in the province. We are, however, worried that KZN, in all fairness, does not present a positive outlook for a variety of reasons, some of which might repeat themselves. First among these is that we are in a province that lives under a cloud of a repeat of the July 21 riots and looting that destroyed many businesses, led to the loss of lives and thousands of jobs. We have not as yet heard of any constructive and assuring preventative solutions designed to avoid what this province went through during July 2021. This leads me to the second concern, which is a waning business and investor confidence in the province, with many companies adopting a wait-and-see attitude. Issues such as slow progress in approving water use licenses, EIAs, community service delivery protests, radical criminal groups that disrupt projects, all contribute to a negative business environment. With that being said, we do believe that more needs to be done to resuscitate investor confidence in our province. Trade and Investment KwaZulu-Natal says that it is on an aggressive approach towards repositioning KZN as a preferred investment destination, and they plan to do this through engagements with the diplomatic corps and so on. This sounds like an endless objective with no feasible plans on how it will be achieved. This makes us skeptical about having overwhelming confidence that KZN is going to be the #1 destination for tourists and business investors during the 23-24 financial year. The IFP believes that the department needs to aggressively implement the much talked about red tape reduction initiative, especially at municipal level, as this will fast track investment in KZN. What makes the investor confidence situation even worse is that the province is struggling with an ongoing water crisis, particularly in the Utugela and Ugu district municipalities, and in some parts of eThekwini Metro, which sustained heavy infrastructure damage during the April floods. In addition, at a presentation to the Portfolio Committee, we were told that in 2022, load shedding resulted in a collective 157 days without power supply, and 55,000 jobs were lost in KZN. This added to other problems such as their high rates of crime and violence does not provide a good picture for foreign direct investments in our province. Honorable Chairperson, one needs to be mindful that foreign direct investment is based on trust. Trust in our country, trust in its leadership, trust in our ability to deliver a reliable power supply, trust to protect investment infrastructure from criminal activity and corruption. Without such trust, we will not see investors clamoring to invest in our province. This is why people are placing their trust in the IFP, because they know we are a party that they can trust. Honorable Chairperson, I do not mean to sound overtly pessimistic, but I would rather have it that way than to lead our people in the direction of blind optimism. I believe that we should shy away from tabling ideas that are too extravagant and unachievable and focus on realistic solutions. One such example would be the great fanfare that surrounded the announcement of the Mara phones had pledged 1.5 billion rand to build South Africa's first high-tech smartphone plant and associated retail infrastructure in 2019 at the Dubai Trade Port outside Durban. At the launch, the company had said that it had roughly spent half of that planned capital to set up the factory. Even though Mara Phones was granted a 100 million rand tax break and was given the promise that government would give it preference when any of its departments bought cell phones until 2026, the company has gone bust and jobs were lost. Such occurrences do not give confidence to future investors and our citizens who are in the job market. I do believe that it is not too late to revive business confidence in KZN. I often hear the call for citizens to buy locally produced goods, and our citizens will want to be patriotic and respond positively if only cheap imports were curtailed. And I was very encouraged to hear from the MEC earlier that there's been a lot of improvement in terms of exports. And I just hope, Honorable Chairperson, that those exports are finished goods and not raw materials. Because if we're exporting finished goods, then we are creating jobs within our own province. The department is receiving a 6.909 million EPWP conditional grant. And I would like to think that that funding will be channeled towards creating an enabling environment that will attract potential investors. Honorable Speaker, it is my earnest belief that our province is in a crisis when it comes to unemployment, and previous speakers have alluded to that. I'm aware that it is not government's responsibility to provide jobs, but government has a responsibility to create a conducive environment for investments that would create sustainable jobs. As the official opposition in KZN, the IFP supports efforts directed at providing adequate employment through small and medium-term business support initiatives in the province, such as learnerships, mentorships, and leadership programs, as well as initiatives to support youth-owned businesses through the KZN Youth Empowerment Fund, as well as Operation Vula Fund. Nevertheless, we would like to encourage this department to be very cautious and vigilant of any cynical attempts by officials and senior staff members who seek to benefit themselves and their friends through these schemes. I am pleased to note that the KZN Growth Fund has 4 projects in the pipeline that will create 238 new jobs and save about 4,300 jobs. But this entity needs to be cautious because it is presently grappling with a number of projects that are in a state of recovery due to non-performance. I refer to projects such as the KwaZulu-Natal private hospital that was given 70 million rand in 2015, but now summons have been served on it. In 2016, HBM SA was given 65.7 million rand and summons are going to be served this month. The entity informed the Portfolio Committee that it has 5 matters before the courts to the value of 700 million rand, and this has also incurred legal costs of 4 million rand. This is money that belongs to the citizens of our province. Hence my call for caution, and I urge the department to ensure that proper due diligence is conducted before taxpayers' money is invested in such ventures. Since about 70% of the department budget goes to entities, it is critical that these entities all pull together and align their plans so that we can take our province forward. I also want to urge the department to ensure that critical vacant funded posts are filled by competent and honest officials. I am aware that DPSA has approved the filling of close to 190 vacant posts that are funded, and I want to urge the department to move with speed to ensure that that is indeed done. I urge the Honorable Ntombeni to find a way to provide assistance to the farmers with the back flooding that is taking place at St. Lucia Lake, that is destroying crops and putting people out of jobs while damaging the economy of the area. When we visited areas that were affected by the July 2021 unrest and looting, we found that township economies were largely devastated. This department needs to do all that is needed to revive township economies and assist informal traders, as these sectors are the drivers of the economy at a local level and they should not be left behind. Honorable Chairperson, millions of rands have been spent on the Drakensberg cable car project. We need to know what is the future of this project. Is the department intending to scrap it or to throw money at it? We are aware that some departments spend massive amounts of money and it is being lost through corruption and flagrant disregard for the PFMA as well as Treasury regulations. Honorable Chairperson, the IFP supports the department budget of 3.406 billion rand for the 2023-2024 financial year. I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The next speaker from the Democratic Alliance, Honorable H.U. De Boer, for 6 minutes. Order, members.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Good afternoon, colleagues, comrades, and friends, Honorable Chair. For those of you who haven't ventured outside yet, I suggest that you go outside and look at the dead lion and the shark that's out there that's been provided by the KZN Sharks Board. And in many respects, this provincial budget is much like the budget. It's bloated, it's stuffed, and it also stinks. On that note, we must approach this budget from a sober perspective. Honourable members, sober perspective. As we prepare to forge into the 2024 election, it would be remiss not to reflect on almost 3 not-so-glorious decades of ANC rule. Today's budget, much like those before it, does little to alleviate the scourge of unemployment, crime, poverty, and a lack of investor confidence that has besieged our beautiful province. The failings of successive ANC budgets and policy decisions have now hastened the decline of the very same ANC. All but a few of the major metropolitan cities are governed by the Democratic Alliance. In KwaZulu-Natal, the DA Mayor, Chris Pappas, and his team, Chris Pappas, you remember him, continued to demonstrate remarkable success in local government where the ANC once floundered. Where debt was piled up under ANC administration, the financial coffers have been tied up, roads are being repaired, capital expenditure is being normalized, and critical service delivery is being restored to a municipality the ANC could just never get right. Umgeni is quickly transforming into a sustainable tourism and economic hub. Again, there wasn't a good story to tell under the ANC. There certainly is a good one to tell under the DA. The state of the province can perhaps be surmised in a tale of poverty. In conducting oversight into the slaughter of elephant on Ezimvela property near Jazini, the DA heard of the plight of an old lady. Her son was being tracked by members of an anti-poaching unit, having just killed an antelope in a private reserve. The APU staff stumbled across the humble rural home of the woman, living in abject poverty, shunned by authority and government. Her only meal that day was a pot full of beetles she had collected. She had no food, no money, and no hope, thanks to the ANC. As honourable members prepare to retire to their homes for a square meal tonight, please remember this lady who had been forced into eating insects because of the ANC and its policies, and because of your supposed economic growth and employment that has failed dismally. The outcomes of the 2023-24 budget are largely predictable and uninspiring year on year. Again, a copy and paste exercise. The budgets are, however, well crafted to allow maximum publicity for the Honourable MEC. Much like a deputy mayor, ETIA's MEC fully exploits entities like Tourism KZN. Eat, meet and greet. That's for what, Honourable Premier? Where political propaganda are the order of the day. Apparently giving out toasters and kettles while the KZN economy flounders is also politically prudent. Shame on you, ANC. Shame on you, MEC. We can see your toasters and food parcels, and we are waiting for 2024. Last week's political shenanigans and speculation were, however, key in assessing whether the ETIA budget will make a meaningful impact on the lives of citizens. President Ramaphosa again launched his investment in Daba. I'm actually quite surprised he managed to do anything because he hasn't said anything in about a year. So he launched it in Gauteng in a last-ditch attempt to lure investors into the country. In the same week, the president announced an envoy will be sent to the United States to please explain the ANC's love affair, there's an affair going on there, with Russia. And I believe there's a portfolio committee also going to Russia. It's a terrorist state that enjoys killing Ukrainian citizens. More than 35% of South Africa's exports and trade are with the EU and are with the EU and with the United States. Less than 1% of our GDP and our exports go to Russia. Yet our foreign policy is so designed to again make South Africa the proverbial international leper and embarrassment. It's really funny when you spend so much time on my speech. It really is. Your policies and shenanigans with disgraced dictators like Putin are the root cause of economic demise. Shame on you, ANC, and shame on you, Russia. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, economists and even the ordinary man on the street are holding their heads in frustration. Stage 6 load shedding, fuel price increases, terrible crime and bad roads are eroding what is left of the South African rand. The back to basics policy has gone out of the window while MEC's cars have gone into potholes. Some of the province's key economic corridors have yet to be fixed following a lackluster response to the flooding. The M4 bridge linking the important tourist destination of Belita to Durban is still not repaired. Other critical infrastructure leading to our wildlife reserves are also a death trap, while our port operations that have been lauded in such great terms remain in a critical condition and are extremely unstable. I'll be back, Honourable Chair.
Thanks, Honourable Member. The next speaker from EFF, Honourable N. Ngubane, for 9 minutes. EFF, Honourable N. Ngubane, for the second time. Honourable N. Ngubane for the third time. The next speaker from the ANC, Honourable N. Speedler. N. Speedler for 11 minutes. Kuzega Kapis.
Somlomo, Mama Honorable Boyce, Sihlalo wendlu ehloniphekileyo, amalunga ahloniphekile wonke, nabantu bonke besifundazwe sakithi sanibona. Somlomo le nkulumo mpikiswano yesabelo mali somnyango wezokuthuthukiswa komnotho, ezokuvakasha kanye nokunakekelwa kwemvelo. Yenzeka enyangeni lapho sizobe sibungaza khona noma sibungaza khona iminyaka engama-29 sathola inkululeko yokuzibusa. Lesi isikhathi lapho malunga ahloniphekile kufanele sithathe ikhefu sibheke ibanga esesilihambile ukushintsha impilo yabantu, ikakhulukazi indlu emnyama, njengoba kwakuyibo ababephucwe amalungelo obuzwe. Umbutho wesizwe uKhongolose soloko kwathi inhlo usukela ngo-1994 usamile kwisivumelwano abanaso
nomphakathi wonke waseMzantsi Afrika. Ngo-1994 umbutho wesizwe wathembisa abantu bakithi ukuthi uyokwenza lokhu okulandelayo uma uthola ithuba lokuphatha. Ngizothi qaphu okumbalwa esihlalo ngenxa yesikhathi. UKhongolose wathi uzokwakha uhlelo olulodwa lwemfundo kanye nemfundo yamahhala yamabanga aphansi. Sihlalo ohloniphekile, lokhu sekwenzekile. Labo abangontanga yethu nabanye abangaphambili bayazi ukuthi sikhuluma ngani. Lapha kulesi sifundazwe sakithi sasinama departments amaningi ezemfundo. Yona lenhlangano yabantu somlomo yaphinde yazibophezela ekusabalaliseni uhlelo lokwakhela abantu izindlu. Sonke kulendlu singofakazi ukuthi lo hulumeni kaKhongolose wakwenza lokho futhi usaqhubeka uze ungene ngisho ezindaweni zasemakhaya ezingaphansi kwamakhosi asendlunkulu. Asimanga lapho sihlalo, umbutho kaMafukuzela wanquma ukuthi uzobuyisela umhlaba kubantu ngoba ukholelwa ukuthi iningizimu ngeyabo bonke abahlala kuyo. Kumanje nje sesibuyise umhlaba ongamahektare amaningi kakhulu kubantu ababephucwe amalungelo omhlaba. Sihlalo ukube sinaso isikhathi esanele ngabe umuntu uyaqhubeka abale nezinye izivumelwano noma izinqumo uKhongolose wazithatha osuzifezekile njengoba silapha namhlanje. Sihlalo ngivumeleke ngingene endikimbeni yanamhlanje. Ngizoqala ngokuthi singumbutho wesizwe siyasamkela isabelo semali somnyango oholwa ngumphathiswa uDuma Mthombeni. Sinqoma kakhulu ukuthi nangaphansi kwengcindezi yokungakhuli komnotho ngendlela esifisa ngayo, umnyango uyaqhubeka nokuhambisa izinhlelo eziningi nezahlukene kubantu bakithi. Mhlonishwa Mthombeni, enkulumeni yakho osanda kuyithula kulendlu, uthinte udaba oluseduze nenhliziyo yami njengomlaphi wendabuko. Mhlonishwa, siushayela izandla umnyango ngokuthatha isinqumo sokuthi ungenelele ohlelweni lokuthuthukiswa komthunzi wezinkukhu lapha kulesi sifundazwe sakithi. I-ANC iyavumelana nawe Mthombeni ukuthi lolu hlelo lungenza omkhulu umehluko ekushintsheni impilo yabantu, ikakhulukazi kulesi sifundazwe sakithi. Sizokhumbula ukuthi abantu balesifundazwe ngaphansi kwezintaba zokhahlamba nakwezinye izindawo babeyitshala insangu bezilapha ngayo baphinde bondle imfuyo yabo. Kepha leli lungelo balephucwa ngendlela eyisihluku kakhulu ngonyaka ka-1956 kumlo wawubizwa ngokuthi i-Bergville Dachau. Lapho uhulumeni ubandlululo wathumela khona umbutho wamaphoyisa ukuthi uzoshisa amasimu ensangu lapha kuleya ndawo. Lesi senzo saholela ekufeni kwamalungu omphakathi, akufanga ke kuphela amalungu omphakathi nawo aziphindisela kwasala amaphoyisa awu-5 enkundleni. Angizukubala ke ababulawa besentilongweni. Azange bayeke kodwa abantu basekhahlamba ukulima leli khambi. Ngenxa yalokhu baqhubeka. Kumanje sinezifundiswa esingazibalula ezisuka kuleya ndawo ezafundiswa yiyo lensangu. Sinabantu ababehaqwe izifo ezithile esibaziyo kulesi sifundazwe saKwaZulu-Natal abathi mhla basebenzisa insangu bathola ukululama. Siyabonga ke Mthombeni ukuthi uthi uyinceku kaJehova unjalo kodwa ungabi namahloni okukhuluma ngomthunzi wezinkukhu. Awuphelelanga lapho ngokuthi ukhulume nje kuphela, kodwa uqhube nohlelo lokuthi usize labo abakulomkhakha ukuthi nabo bahlomule ngezinsiza ezizobenza bakwazi ukuthi babe ingxenye ngokuphelele yochungechunge lwenani value chain ngokulwimi lasemzini. Singajabula ke Mthombeni ukubona umnyango ungenelela nalapha okhahlamba kakhulu lapho umphakathi ngaphansi kwendawo yaseMangwaneni naseMaswazini owaziqalela khona amasimi okutshala lo mthunzi wezinkukhu ngohlelo lolu lesimanje manje. NgoMeyi kulonyaka silindele ukuthi sivune lapha eBergville. Inkinga ke ekhona emphathiswa ukuthi umphakathi awunazo izinsiza zokusebenza imishini yokuthi bakwazi ukukhiqiza isivuno sabo kwenzela ukuthi bakwazi ukusabalalisa kuzona zonke izindawo. So sizocela ke ukuthi umnyango ungenelele lapho ukwenzela ukuthi umphakathi walaphaya ukwazi ukuthi usihambise lesi sitshalo siyiminqukuthu, compounds ngokulwimi lwesilungu, khona bezokwazi ukuhlomula ngokufanele. Isifiso sabo ke esinye ukusabalalisa lolu hlelo kuwo wonke amakhosi aleya ndawo. Mthombeni, isabelo simali osinike zona sika 5 million siyasamkela, kodwa besicela ukuthi ngokuzayo uthi qhatha engaphezulu kulokho okufakile. Sihlalo umhlonishwa Mthombeni uphinde wasazisa ngentshisekelo yakhe nohulumeni wonkana wesifundazwe yokuvuselela izinhlangano zemfelandawonye, ama-cooperatives. Nalokhu Mthombeni siyakunqoma kakhulu, sikunqoma singukhongolose lokhu ngoba sikhathazekile ngezinga lokwehluleka ukusimama kulo mkhakha. Uma ubheka imibiko yezikhungo ezehlukene ngaphakathi kanyaka we-2009 nowe-2015, izinhlangano zemfelandawonye ezingaphezulu kuka-20,000 zabhaliswa esigungwini se-CIPC. Inkinga ekhona kuso lesabelo esisibalayo esikhulu kangaka mancane asasebenza naphilayo. Siyakuphathisa ke Mthombeni ukuthi kulolu hlelo lwakho lokuvuselela imfelandawonye ugxile kakhulu kuqeqesho lwamalunga ayo nabasebenzi beminyango ehlukene khona bezoqonda kahle umehluko phakathi kwemfelandawonye neminye imisebenzi yamabhizinisi. Subonile Mthombeni umnyango wakho uphuma ungena kwizifunda zonke unikezela ngezinsiza kuyona imfelandawonye. Imfelandawonye ngenye yezindlela engasetshenziswa ukushintsha isimo njengoba ushilo isimo sempilo yabantu bakithi uma nje benikezwe konke lokho abakudingayo ukuthi bakwazi ukusebenza. Lapha endaweni yaseShowe sine cooperative efundwe i-department. Kumanje abantu baleya ndawo bakha ifurniture babuye futhi bakhande amadesiki ezikolo. Yiwo lo hulumeni kakhongolose oshintsha izimpilo zabantu. Ephongolo lapha yasine co-op nakhona efundwe i-department. Kumanje abantu balapha they are producing 4,000 beds ngosuku ongena emarkeni yaleya ndawo. Kumanje emhlonishwa nje siyazi ukuthi umnyango uzophasa imfelandawonye namabhizinisi asakhasa ama-SMMEs angaphezu ka-570 ngesabelo simali esilinganiselwa ku-305 million. Ngokusho komnyango sihlalo lolu xhaso luzokwakha amathuba emisebenzi engaphezulu ka-1800. Ngaphansi kohlelo lokuthuthukiswa kwamabhizinisi elibizwa nge-Enterprise Development, isabelo sika 250 million sizokwakha imisebenzi engu-2200. Uhlelo lweMasakhe Entrepreneurship olenzelwe ukulekelela nge-business support and funding solutions kosomabhizinisi, ikakhulukazi abasha, omama nalabo abasezindaweni zasemakhaya, nalo siyalwamkela nesabelo salo. Sibonga Mthombeni ukuthi kulo lolu hlelo umnyango ube nobuhlakani bokuthi uqoke abantu besifazana bangaphezulu ka-65 ukuthi bahlomule. Sikuthokozela lokhu kakhulu ngoba siyazi ukuthi uma uthuthukise owesifazane uthuthukise isizwe. Siyathemba ke ukuthi nabo leli thuba abalitholile bazolisebenzisa ngendlela ekuyiyo ukwenzela ukuthi imindeni yabo nemiphakathi abahlala kuyo ithuthuke noma kushintshe isimo sempilo yabo. Somlomo uMthombeni uphinde wakhuluma ngohlelo lomnyango lokuthuthukisa uhlelo lwe-maritime esibuye ngesinye isikhathi silibize nge-blue economy noma 10th province economy. Siyalithokozela kakhulu lolu hlelo nokuthi kuzoba nenyuvesi lapha KwaZulu-Natal ezakwazi ukuthi iqeqeshe abantu bakithi kwenzela ukuthi babe nolwazi oluphezulu ngalomkhakha. Bekuyenye yezinkinga esihlangabezana naso kulesi sifundazwe ukuthi sishodelwa yilabo abafunde bagogodla kulomkhakha kwenzela ukuthi bazokwazi ukuthi bathuthukise abantu bakithi. Okunye sizokucela kuwe Mthombeni nomnyango wakho ukuthi umnyango uqale uhlelo lokuthi uadvocatele i-change kuma policies nama legislations that are governing this sector. Women are still discriminated in this sector, and many other people that are supposed to benefit ngenxa yolwandle imfula esinayo akwenzeki ngenxa yamanye ama policies. okunye esicelayo ukuthi singapheleli nje kuphela ukubheka the internal laws. International laws also have an impact in terms of how as South Africa ensure that our people participate in this sector. Siyabonga Sihlalo.
Thanks, Honorable Zangamandla. Thank you so much. The next speaker from the NFP, Honorable C.M. Shinga for 3 minutes. Then.
Talo ongaphambili amalunga ahloniphekile wonke sanibonani. The NFP understands that the EPWP integrated grant allocation is performance-based. Department received 6.909 million in the 2023-2024 MTF with no allocation for the outer years as the department plans to create 414 work opportunities in 2023-2024 using this grant. We observe the need to increase the allocation on this grant to allow more work opportunities for our youth. The NFP is pleased to note that regulatory approvals for the automotive supplier park at Ilovo will be finalized in 2023-2024, and the development of and implementation of the automotive supplier park at the Durban Logistics Hub will also commence in the 2023-24. The supplier park is a strategic and imperative to reduce logistical costs and create an enabling environment. Honorable Speaker, the budget of the Program 2 over MTF provides for various projects such as women entrepreneurship, the BBBE outreach program, the implementation of Operation Vula Fund program, the SMME and Cooperatives Incubation Project, the Black Industrialist program, the LED initiatives, and the UKZN regional and local economic development, which all are vital on the medium-term strategic framework priority 2 and MTSF priority 7, especially radical economic transformation, and job creation. Therefore, the budget cuts under these programs are hindering the quality service delivery in respect of the development of small businesses and social enterprises, and to promote and facilitate economic empowerment program. The concern is registered on the reduction of a budget on Program 6, Tourism. In particular, the tourism industry has been severely impacted recently and is a crucial sector for the province. It cannot afford any additional budget cuts. Rather, more funding should be directed to this program in order to promote economic expansion. Ngiyabonga kakhulu, Sihlalo.
Thanks, Honorable Member. The next speaker is supposed to be Minority Front. They've apologized. She has apologized. And then the next following member will be Honorable Evie Dube, Bishop, for 10 minutes.
Ndaba ezitha ngiyabonga kakhulu Sihlalo wami, ngiyabonga kakhulu, ngiyabingelela kuMthombeni, ngibingelela ku Premier wethu executive, ama members wonke akhona ikakhulukazi eAfrican National Congress. Okungenza ngikwenze lokho ngoba ngimela ngenxa yeAfrican National Congress. Mhlawumbe ake ngiqale nginikhumbuze nje ukuthi njoba lekwi-opposition inibhuduzela nibheke ku-2024, angenikhumbuze ukuthi nizogcina ngakho into eningeke ninuke. Yabona lezi inkulumo zenu ezenza ukuthi ningazi ukuthi umphakathi uyasizwa. Konke sikwenzayo nicalculate nina ngokuthi nibheke ku-2024. Awukwazi ukufika ku-2024 ungakazi wenze lutho ngo-2023. Kuyacaca nokusobala ukuthi ukuphatha akuyona into enilungele kusazonithatha isikhathi into okufanele ngabe niyayenza ukuhlala phansi nibheke ukusebenza kakhongolose bese niyaziqeqesha ukuthi uma kwenzeka ngeminye iminyaka ukhongolose unicela ukuthi nizosiza ngapha niyokwenza lokho hayi ukuthi niyothatha amandla kukhongolose hlalo. Let me appreciate once more, you know, once as an opposition like Honorable Tepur, efika la, sometimes you must talk of the issues, one, that are in a budget. Ayukudwaba, to speak about something evele engqondweni yakho, uhlanganisa ukhulume ngo-Ukraine, egcine nasazi ukuthi ufuna ukuthini. So ngiyanixwayisa nje ukuthi ukuze nifike ku-2024 nizoba nenkinga ukuthi kufanele idlule la sikhona. One must appreciate this budget. It is very clear Mthombeni ukuthi ibudget yakho inomgomo obalulekile la ibheke khona. Uma sikhuluma ngalomnyango ekakhulukazi lo wezemvelo engicela ukuthi ngidlule kuwo ngithi chatha. Sikhuluma ngokuziphayisa kwalesifundazwe. Sakithi sinomsebenzi wokugcina imvelo nomhlaba oyifagugu laphakade kwabohlanga. Uma umuntu esungeza amangelengele ezintaba, amadwala namawa, imfula namadlelo, isinyoni esibhakabhakeni nezilwane ezisesiqiwini okumele zivikele kwenza ucacela ukuthi lo mnyango ubaluleke kangakanani. The clear mandate of this department is direct, it's very direct. It is the management of nature conservation within our beloved province, to conserve the protected areas, to develop and promote ecotourism facilities within the protected areas, ensure proper, efficient, effective management of the conservation services. Uma lo mnyango ungehluleka ukulawula okobizo lwawo kungadalela kube khona impi enkulu phakathi kwemvelo ezilwane nalokho okudalwe uNkulunkulu nabantu uqobo lwabo. Kuke kwazi negameke ezibikwe ngaphambilini la abakhelene neziqiwu bekhala esikanandi ngoba indawo esesiqiwini ibiphuma idwengule imfuyo yabo ihlasele nawo umphakathi imbala. Uma umphakathi uhlukumezeka ubuzama ukuzivikela lokho bese kubulala imvelo ngoba bebelwisana nezilwane ezilwa nemfuyo yabo. Siqaphela ke ngokucacile Mthombeni njengoba uke washo ukuthi lo mnyango uye wahlaseleka kakhulu esikhatheni esingaphambili isikhukhula wahlaselwa impi yabakhona ngoJuly kwaphinde kwaba isimo sezulu esenza ukuthi indawo ezisetshenziswa njengendawo egcina imvelo zihlukumezeke. Ikomiti like lahlala phansi layibheka enye ingqinamba nenkinga eyinselelo esibhekene nayo, like the crumbling infrastructure, the dwindling revenue, high vacancy rate, and the absence of the CEO. Ikomiti livumelene ngo-elethu ladluliswa izwi lokubonga nokujabula ngoba sekube nomnyakazo obalulekile wokuthi sibe neboard. Ngineqiniso lokuthi wonke umuntu uyazi ukuthi once wakhetha iboard usukukhetha umgogodla nento ezokwenza ukuthi leyo nto osukuyikhethele yona ibe ne turnaround. Siyalithemba kakhulu iboard lethu ngamava nohlobo lwabantu abakulona ukuthi bazokwenza uguquko olubonakalayo. The vision of the board will be translated into, not limited, the stabilized and functional executive. The history of acting in serious position has undoubtedly hampered the performance of this entity. We have not had a permanent CFO and CEO in the recent past. To put things into perspective, the last time this entity had a CEO was when it had Dr. Mabunda, who was appointed in 2015. Since his resignation, we have had 3 acting CEOs. This has compromised the ability of the executive leadership to develop a strategy that ensures progressive implementation and achievement on business plans. These challenges has indeed translated into other operations in this entity. The committee noted with concern the challengeability of the structure, where the organization moved between different organizational structures. We note that recently the entity resorted to the 2013 structure with plans to review. It is the same structure that consumed more than 75% of the entity budget, an issue that remains as a serious concern with the committee. Maybe one last thing that I need to mention. The presence of the board will assist us in ensuring that the entity iyakwazi ukuphendula isimo ibe self-sustainable. The entity relies heavily on ITIA. Our view is that the entity has the potential to self-sustain by raising sufficient income. This, however, depends on the quality of leadership and the management in the place. Ngesikhathi sinesigcawu zokulalela Mthombeni, kwacaca ukuthi endaweni la iziqiwi zakhele khona indawo zamakhosi ikhona inselelo kubantu abakhele lezo ndawo. Ingakho ngifisa ukuthi Mthombeni sibheke kakhulu indaba ye leadership kule entity ngoba iyona ezosenzela ukuthi kube nemiphumela emihle ekukwazini ukusebenza namakhosi nabaholi bendabuko. Ngoba kwesisikhathi uma ngabe le entity ihluleka kuba nendawana exabanisayo. I must say ukuthi enye izinto ezarezwa kakhulu abantu emphakathini ikona ukuthi ezinye zeqiwu zabo eDibhuru eziranwa abebala zinakho ungabahloniphi amakhosi nabantu abasuke bakhela indawo. Kuba khona ubandlululo ol-experience wabantu endaweni yongangezwe lakhe la kukhona isiqiwi sisarandwe abantu bendawo kodwa abantu abasesiqiwini bangabi nayo indlela yokusebenzisana noma umnikazi wesiqiwi angabi nendlela yokusebenzisana nomphakathi. Siwu-African National Congress siyakholelwa kakhulu ebuholini obuqinile. Ingakho siphawula futhi sibalula ukuthi ukusebenzisana namakhosi kulomnyango kuzoba into okumele sibeke eqhulwini. Kuyajabulisa ke ukuthi uma ngabe sibheka iKwaZulu-Natal ngehlo olubheke ngalo Mthombeni kuzoba nemiphumela emihle uma sibheka indlela obheke ngayo lo mnyango nemfahlanyana nemali engene khona esibonayo kuyabonakala ukuthi sisazokwazi ukugcina ifa elingumhlaba wethu. Sikhumbule ukuthi labo bantu abahlala kulezo ndawo ezakhele iqiwe ibona kanye abantu abavotela inhlangano kaKhongolose futhi abayithanda kusukela enhlizweni zabo. Ikakhulukazi ngoba abantu abakhele indawo zamakhosi sebenakho ukubona ukuthi inhlangano ebusayo African National Congress ayiyona le nhlangano eyabekwa amachaphazelo yabekwa njengenhlangano ebuzondayo ubuphathi nobukhosi bendabuko kodwa sisebenzisana ngezandla ezizombili sibambisene futhi sineqiniso ukuthi ngokusebenzisana sizoba nayo inqubekela phambili. Siyabonga kakhulu njengo-African National Congress siyayisupporta kakhulu le budget futhi sokwenza isiqiniseko sokuthi uma siwelela ngale ka-2024 sizokwenza okungcono kakhulu kunesikwenzile njengamanje njengoba wachaza umhlonisi uSpeech ukuthi sisuka kude futhi sakude njengokhongolose uyeza u-2024 sizonenza njalo. Siyabonga.
Siyabonga mhlonishwa Nzwakele. The next speaker from AGM. The next speaker from AGM, Honorable M.E. Phakathi, for 3 minutes. Mbangazit, omkhulu. Bishop Wam.
Sihlalo, siyabonga. Mhlonishwa Mthombeni, we want to appreciate the fact that CEOs of the entities are also here today so that we can be able to remind them who are we representing. We are representing those who are poor and marginalized. And who are those? Black people, abantu abamnyama, that are poor and marginalized. So we should not be apologetic when we speak of township economy and rural economy. Lento ke Mthombeni afuneke siyikwitize kufuna vele siyenze nje. Siyenze ngoba umnotho wabantu abamnyama wathathwa kubantu abamnyama ngenkani. Kodwa mase sifuna thina umnotho siubuyisele kubantu abamnyama sefuna sikhuluma isingisi esikhulu sikhuluma ingisi ezinkulu kukhuluma ngama percentage amakhulu cha umnotho wabantu awubuyele ebantwini asikhumbuze ke Mthombeni ukuthi obaba bethu bagqilazwa baholela imali ezincane bajika ongwankulu bayithatha kubona imali bathi abathenge kubona so we can never be apologetic about it umnotho wabantu awubuyele ebantwini Mthombeni asivumelane ngento ethi umnotho owabantu abamnyama umnotho ngoba abantu abamnyama ibona abaningi kunalabo abakhona singacuphisana ke ngokuhlala kodwa umnotho wona awubuyele ebantwini ngicela ke Mthombeni ngokuthi we will make sure Mthombeni as long as we are still here representing our people we will make sure that our people abazogcina ukudla nje imvuthuluka ngaphansi kwetafula kodwa nabo bazozithola beparticipate kwi mainstream economy and siyafuna ke Mthombeni ukuthi lento nje ayiphume ingqondweni zabantu bakithi abamnyama ukuthi umuntu bekwaba isigwili kuthiwa utsotsi untshontshile nathi sesajabula nje sazi ukuthi nje umuntu nje uma ngabe enemali emnyama usigebengu utshotshile and we can never appreciate that and ngesivume leyonto asivumelane ngento ethi ke ukusukela la sibheka phambili iplan yakho siyayivuma siyi-ATM and sithi sizoyisupporta as long as i-department yakho izokwenza lokhu okubhalile siyabonga
Siyabonga kakhulu Hlonishwa Mpangazitha Order, honorable members. Let's proceed to the next speaker. Let's proceed to the next speaker, Honorable S.A. Mangele from SACDP.
Hallelujah. Makakula, it is a good and well to have a trade agreement in place to facilitate and bolster the trade across the continent. As has been said, in Africa, we have been related to be a consuming continent, though we are rich in minerals, precious metal, precious stones, and other raw materials. But what is worrying me, Makakula, is the issue of inflation. You know, long ago, a family of four, poor family could buy groceries of 500 rand, share and make a living out of it. Now, if you look at the situation, say erosion yenzakalayo, awusakwazi ukwenza lokho ke. Kade ngibuka ukuthi iAquil 1.5 liter u11 rand kwenye indawo. Kodwa uma uthi uthenga kwenye indawo u20 rand. Ngibuka Makakula ukuthi mhlambe out of order. Kodwa bengifisa sengathi ngabe idepartment yakho iyangenelela kuloko. Ngoba kukhona ukuabuzwa kwethu njengomphakathi la. Ngibukelela Makakula ukuthi kuyoze kube nini ukuthi uma sithenga umuzi nemoto nawo yonke lento uyikhokhele imali yemoto isiphindwe kathathu. Kuze kube nini ubani osiprotectayo. Lento yayenzeka ngesikhathi sobandlululo namanje yaqhubeka kuthule nje ngathi izinto zinormal. Ngathi ngibuka Makakula ukuthi singenze njani usazi uyiceblela umkhomo nje usazi akho umuntu okembonise uma esethi uthatha imali uyayithatha nje ngale ukuthi ucorrect noma wrong noma uyaboniswa noma kwenziwa njani konke lokho mhlonishwa kushaya umnotho wezwe lethu angazi singenze njani Mthombeni ngizocela iseluleko lapho njengomuntu osiphathela umnotho walelizwe. God bless you. ACDP accept your budget.
Siyabonga kakhulu mfundisi. Thank you so much. Now we'll call the next speaker from DA, Honorable H.U. Deboer, for 6 minutes again.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. God loves you. At least you have that. Let's start off on a high note. The DA remains proud of its participation in booting the ANC mayor and executive out of office in Richards Bay. Here, at least, the DA-IFP friendship is starting to dismantle the rot of ANC leadership and instill normality in this port city. If I were an ANC politician, the election prospects of 2024 would certainly make me nervous, particularly as both the SACP and COSATU have again made rumblings about the teetering economy and how its alliance partner, the ANC, has been unable to drag its citizens out of poverty and unemployment. In addressing the critical numbers of ETIA and its budget, it's clear that the Ezemvela budget remains unsustainable. Unable to fill critical vacancies or employ all the trained field rangers, our province has become the slaughterhouse. 244 rhinos, scores of elephant and other animals. They've all been killed. The entity's long-awaited conservation bill has yet to be tabled, and the rationalization legislation has seemingly also disappeared into a pothole. Maybe it's where the MEC's car ended up. Commercialization probably also won't happen until the right comrade is lined up to take the contract. This massive entity that eats almost 1 billion rand of our provincial budget has consistently run circles around the committee. If they are to believe, that's Ezemvelo, they are a paragon of financial sustainability and conservation. Yet quite the opposite is true. The Conservation Committee's commendable efforts to steer and guide this beleaguered entity have been met with sheer disrespect from Ezemvelo. The forensic investigation into the former board also rests in the same pothole where the MEC cars was, and the current board seems as bland as Logie Nadu's comedy. There certainly is no good story to tell here. Now, earlier on there was quite a bit of comment from the ANC benches about the issues that need to be raised at this particular budget debate. Hello, Honourable Premier. So let's raise some of those issues. Some of the statements that have come from the ANC are, we have done a lot.
There is a point of order. Order, honourable members. Order, honourable members.
Thank you.
Let us listen to the point of order.
On the point of order.
Yes.
52A. The honourable member keeps mentioning, in joking and in passing, about an accident that was a serious case for Mampegi. Honourable Mampegi was in a kayak accident. It's not a joke. It's not politics. And I therefore call for a point of order.
Okay. Honourable member, do you want to withdraw that statement? Can we withdraw the statement?
Honourable Speaker, I will let the House set.
Order, members. Is it an order? Is there a point of order, Honourable Kirk?
Honourable Chairperson, I withdraw the statement about the potholes. I wish the pothole would be filled, however. Let's raise some of the issues. So, we have said the ANC, let's not say we, the ANC has said that they have done a lot. Well, yes, certainly there's a lot being done at Eskom, where the entire infrastructure of that whole entity has been pulled out and stolen out from underneath it. There's criminal syndicates that operate there, and it's the ANC who's to blame for it. Then we heard about the former late Chris Hani, and maybe there'll be a point of order again about this. And you know what I think? I think if Mr. Hani was still alive, he would chastise the ANC for its poor service delivery and for its failing of upholding the poor. In the same way that the former president Mbeki chastised the ANC. Right. Then we heard about the road to renewal. Well, this road is very long because it's been carrying on for 25 years of ANC rule. So it's obviously a road, but there's no potholes, so please don't call a point of order. But this road to renewal is apparently continuing for the next 25 years if we don't get rid of the ANC. Then we are recovering lost ground. From what? The floods, that there was never a contingency plan? From COVID, that you use as a continual excuse for your poor fiscal management? Let's go on. We speak about the borders. There's another issue the Honourable Premier spoke about. The borders have been porous since the 70s, and they are still porous. We have a massive foot and mouth outbreak because the borders are porous. The ANC wants to build a wall and wants to claim victory for a concrete wall. My goodness me, is that...
Yeah. Yes, I remember. You are rising with the point of order.
Okay, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to open the black gate, give them one final run because they seem to have eaten some of the food. And then, while you're still here, because there's this thing. Yeah. Come on, let's go.
Chair, I rise on Book 57B. Yeah, bengifuna ukuthi buzo umhlonishwa ngawuthatha nombuzo ukuthi ukuthi uyazi ukuthi umholi uPresident wabulawa abelungu.
Okay.
You would like me to withdraw about Chris Hani?
You want to put us?
I'll need a translation.
Okay. We can continue.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. No, it's been ruled upon, Honourable Member. Thank you. In terms of borders, in the year of 2023, the ANC boasts about some kind of cement or concrete fence that you're going to build at the border. Wow, that really is fourth industrial revolution stuff there. I mean, that's high technology. I mean, I just can't wrap my head around how far the ANC has come in 25 years after its glorious liberation struggle. It blows my mind. In terms of investment, apparently, KwaZulu-Natal is again, and I use this word because it's such a nice word, the paragon of investment. I don't see it that way. There's far more investment going to the Western Cape because there's good governance in the Western Cape. And the investment that is happening here has been threatened. It was threatened after the ANC-led insurrection, and companies have told you, and it's the truth, and I will not withdraw it, that one more instance, and they will withdraw. It is true. In terms of the ports, my friends, apparently my friends have received financial support from investors. Well, perhaps the next time I come debate, I will bring documentary evidence of which political party has benefited from certain companies who have invested in KwaZulu-Natal. I'll bring the documents here, and then we will see which that was. The ports. In terms of the ports, there has been a failure of critical and epic proportions in government's ability to manage ports. Ships are simply sailing past Durban. They are going to Cape Town. They're going to Mozambique, and they are going to... I wish for a lot of things. One of the things I wish for most is that you yourselves, honourable members, as ANC members, will swap it over and you sit on those benches come 2024. Kwasi Sikelele, Africa. Thank you.
The time is over. Thanks, honourable member. The next speaker from the IFP, Honourable Remotely, for 5 minutes. Honourable Remotely. Oh.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputy Speaker, colleagues, members of the Executive, Honorable Chairperson, before I commence with my speech, I would like to place on record the IFP's serious concerns over the dilapidating state of some of the towns that are full of filth, such as Pietermaritzburg and eThekwini. Here in PMB, if we drive along Pietermaritzburg Street, next to Boxer Superstore and Imbali taxi rank, you are welcomed by filth and stench of urine and uncollected garbage. The ANC-led municipalities Msunduzi and eThekwini have failed dismally to keep the towns clean. This is a cause for concern, and it affects the environment and contributes to diseases. The eThekwini municipality has failed to deal with the alarming sewage crisis which has been flowing to the beaches. This has been attested by the KZN Department of Economic Development that even before 2022 April floods, it had on numerous occasions engaged with the eThekwini municipality in order for it to attend to its sewage water treatment infrastructure, but due to the laissez-faire attitude of the ANC mayor in eThekwini, these concerns were not addressed. The ANC is failing the people. We urge the ANC to go out and clean these filthy towns if they are truly serious about maintaining a sense of cleanliness. In dealing with air pollution, we note that the department is currently developing an air quality management plan, and it is anticipated that strategies will be developed to manage potential air pollution from the N2 development corridor and the RBIDZ. District municipalities will be assisted to develop their own AQMPS. What concerns us most is that there was no clear time frame provided as to when these plans will be finalized. We cannot wait any longer as these are affecting by air pollution which emanates from companies on a daily basis. Time for complacency is over. Further, the IFP is concerned over the wild animals that escaped from the Shushului in Mfolozi Park. Last year, the MEC for KwaZulu-Natal Economic Development, Tourism and Environment, for that year, MEC Duma promised that this issue will be dealt with accordingly. We are not happy with the Zambelo KZN wildlife, which has failed to protect communities who are residing adjacent to the reserve against escaping dangerous wildlife animals. It is also concerning that Zambelo KZN wildlife has not provided any clear time frame on when it will finalize its policy and action plan to deal with human-wildlife conflict. The IFP notes that people have been injured and their livestock have been killed by roaming animals, having escaped from the Shushului in Mfolozi Park and other reserves. These individuals must be compensated. The Zambelo KZN wildlife must ensure that the fence around the park is functional at all times. This is a matter of life and death. The filth at the beaches is not only an eyesore, it is also causing the destruction of marine life. Industrial waste, garbage, and other remains of used commodities have been dumped in rivers and oceans, causing contamination of water. The IFP calls for stiff penalties to be meted out to companies found to be polluting water and air. Further, the IFP is concerned about illegal dumping. This kind of illegal dumping has seen a constant problem in our society. Enough is enough. Illegal dumping is a huge societal ill that we need to be more responsible about. The role and participation of the public is important to the success of any endeavor, especially municipal solid waste management that affects the environment, economy, and human health. We call for public awareness campaigns on the negative impact of improper waste disposal. We demand that stiff penalties must be meted out to anyone found to be involved in illegal dumping. Having raised these concerns, the IFP supports the budget. I thank you.
Thanks, Honorable Motley. The last speaker from the African National Congress is Honorable Spidla Langamant.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members. Sihlalo nginenkinkanyana encane yokuqala ngale debate yami. Inkinga yami iqala ngokuthi we have dishonest members. especially the ones that spoke before me, the last two speakers. Honorable Teboer is aware of the progress on the rationalization. The HOD of the department in our last meeting reported about this, and we all accepted the progress. But Honorable Teboer comes here today and say that program has disappeared. That's why I'm saying you are being dishonest to the House and to the people of KwaZulu-Natal. Honorable Teboer is talking about the lack of service delivery in some areas in KwaZulu-Natal. And he made mention of the potholes. This is not a new matter, Honorable Teboer. The department and the provincial government led by the ANC, they have accepted that there are challenges in some of the programs that we're implementing. And the MEC of the department last year in this house presented a plan on how to correct these challenges or the problems in our roads. Hence, they started a program ethi Siyazenzela. We see the yellow fleet la emaprovinsini kuma-regions zonke indawo esihamba kuyo kulungiswa lama-potholes. Today you come here and pretend as if this government is not doing anything. We have accepted ourselves, so we do not need to be reminded by you. If you think that you can do better, please start in Khayelitsha in Cape Town. Let's see you going to Khayelitsha in Cape Town and resolving service delivery issues there. Lapho we will take you serious, masukubona wenza lezo zinto.
Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members.
And I want to advise you, Honorable Teboer, because I've seen that you are good in this skill or in this area. If you don't come back next year, please consider registering for a drama course because you are good. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chairperson, members of the Executive Council, invited guests and those joining us from various social media platforms. Honorable Speaker, it is an honor for me to stand before this august House and the people of our beautiful province to participate in this debate. Honorable Speaker, Program 7 received an increase of 3.8% from the previous budget. Most evident increase is on environmental quality management, which also records an increase from 31.4 million to 37.8 million. The greenest municipality competition also records 30.9% increase from 1.7 to 3.5 million. Honorable Chairperson, we believe that this injection will go a long way in mitigating the impact of climate change in our province. Chairperson, climate change affects biodiversity and infrastructure in many ways. A major impact of climate change on biodiversity is the increase in the intensity of frequency of fires, storms, and climate-induced drought. Just like the devastating floods that we experienced last year, which resulted in a massive damage to our infrastructure, causing sewage overflows into rivers and ultimately into the ocean, thus affecting a lot of flora and fauna. Climate change-induced drought can equally be or can have equally devastating effects on biodiversity, resulting in the loss of aquatic species if freshwater resources which support this biodiversity run dry. Wetlands can be lost, and changes in temperature regimes also result in either species migration or possibly extinction in certain parts of the world. A common example of this is the melting ice caps in the poles, which are displacing the polar bears due to the decrease in their natural habitat. Whilst there is a lot that still needs to be done by our province to mitigate the impact of climate change on biodiversity, it is pleasing to note that the ANC government has developed a comprehensive strategy to address and alleviate the impact of climate change on biodiversity. The strategy includes some of the following interventions. 1, development of provincial invasive alien species and bush encroachment management strategy. 2, support innovative approaches to diversify water supply options. 3, establish a provincial dam and reservoir maintenance program, and adopt bylaws on storm water management. Honorable Chairperson, because of time limitations, my time was eaten by the bull. I will skip some of the issues that I wanted to raise. But to say, Honorable Speaker, some of the disasters that we are experiencing can be avoided. For example, through maintenance of storm water drainage systems. We've seen what this area has done in eThekwini municipality. On the same wavelength, Honorable Chairperson, properly constructed and climate resilient infrastructure such as roads will last longer in the face of climate change, whereas poorly constructed roads, for example, esiwabonelayo kwindawo eziningi will be easily eroded when we experience heavy rainfalls in our province. Honorable Chairperson, the other thing that was raised by our communities, Honorable Mtombeni, is that the department must look into ensuring that our cell phone towers are supported by generators, so that when we experience the power cuts because of climate change, communication is restored quickly in those areas without any delay. Civil society, Honorable Mtombeni, civil society organizations, we think as the African National Congress have a huge role to play in this space. For example, on this issue of climate change, we believe that they can play a role in ensuring that our communities are properly educated about the impact of climate change, and we raise awareness across all sectors. Government can also partner with the private sector to restore and rehabilitate the province's ecological assets like wetlands, rivers, natural forests, grasslands, and so on, all of which are important in providing ecosystem goods and services and reducing the impacts of climate change. The Wildlife Fund for Nature, for example, is already working in a number of areas around the province, alongside with SMVelo KZN Wildlife, an entity of government, to promote biodiversity stewardship outside the formally protected areas in KwaZulu-Natal. This is an example of a successful partnership between an entity of government and civil society organization. Honorable Chairperson, maintaining biodiversity in a healthy state and building climate resilient infrastructure will help provide for the needs of the present generation without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. I thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Now we'll get the response by the MEC for Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs, Baba Mtombeni, for 20 minutes.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair, once again for affording us this opportunity. Let me start now by thanking the role that has been played by board chairs. Chair Umahlobo, EcoDev, Dlugula, thank you so much for your diligence, courageous and candid engagement each time we meet as a portfolio committee. I would also want to thank the chair who deals with tourism, Baba Mshengu, and environment. Thank you so much as well, Honorable Chair, for ensuring that each time we engage frankly and robustly. I think your role has been played. I just want to thank almost all the members, board committees. They've been keeping us, ensuring that we follow all the procedural matters. I think I just wanted to highlight that, but the reality is that some only deserve the collective commendable because individual, they belong to a museum of shame, and I'm going to enter into the frame. But collectively, we could thank them. It's allowed just to thank them at a spirit of being collective. And they started opening the debate, both the chair presenting the reports, which is adopted at the same time, even by the House and the ATR. Honorable Governor spoke, advancing that where are we? IFP is so advanced when it comes to technology. I'm sure are supposed to expand. We're not referring to witchcraft technology. We were referring to a digital innovation, not a type of technology where you take off your clothes inside the gallery. We are referring to proper technology. We are currently in a fourth industrial revolution. That's a type. And other dimensions of manufacturing and producing new things, like the reliance on drones, like the utilization of IP, HDs, and all that. That's the type of technology we are referring to. He also, Chair, spoke about something fundamental where we are here, is saying that as this government, sometimes he feels that we are too extravagant and not realistic. And we are sorry, but we are not sorry that we are ideologues at the same time as revolutionaries. We didn't know that in IFP, even to dream, we are not allowed. We are allowed as an idealistic organization. We must dream. We must dream big in the real world. And I'm sure we also understand that we live in a global village where we ought to think bigger. Some of the things will be abstract, high proposition. They must not be understood by a shallow understanding. I understand. But the reality is that over the last few days in the investment conference, I'm sure we must note this, Gauteng benefited more in the investment conference, followed by Limpopo because of mines, followed by Northwest Province. That KZN was number 4. Western Cape was number 7 in terms of what transpired in the investment conference. And unfortunately, Utipura will never qualify even to live in a local economic development summit. He has not advanced toward that level, but we'll deal with such matters. Honorable Governor, we have dealt with the issue of KwaDukuza private hospital. The growth fund currently is dealing with that matter. The matter is in court. And so we're all shocked that probably it's 10 to 6. Listening to a surname Dipur is like a dream on its own. Imagine by being addressed by Dipur, that surname, I'm sure you are all aware that's the remembrance, which is not good. It's a remnant of apartheid regime, is what transpired. He oozes the thing, apartheid, whenever he talks. And I'm afraid, Chair, I must say, because this is not even on a lighter note, the system, the pedagogy of the oppressed taught us there was something special about those who have a less melanin than white. It was like they are groomed differently, they are sharp, they are stronger. Little did we know that there will be a time where there will be our peers, where we'll engage and encroach with them and we do peer review. I'm here to come across with those who are very advanced. I'm sure you know the Joe Slovos of this world who can write. Utipura, I doubt very much that he could pass a grade 8 mathematics test. Here, we can challenge him. We don't have a problem. We can start and write any test so that we could because he was advancing a lot of common factors. and he was debating using common practice of understanding. I'm sure you know, Honorable Leader Babu Rogers, that common sense is the lowest form of thinking. So it's better that you do the research each time when you debate. And it's a pity this House, we've got an audacity of quoting someone who has regarded honorable members as frog. And we thought that it is not myopic. We thought that it is not absurd. We thought that it would be palatable. And we were shocked that is unquote. And your address was so condescending. It is like you are undermining everything that is black. We had, even at the end, when you say that you've been protected by God, so unfortunately, the type of God that was elevated and taken into Africa for oppression, the special type of God, not the God who thinks people are equal. And you've been saying some of these things, and we are watching you. Unfortunately, you're an honorable member. You are very dishonorable. We can't have to say that. Unfortunately, you are in this House. We have to respond to your shallow understanding. And when you think about the system, you are elevating capitalism, which deals and always deal with slavery. You still see people as slaves these days. And nevertheless, we must deal with those matters because we never thought that you'll even fail to comprehend that symbol of lion. In Africa, in South Africa, lion as part of the Big Five symbolize power. It is what nature.
Debate. Busy not the board when.
Please maintain the time, Chair.
Representative Chair. Whip from the IFP. They are not here. Deal with your people. Continue.
Honorable Chair, I'm sure at the right time we must deal with that racist boycott purpose. There will come a time that small boy, he thinks is very special. Even if it means that you think less of people, you can't, in the 21st century, still regard them as frog. Rogers, I thought you'd be ashamed yourself. Even if it means that you lead that racist. We saw your John Steenhuisen as a standard 10 failure, thinking he could lead South Africa. That's how you are wired, thinking that because you are the system of oppression, you could do anything Democratic Party. So those are the things that you must deal. But I must also say, Honorable Chair, that the thinking of De Boer is so chauvinistic. How he thinks, how he addresses people, his posture borders so much on chauvinism. He is racist, that is given, because he thinks so lower of Africans. He thinks they don't deserve to be given a platform of economic transformation. Ideological, I wonder, Honorable Simango, how are you going to form coalition with this racist organization? We are so disturbed by your posture, but it means that you still have that lineage. Thank you, Honorable Tolo, for educating the honorable members. That's what is expected out of this House. Another thing of maintaining a decorum is imparting knowledge. Your wisdom augurs well with us. The aura of understanding economy and the epitome of coming with a galvanized strategy of empowering women, of coming with a sustainable strategy of cooperatives, of ensuring that we must also maintain the issue of maritime as an industry. We must not be scared or be fearful when it comes to those issues. We are taking that, and it's true, Honorable Tolo, that unfortunately what also apartheid did to us in 1991, they sold the last vessel to the Lords of England. We don't have a ship as a country, which is why currently we are building a maritime university that is going to service the entire Africa. We are going to build ships. We want to retain our hegemony as a country. We've spoken about Rotterdam and Singapore. If we want to compete and contest on ensuring that Richards Bay and Durban becomes a harbor, something is very critical. I don't expect that, Chair, you'll allow the DA to be laughing while we are debating, because we gave them space. Even what you think about us, but we must also understand that there's nothing special about you. You stole our land, but we were able to understand that even in our constitution, we wrote something fundamental that say that you are part and parcel of the system. You don't deserve to be sharing the platform with us. You are not human enough, because you always think that there's something special about you. There's nothing special about you. Honorable Phakathi, we agree that the issue of economic transformation in our lifetime is something that should be achieved. It will take a very radical, strong voice to ensure, because the reality is that we are the ruling party, which is not a ruling class. Ruling class thinks otherwise. Ruling class thinks that they must always hawk the fast lane. And we have realized that it won't be kind to be taking the economy. That is why policies like BEE, we must be stronger when it comes to them. When it comes to our people, when they have been given a platform, Honorable Premier, let us empower our people. And we must be saying that categorical, we must equip our people with all the platforms that they deserve. Yes, we must be waiting to be hailed and insult from the opposition, because when you empower African, you must be insulted. There must be a condescending voice. There was never a thing that will shift from that position. We must implement. In fact, this 147 billion that has been appropriated in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, we dare to say that the large chunk should go towards our people, Africans in particular, so that we are clinical in the process. And because we are the correct posture to deal with issue of corruption, we must not listen to those who are racist in their nature. They are not going to offer anything. Babu Motli, I thought you'll do your research. We visited Ihluhluwe in Mfolozi Park. Just go and just do a proper flashback. How many people have complained of roaring lions, of roaming lions, or elephant pouncing our fence? Why you don't hear that anymore? We've employed youth to a tune of almost 200 and something in that area. They are monitoring the fence while we are busy with the proper fence. So it is not true that nothing has been done. It is not a coincidence that the issue of encroachment is no longer happening. It is deliberate, designed just to make sure that it does not happen. And we are going to improve. We've met the minister as well, who's going to assist in some of those matters. Babu Mangele, it's true. And ideologically, we are impressed and inspired by your understanding that we've been defined as a consuming nation in our beautiful land. I'm sure you heard the beautiful story of Botswana these days. The president is saying that DBS came into this country. There was an issue that there was no equipment, there was no skills transfer. At that particular time, it was correct. Initially, we started the process as a country of sending engineers to universities. Currently, they have got almost all the ammunition of matching par for par in terms of being involved in the entire value chain. In the issue of extraction, in the diamond sector, they are allowed these days, they are involved. What happens in terms of the policy, import and export? Currently, Botswana is equal to the task, is equivalent to be sending people offshore they have learned. So they are saying that now it is a time that for you, DBS, to continue to trade with us, we deserve more than 51%. It's something that we should start in South Africa. I'm sure the white who are racist, who are regarded as have, are slowly thinking that Umadiba's time came and we have not transformed enough. And we are not going to wait for the revolution to come and take over the land. ANC liberated this country. We will continue and implement it to the T, the transformation charter, which must liberate our people. I think that's what we must say about Mangele. And it's true. Go to Germany, for instance, and take their posture. In Germany, when you buy a vehicle, for instance, it's 100,000, then the insurance is probably 550. Each time when the issue of that car passes some years, the insurance goes down. In South Africa, it's bad. You buy a vehicle, you pay an insurance probably 2,000 in the first year. It will accumulate even the vehicle as it gets so old. I think those are the issues that we must do. We must deal with those things. You spoke about the issue of inflation rate, which is always contradicting of what is currently happening. We must do. It's the same. What we have not raised is that we don't understand a bond, a house that is 3 million is payable in some instances within a range of 20 years. And a vehicle that is 3 million is payable within 5 years. Why are we not dealing with the ownership pattern by designing a new methodology? Why? It's easy for a car because it loses value instantly. 13% from the garage, even when it's new, but the house accumulates value. So it means the system doesn't want to see a lot of us owning the house because 20-year pattern is not a time that we'll have a proper ownership. I'm sure we are there. And as part of Catalytic Project, we are saying that we are creating a synergy where our people will be participating in the ownership. That is why you'll find in the SOPA, that is why you'll find in the 8-year budget, that is why you'll find in other MECs, they will be highlighting mostly on the new intervention strategy of creating a material and a conducive environment of us developing more entrepreneurs, because our market is not solely based on us sending our people for employment. We must also create employment. By digital innovations, we spoke about Moses Kotane. We want to create more entrepreneurs in township, in rural areas. So this government is doing that. We have spoken as well that as government, it is always critical that let us support the business that are also supporting us. Take Tota, for instance. During floods, they suffered so drastically with the monies of this world. They made sure that they didn't chase anyone who was part of their employment. We must incentivize them by saying that from now onwards, all our government must concentrate on buying more Toyota vehicles because their 4x4s are stronger, they are very adaptable, instead of assisting Germans that are not assisting even our initiatives. We are the government that must be transformational. It's petty at this point in time, Honorable Chairperson, that I will want that when we debate with issue of international relation, it will be difficult that you debate Russia, Ukraine matter with Dipur. He does not seem to understand anything that has to do with international relation. But for the record, as we speak, EDA is in bed with Israel. For years, they've been killing innocent people. Russia is our natural ally. They assisted us during when you were oppressing us as apartheid. That is why we will continue having a proper relationship. You are scared because we are part of BRICS. We are not going to compromise. By the way, these days, I'm sure you must also understand that your enemy is not our enemy. So if you happen to have a nice relationship with Israel, it is your relationship. If you love Americans, it is your relationship. We will continue to service those who assisted us during apartheid when we had no resources. We are not apologetic, and we have formulated BRICS Bank that is currently assisting our people, and we will create a system of ensuring that we assist a lot of our people. Siyabonga kakhulu ke sihlalo ngokuthi usuku lanamhlanje lube impumelelo. Sicela uya kusikhonkotha Dipuri. Siyabonga kakhulu usuku libe impumelelo. Kubalekile ke ukuthi abahlonishwa uma sihlangene kanje umnotho uyisekelo sethu nje beshila umhlonishwa uDube. Siyabonga nizwakele ngokusikhumbuza ngemvelaphi yethu nangefagugu lethu. Soqhubeka silondoloze ukuthi abantwana bethu nezizukulwane ezilandelayo zikwazi ukuthi ziqhubeke zisebenzise amathuba esizowakha lo hulumeni wabantu uvotelwe abantu bayaqhubeka bayawuthemba maningi amathuba namaxhama okuxhumana esiwazamayo ukuthi asebenzele abantu bakithi. Siyabonga kakhulu sihlalo osiphathele umhlangano.
Thanks, honorable members. Order members. Thank you, honorable members. We've come to an end of the debate on vote for today. Let me take this opportunity and thank the head of departments who are present, members of the media, and also the officials present. I've got two announcements. The first one, we are requesting the members to bring along their disclosure forms tomorrow, or if they don't have it, they will receive it here tomorrow. And also, we're proceeding with our budget debates tomorrow in two different venues. That has been mentioned, and also the links has also been emailed to you so that you can attend to those debates. For today, thank you so much. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.